It's advancement exam day at the military training grounds, a brutal series of tests where only the best move up in rank. While others joked, panicked, or tried to impress girls, Kim Min-jun stayed focused. Just a rookie with less than a year in service. No one expected much from him. But when the real test began, he shattered records, moved a muscular instructor 10 meters that no one else could budge, danced through rubber bullets like it was a game, finished a grueling dungeon run minutes ahead of everyone else. Calm, quiet, and brutally efficient, Min-jun wasn't just here to advance. He was here to dominate. Even Sun Yunseo, the general's daughter and top recruit of her class, couldn't keep up. She passed every test, earned high scores, even wowed the crowd with perfect agility. But every time she made a move, Min-jun went further, faster, better. He didn't care about the spotlight, but somehow stole it anyway. And by the time they realized it, he was already miles ahead, leaving even the best struggling in his wake. Min-jun is so strong for a reason. He is actually a dark mage who returned to Earth after saving another world. And here's what happened back then. Min-jun spent years purging the land of Isgard from evil, and he finally brought the well-deserved peace to this world. But he doesn't get any credit for the favor he did. After all, he's a cursed mage, one who dabbles in the powers of darkness. With the mission complete, he finally meets the goddess who is responsible for summoning him in this world. He kept his end of the bargain by eradicating the menace. Now it's the goddess's turn to return the favor and give him the ticket back to his planet, Earth. The goddess insists he stay a little longer, but Min-jun's done doing her dirty work. It's finally time to embrace the Korean fried chicken he's been missing so much. Since the goddess knows next to nothing about crispy fried chicken, or something called the internet, she can't offer him any of that, so she eventually decides to send him back. With the teleportation circle activated, she removes the saint's protection that always stopped Min-jun from using his powers on her. Once that's gone, the final step is stripping Min-jun of his dark powers before sending him back. But Min-jun was already prepared to see this day, and he did exactly what he had to. He betrayed the goddess to keep his dark powers all to himself. Before vanishing into the multi-dimensional portal he created with his own dark magic, he flipped her the middle finger. And with that, he disappeared, leaving the helpless, angry blondie gritting her teeth behind. Then, Min-jun reappears in his room and immediately checks his phone. He'd missed the feeling of holding it after emerging from what he considered the hellhole of Dungeon Power Fighter, so he's thrilled to be back. But he quickly notices something odd, that there is no network, no internet. Meanwhile, an army unit gears up for a raid. The crew questions Corporal Choi In-ho about why regular soldiers were being dispatched on such a mission. In-ho, just as clueless, told them to ask the administrative officers, reminding them that a corporal isn't aware of all the top-secret intel. In-ho signals, and the soldiers move in sync to attack. It's been 2 years since Min-jun was summoned, a memory that still clearly irritates him. His phone, thanks to autosync, still works, but he has no one to contact. As he walks outside, the lack of Wi-Fi and open stores in the neighborhood strikes him as odd. Suddenly, the army unit spots a man casually walking, catching them off guard, especially since Min-jun is busy complaining about Isgard being a trashy place. The soldiers, certain this is a restricted area, wonder why the guards aren't doing their job. They call out to Min-jun, who's initially surprised but then assumes they must be trainees. He assures them he's just passing through, but then the soldiers scream, seeing a horrifying creature leaping at him. Min-jun casually turns his head, only to see a creepy wolf lunging his way. Min-jun isn't even the least bit concerned when the soldiers yell at him to dodge. That horrifying beast is charging straight at him, ready to tear him apart. He's seriously pissed, wondering why this stupid mutt, who can't even take a single punch, is showing up now. But just as he tries to tap into his power, that devil-may-care attitude vanishes fast. He can't summon his demonic energy, not even a flicker. Then he goes for the only option left and stops the wolf with his bare hands, slamming it into the ground with brute force like he doesn't give a damn. The soldiers' jaws hit the floor in shock when they see the impact of Min-jun's smack leave a dent in the ground. Their faces go pale at the sight of such raw strength. Min-jun stares the wolf dead in the eyes and says he's no loser, even without his dark powers. Even if he's grown weaker, there's no way he's letting some measly scum of a monster get the best of him. He suddenly recalls that warrior putting him through a deadly workout routine, lifting boulders like his life depended on it. The memory makes him weirdly nostalgic for Isgard's brutal training. Still, he doesn't get why a monster like this is even in this world. Just as he's about to question the soldiers, he notices they're already scared out of their wits. Later in the jeep, the soldiers have no idea why this weirdo went so hard on the wolf, slamming it like it owed him money. One of them even says that what he did could land him in prison, but their commander had already told them to stop making a scene out of this, and he let that slide. That's when one of them turns to Min-jun and asks if he's really clueless about what's been going on lately. The so-called World Walker says he's unfamiliar with the land, keeping the whole otherworlder thing under wraps. Deep down, he's not even sure this is the Korea he remembers. He has no clue what's happened in the past 2 years. He recalls that around the age of 7, the phenomenon of dungeons first appeared, and with them came waves of vicious monsters. He remembers the soldiers fighting desperately against them, but alongside all that horror, something else rose too. Superhumans, known as the Awakened. Their powers weren't just human. they were something far beyond. The Awakened had teamed up with the Hunter Corps, a newly formed military unit, and together they wiped out the monster swarm in no time. So, before Minjun got summoned by that skank of a goddess, Korea hadn't faced anything too dangerous that could threaten civilian zones. Out of nowhere, he senses something off about Dungeon Power Fighter and checks his signal again. That's when it hits him. The server isn't completely gone yet. The realization pisses him off. All that hell he went through, only to return to this mess. On top of that, Sparky is itching to play the game, or at least see if the server's still running, but he ends up cursing the network in frustration. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers doesn't buy this loser's act about knowing nothing, while the whole world is clearly upside down. Still, after witnessing Minjun's raw strength, he starts getting really nervous, thinking maybe this dude's got a story behind him that explains way more than he's letting on. Right then, Sparky grabs the soldier's attention and asks if game developers still even exist in the world. Then, out of nowhere, he follows up by asking if people still safely evacuate and manage to get jobs at game companies or something. Also, this deadbeat demands to know if all the buildings were destroyed, including the server storage systems. He's digging for details, wondering why everything's such a mess. The soldier says he'll explain, proudly mentioning he scored an A+ in Monster Theory and Dungeonology at university. Minjun's stunned that a university even teaches stuff like that now, but the soldier confirms it's pretty rare to find decent teachers on the topic. He starts explaining that the real problem started about 2 years ago with the weird dungeon phenomenon. One day, dungeons just started popping up more frequently for no clear reason and began expanding. The worst part is that the sheer number of giant monsters started rising non-stop, forcing their way into the human world. Eventually, the military couldn't keep the situation under control, and some civilian zones had to be locked down. Since then, the army's been throwing everything they've got at the problem with all sorts of methods, but they're seriously short on people. Throughout the entire story, Minjun couldn't care less. He's only bothered by one thing. The soldier still hasn't answered whether game companies are up and running or not. This dude just wants to play Dungeon Power Fighter really badly. When asked his age, Minjun casually says he's 21. That instantly reminds the soldier that Minjun should be enlisting soon, warning him that half of his 20s are about to vanish into thin air. That shocks Sparky, who blurts out that the Hunter Corps serve 5 years and the regular troops do 3. The soldier corrects this boy, saying that under the current mess, all troops serve for 5 years, no exceptions. If Minjun is really 21, he's pretty sure the guy should have already received his enlistment letter by now. This manaless loser is losing his mind just thinking he'd get to chill and play Dungeon Power Fighter for a bit. But life clearly had other plans and threw him straight into the mud. It's honestly hard for the guy to even process this mess. And now the thought of giving up 5 years of his life, when he hasn't even managed to connect to the server yet, is practically boiling his brain. Out of nowhere, Minjun gets a ping from military manpower, assigning him, Kim Minjun, to enlist at the recruit training center. Sparky's totally whacked to see how serious they are about this, especially since his enlistment date is literally tomorrow. He wonders if the military just spams people now, because the timing feels way too on point. That cracks up the soldier boy, who says Gang 1's known for pulling that kind of crap. In a flash, Minjun's at his wit's end, yelling at the guy like, how the hell is this even possible without a physical exam? In his defense, Soldier Boy already mentioned they're running low on manpower, so now the physicals are handled directly at the training center. As for the notice, he figures Minjun probably just saw it late, but still suggests checking out the PC room near the evacuation center, just in case. Suddenly something clicks in his mind. Long ago, when Minjun's parents went missing, he filled the void in his life with games. Then, as a lonely 12th grader, he was summoned to Isgard, the forgotten paradise of humanity. Now, back in the present, sitting in a PC room, Minjun is crying tears of joy while playing Dungeon Power Fighter again. He's soaking in the comfort of these little gaming booths, loving how the game still runs just the way he remembers. Sparky's practically ready to bow down and thank the owner of this place for keeping it alive even during a full-blown crisis. Out of nowhere, he orders a hot dog, and the waitress looks completely baffled, wondering just how much this dude can eat. After enjoying the game to his heart's content, Minjun slips back into reality, now wondering if all of this is even real. He pulls up the internet to check news articles and tries to get a grip on the situation. That's when he reads that this year's monster-related damages are 48% higher than last year. On top of that, the Hunter Corps is reportedly prioritizing citizen safety as the number of attacks keeps climbing, with the government scrambling to find solutions. Minjun starts believing every word that the soldier guy said, including the part about being enlisted by the Military Manpower Administration. Now, the message had clearly mentioned that his enlistment was set for tomorrow. Minjun can't help but think that if he still had his powers from Isgard, he could have cleared all the dungeons by himself without breaking a sweat. But for some reason, his body is completely depleted of demonic energy. It feels drained of his main source of dark magic. Still, with the raw strength he's got left, he figures he might be able to take down those dungeons on his own anyway. His intense aura creeps through the room, throwing everyone off guard as they stare at this crackhead. With a wicked laugh, Minjun decides to take it all into his own hands. The next day, this worldwalker casually strolls into the training center, snack in hand. He's oddly excited to see so many people enlisting today, even though everyone else looks gloomy, hugging their loved ones goodbye. Then, suddenly, an announcement calls all the new soldiers to gather in the auditorium. Min-jun raises an eyebrow, wondering if this is actually going to be harder than life in Isgard. Inside the auditorium, the soldiers are straight up nasty, barking at the new recruits to stand up and yelling at them for moving like snails. One's shouting to keep their posture straight and not look behind, while another demands they push the person in front like their lives depend on it. Min-jun can't help but find these instructors oddly polite compared to that absolute jerk he trained under back in Isgard. After a while, the battalion commander steps up and grabs everyone's attention, asking anyone who applied for the Hunter Corps but didn't get selected to raise their hand. He explains that treatment differs massively between the Hunter Corps and regular troops. The Hunters start out with a base pay of 3 million won, which gets a few heads turning. When no one moves, the commander says it's fine, until he spots one volunteer. Min-jun is called to step forward, and he decides this is his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air, punching a dent into the ground from the sheer force of his takeoff. He lands right next to the commander, smooth as ever, leaving everyone stunned with their jaws practically on the floor. That's when he introduces himself with confidence, saying, Kim Min-jun, applying for the Hunter Corps. Back in Isgard, deep within the Forgotten Canyon of the northern region, the mountains are littered with caves, each darker and more twisted than the last. It's there that Min-jun fully accepts the brutal reality that being a dark mage is a job with no end to its torment. There's no character worse off than this. Sure, dark mages come packed with insane skills, but once they run out of their fuel, they're done for. All that's left is a body barely holding it together, stuck in a role that grinds you down until there's nothing left. It's not like mana just naturally restores over time like it does for regular mages. For dark mages, the only way to recover it is by taking down monsters using demonic energy. But even then, replenishing dark energy while actively using it is a total grind is super inefficient and barely worth it. On top of that, Min-jun could never find reliable party members, since the dark mage image had such a terrible reputation. So if Min-jun ever runs out of dark energy, he's basically as good as dead down there. Now he asks what the best method is for a dark mage to recover demonic energy. But sadly, this guy's so damn lonely, there's no one around to answer his pop quiz or listen to his tragic monologue except a bunch of monster corpses. He starts wondering if it's because everyone else is already dead. Suddenly he hears something creeping up behind him. Turns out, it's the Forgotten Canyon's hidden dungeon boss, Arachnest. This creepy, oversized spider beast crawls into view while Min-jun casually thinks maybe the dungeon boss could have answered his question. He even says the beast should have shown up sooner, because he was dying of boredom waiting. As Arachnest notices her crushed baby scattered all over the ground, she lets out a bone-chilling screech. Min-jun just shrugs it off, cracking a joke about her breath reeking so there's no need for a reply. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he slams a punch right into her face and says the answer's wrong. With his demonic energy pouring out of him, Min-jun says the answer's real simple. That is just to beat the monster with a maxed out strength. That day, Meanold, who's actually Kim Min-jun, stood at the peak of dark magic in Isgard, and that was 645 days before he returned to Earth. Back in the present, the commander confirms his name, Kim Min-jun, and tells him to wait there until the Hunter Corps unit arrives. Min-jun's just vibing, low-key thrilled to see a whole commander casually making him coffee. Then the commander asks if there's any special reason he wants to join the Hunter Corps. He's clearly weirded out by this kid, especially since so many Hunter Corps members are bailing and returning to the regular army, even with their powers, now that things are getting worse out there. With a hint of a smirk, Min-jun simply says he's got some business in the dungeons, leaving the commander completely speechless. A second later, the commander bursts out laughing, thinking Min-jun's dungeon comment was just a joke. He even reassures him that he won't be charged for smashing the auditorium floor. Little did he know, this World Walker wasn't joking at all. In Korea, all dungeons are managed by the military, and the Hunter Corps, a highly skilled elite unit, is given top priority to investigate those dungeons and handle monster subjugation. Members of this unit can rank up based on ability, meaning there's no limit to how fast someone can climb the ladder if they've got the power. By enlisting in the Hunter Corps, Min-jun gets his license to enter dungeons and wipe out the trash lurking inside using his demonic energy. From there, he starts daydreaming about racing through the ranks, recovering his lost powers along the way. The thought alone makes this scheming maniac chuckle, imagining himself hitting 10 stars within 5 years, clearing out every dungeon in sight. That'd buy just enough time for Dungeon Power Fighter to finally roll out its fourth awakening while he soaks up the glory and the big paycheck of a public hero. Just then, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho of the Hunter Corps reports to the commander. The commander greets him warmly and introduces Min-jun as the new recruit. Min-jun's straight up stunned to see a battalion commander speaking so formally to a sergeant. Sung-ho turns to Min-jun and bluntly asks if he really has special powers. If he's a born hunter, he should have access to a status window. So the sergeant insists that Sparky read out all his stats. Min-jun can't help but wonder if all the Hunter Corps members are this pushy, but whatever. He gives in and does what they ask. Come to think of it, he remembers having a status window back in Isgard too, but he barely used the thing that only showed number values and stats. Now the lad's actually curious to see how the status window works in this world, but the second it appears, he's completely thrown off. Seungho immediately presses him, asking what he's seeing, but Minjun just gives him a nervous smile. With an awkward chuckle, he says the window's showing an error. Seungho's expression goes stiff, as if his brain just hit a glitch trying to process what he heard. Somewhere in Gyeonggi-do, at the Hunter Corps Training Center, the commander starts with some small talk, saying he last saw her in Hwacheon. It's been 10 years. He admits he never imagined running into Son Yoon-seo here, of all places. She quickly corrects him, saying she's not a hunter yet, just a new recruit who enlisted today. Still, she wants to know if she's only being called in because of her father's status, making it clear she has no interest in getting special treatment during training. The commander laughs it off, assuring her it has nothing to do with General Sun and that she won't be getting any kind of special pass either. He also reminds her that the Hunter Corps isn't some easy organization, something her father must have mentioned already. With such a renowned rookie enlisting, the commander figures he'd exchange a few words of encouragement before the girl gets super busy. He knows it couldn't have been easy for her to enlist as a regular soldier, instead of walking in as an executive, saying they're always short on people like her. So he thanks her both as a citizen and as a soldier of the nation. Meanwhile, Yoon-seo's clearly embarrassed but politely thanks the commander. Just then, a van rolls in, and the commander lets her know she might be meeting an interesting comrade on board. He asks if she'd like to go greet him together, which catches her completely off guard. Meanwhile, Minjun is hyped to finally step into the Hunter Corps Training Center. The building's massive, and he's not even sure how much taxpayer money went into it, so the first thing he asks is whether there's a PC room. Seungho throws shade at this weirdo, telling him not to get too excited since he's not officially in the Hunter Corps yet. Just because he's a special case, Seungho's been given the job of testing him out. That arrogant tone ticks Sparky off, and he's ready to curse this jerk out. According to Seungho, he would have already dumped Minjun back in the Yongchang if the head office hadn't specifically requested to test him. Moreover, Seungho adds that once he proves Minjun's nothing but a fraud, he'll be handed over to the military police without wasting a second. Minjun's not loving this guy's attitude. He's way too stingy and full of himself, but the dude keeps it together and demands to know the details of the test. That's when Seungho shows a giant red crystal and tells him that if he can move it even an inch within 10 minutes, he'll pass. The soldier guy says he's ready to see if this so-called talent is worth the hype for signing up with the Hunter Corps. The red stone is no ordinary rock. It's a byproduct formed inside dungeons, known for being insanely dense, hard, and heavy, making it pretty much impossible for any average recruit to even budge. Minjun strolls past Seungho, casually saying he's glad the test is this simple, which definitely bruises Seungho's ego. Seungho knows the whole thing is a dumb way to measure someone's status window, but he gets it. There's probably been plenty of frauds with mediocre abilities trying to sneak their way into the Hunter Corps, so this kind of test weeds out the fakes. Meanwhile, Seungho had heard rumors about this guy jumping 5 meters straight onto the podium, but the whole status window error thing still doesn't add up. There are a few others watching Minjun's test now, including Commander Choi and Unseo. Choi figures this guy probably showed off some crazy physical abilities to the battalion commander at the training center just to get here this fast. He also tells Unseo that Minjun's status window came up with an error. The old man's never heard of anything like that before, but he's got high hopes for this new recruit. Minjun stares at the red stone and instantly remembers it from his time in Isgard. That ridiculously heavy rock was scattered all over the dungeons there, but a chunk this size, he could move it without breaking a sweat. He hyped up, packs a punch, wondering if maybe this thing stores some demonic energy too. So, the brute winds up and smashes the entire stone into pieces in one shot. Too bad though, it turns out it's got nothing. Commander Choi and Unseo are left with their jaws on the floor in pure shock. Even Sergeant Seungho looks like his eyes might pop out, calling Minjun a straight-up crazy monster. Later, Nam In-hyuk is completely out of breath, drenched in sweat, as he drags himself up the stairs with the other recruits. Even before joining the Hunter Corps, he knew the training wasn't going to be normal, but now he's really feeling something's off. Once the training period ends, they'll be heading into real combat. But before that, they're stuck with 4 weeks of absolute hell. That means strapping on sandbags from the very first session and climbing the infamous 6,000 steps. As if things weren't already brutal, there's this devil of an instructor, Sergeant Lee Seungho, constantly breathing down their necks. He checks their finishing times. That much was expected, but this kind of crude physical training only boosts their stats a little, and it's pushing most of the recruits to the edge of collapse. Nam In-hyuk always figures Hunter Corps recruits had to endure a lot and just suck it up, but now he's not so sure about this lunatic running the show. Meanwhile, Minjun's having the time of his life, running like he's some kind of free elf. In-hyuk's starting to question whether the problem is them, not him. Minjun feels like his body is floating on air, and if he still had his demonic energy, he swears he'd be flying. Sparky actually finds this so-called hellish Hunter Corps training kind of sweet. The military uniforms look stylish compared to the rags he wore in Isgard, and the food is way better than expected. Even the schedule's a win. Once the evening roll call is done, they get actual free time and can crash for the night. Also, he heard there's a PC room right inside the facility, and it's apparently just as good as anything out in the city. As long as he follows the rules, no one's going to bother him during his free time. Though Min-jun had every intention of ditching the place if it turned out to be a drag, it turns out the Hunter Corps has everything he could ask for, including grueling drills, delicious meals, solid pay, and even time to play games. He dashes up the stairs shouting that the Hunter Corps is the best thing ever. In-hyuk, still trying to catch his breath, can't wrap his head around what kind of fuel this insane monster runs on to move like that. In a flash, Sung-ho is left completely stunned as he sees Min-jun reach the top way faster than expected. Normally, it takes about an hour for the average recruit to finish the climb, but this guy crushed it in record time. Min-jun's up there enjoying the view, dancing around Sung-ho, and reminding him of the promise he made that anyone who finishes under 30 minutes gets an outing pass. With no choice, Sung-ho hands it over while Min-jun starts plotting where he should use it. Sung-ho cracks a smile, wondering if there's ever been a recruit who got an outing pass. Still, he knows that high stats or raw strength alone aren't enough, as the real test is how fast someone can react to monsters. That's what truly matters in the Hunter Corps, and for that reason, he swears he'll be keeping a close eye on Kim Min-jun. Meanwhile, the rest of the recruits are whining, grumbling about how impossible it is to keep up with this kind of training every day. Then suddenly, In-hyuk yells out that his stats went up by 1, and the others quickly rally around to congratulate him like it's the biggest win of the day. Now everyone's caught up checking their stats, and Min-jun is straight up shocked when he sees how hyped the recruits are over just 1 stat point going up. This dude can't help but remember his brutal Isgard training under that insane warrior who forced him to earn 10 stat points a day like it was nothing. Meanwhile, one of the guys asks if Min-jun's planning to use his outing pass, but Sparky's not so sure yet. The others look at him with envy, saying they heard from another instructor that no one has ever managed to earn an outing pass from Sergeant Seung-ho until now. Suddenly, everyone starts crowding around him, throwing out questions about his workout routine and how he got so strong. Min-jun's caught off guard by the whole scene, realizing people are actually chatting and laughing with him. It's totally new. Back in Isgard as a dark mage, everyone avoided him like the plague. Just walking by him was considered bad luck. But here, it's different, and communication isn't bad as he thought. These guys are already making plans to hit the PC room later, and it gets Min-jun all excited. He's even more shocked to hear that the PC room's open at this hour. Now that's a win. While enjoying his time in the PC room, the clock hits 9, and Min-jun figures it's time to grab 2 hours of sleep. Back in Isgard, even getting 1 hour was considered a luxury, so 2 hours felt like a full-on deep sleep. With that kind of rest, he's confident he can recover just enough energy to keep grinding games every day. The others in the room are stunned, watching this absolute maniac still playing that game. Next up, the recruits are hit with another brutal drill with no extra distance this time, but they have to maintain a consistent speed. Anyone who fails to complete 40 kilometers within 2 hours doesn't get breakfast. Later on, Min-jun casually gloats about hitting 10 max levels yesterday, which ticks off In-hyuk, who's struggling to catch his breath after the drill. He's annoyed that Min-jun isn't even sweating. What gets him even more is knowing the guy played games all night and only slept 2 hours in the last 4 weeks. When someone asks him how he's still standing, Min-jun just grins and grabs everyone's attention, saying he brought enough water to share with all his comrades. The guy loses it, praising his insane stamina and calling him his dear comrade. They're practically dying to get a sip of what now feels like some kind of mythical elixir. Boys line up like baby chicks ready for Min-jun pouring a sip of water in their mouth. In the middle of their chatter, someone suddenly calls for their attention, and it's Lee, dropping the bomb that the lieutenant is seriously disappointed in all of them. It's the final week of training, and only half the recruits have managed to meet the standard. He straight up calls them the most pathetic squadron of all time. Min-jun can't help but wonder why this old guy is talking in the third person like some ancient sage. Lee doesn't stop there though. He throws shade at everyone, saying if they get deployed after training ends, half of them are heading straight for their deathbeds. That kind of mindset, according to him, is basically a one-way ticket to heaven. He boldly claims that there's no way any of them will survive the final stage of training, which is something called the dungeon assessment training. Normally, once all the monsters inside a dungeon are wiped out, the dungeon disappears. But some of them don't vanish. They turn into what's called transforming dungeons. These dungeons constantly shift their internal structure, changing layouts and environments on a regular basis. That makes them the perfect spot for trainees to get real-life dungeon experience. And that hardcore simulation is what they call the dungeon assessment training. Just hearing the name sends shivers down the recruits' spines, so they already know they're in for something brutal. With Lee cranking up the tension, he seems to enjoy it, saying recruits need to be handled like racehorses. For real discipline, you need a heavy whip to keep them in line and then toss them a carrot later. He assures them they'll make it through if they just use their brains. To sweeten the deal, he announces that the recruit with the highest score will earn a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass. The old man believes this little reward will light a fire under them and push them to work harder, asking if that news doesn't make their blood boil. But the recruits just stare at him blankly, watching him tap the stage like he's lost it, but no one responds. He's trying so hard to hype them up, but it feels like he's talking to a wall. That is until he spots one guy who actually looks thrilled by the news, and that just makes the rest of them more nervous. The next day, the whole squad shows up with their jaws on the floor, stunned by how massive the dungeon really is. Min-jun, on the other hand, couldn't care less. On the day of the dungeon assessment training, the recruits are full of nerves, wondering what kind of nightmare awaits them inside. Suddenly, a jeep rolls onto the scene, scaring the crap out of everyone. They're all thinking, why would a military truck be out here of all places? Their panic spikes when they realize the jeep is loaded with cages, and inside those cages are real monsters. With terrifying noises echoing from the cages, the recruits quickly realize they're filled with hounds that send a chill down their spines. One of them even collapses from the shock, while another is already looking for an escape route. Meanwhile, Min-jun just sees them as oversized puppies, comparing them to chihuahuas or Maltese in his head. Lee is fuming as he watches the recruits tremble at the sight of monsters they're supposed to be trained to face. He orders them to form teams of 4 and head into the transforming dungeon, where they must defeat a hound within 1 hour and return. He lays down the instructions. If they get hurt, they better work on their core strength. If they're scared, they should use their brains and fight with their spirit. Sungho steps up to announce that they'll be going in one by one, so it's time to gear up and get moving. Next up is the Hunter Corps' exclusive safety suit, the Mid-2, designed to protect the physical body during battle. Once everyone slips into the gear, they start trembling like scared chickens, wondering if anything in the world could be tougher than this armor. Meanwhile, Min-jun is silently judging the suit, thinking it's insanely uncomfortable and clearly built for defense only. He can't believe something this stiff and clunky costs around 50 million. From the smell alone, he figures these suits have been used to hell and back, soaked in everyone's passion and sweat. That's when Sparky throws out a bold question, asking if they managed to take down the hounds, which means they can ditch these suits. At first, Lieutenant Lee looks thrown off by the idea, but when he sees it's Min-jun, the #1 ranking recruit, he gives in and grants permission. Still, Lee doesn't let him off that easily. He reminds Min-jun that he's not allowed to steal the spotlight. He's expected to show real teamwork, and now, everyone's going to be watching how the top-ranked recruit handles things when it comes to taking care of others. When it comes to defeating a hound, Sparky acts like the whole thing's a walk in the park, claiming all he needs to do is tell his teammates what to do. Out of nowhere, Min-jun yells that he's got the perfect plan. 2 guys actually lean in, curious to hear him out, but then this weirdo casually drops the most brutal advice ever. Just grab the hound by the legs and snap its back in half. That should do the trick if it jumps at them. And if the beast somehow survives that, he says they should fold its back and rip it apart. After delivering that horrifying strategy, Sparky demands to know if they got it. The recruits just stand there, staring at him in stunned silence, completely speechless. Right then, Lee shouts at the sergeants to release the hounds, and Sungho pulls open the cage gates, letting the beasts loose. But instead of attacking the recruits, the menacing creatures bolt straight back into the dungeon. Min-jun casually points out that the wolves probably saw the door to their home and headed for it. Surprisingly, his logic clicks with everyone, and the recruits start praising his sharp mind for understanding the hound's psychology so fast. Out of nowhere, Lee storms over and demands to know if they really have the guts to just stand around and laugh on these holy training grounds. That roar knocks the wind out of everyone. Lee then drops the bomb that they've been selected as the first team to enter. It doesn't matter to Min-jun, but the other 3 are mentally short-circuiting from the shock, completely stunned to be thrown in first. With no time to process it, they march toward the dungeon gate. Among them, Sparky's only real motivation is getting this annoying suit off the second he finishes the kill. With that, Lee announces the start of the training, alerting the instructor team to stand by and monitor everything closely. Their job is to control the situation if things spiral out of hand and the recruits end up in real danger. Hidden from view, the instructor team keeps a sharp eye on the trainees from their cover. One of them quietly reports to Corporal Kim Ho-jun that there's only a single team of 4 entering, with no other parties involved. That's when he spots a familiar face, none other than Kim Min-jun, the recruit marked for special attention. He's the one who's been showing some seriously promising powers lately, with top-tier scores from the past 4 weeks. But the real question is whether this kid can live up to those numbers inside the chaos of a dungeon. No doubt about it, the first team is fired up and itching to go, already showing signs of impatience as they get ready to pounce. Min-jun feels like this whole thing is a breeze, thinking he could easily knock the hounds out with a quick smack to the head. But then again, if he takes them all out, the others won't get any experience, and that wouldn't be fair. He figures he's being super considerate. Right then, he alerts the group that the hounds are on the way, and sure enough, a pack of them creeps into view. His teammates are already starting to panic, but Min-jun tells them to chill since they're wearing insanely tough protective suits. He decides to take the lead, maybe to set an example. As soon as a hound lunges at him, he lands a brutal punch that drops the beast instantly. Another hound goes straight for one of the other recruits, biting his arm as the poor guy begs for help. Without wasting a second, Min-jun kicks the hound off him, killing it too. Then, like a coach mid-game, he starts schooling them, telling the group they need to fight back when the hounds bite. If they act scared, the monsters will take advantage and treat them like easy prey. He also tells them to ditch the honorifics, since they're comrades now. Honestly, he knows 2 guys would have been dead if this weren't just a training exercise. But since they've got numbers, they need to use that to their advantage and push back hard. It'll throw the hounds off and shift the fight in their favor. Now the team is taking the lead, with Minjun calling the shots, instructing them to corner the hound and wait for the right moment when it drops its guard. Meanwhile, the instructor team is watching all this unfold in disbelief, questioning if this guy is really just a recruit. They never expected to see fresh trainees launching themselves at hounds and choking out beasts like it's no big deal. Thanks to Minjun, the squad is pushing through their fear and actually fighting back. Instructors even start wondering if this lunatic might be one of those rare cases, like a Hunter Corps sergeant who somehow returned to the day before his enlistment, the kind of story they usually hear in rumors. But what stands out more than his strength is how Minjun leads the team. He's encouraging his squad, keeping them focused, and coordinating the fight with actual strategy. That leadership earns him the highest score of the group, while the rest settle for average marks. Corporal Kim Ho-jun shows up with his sidekick and officially declares the first team has passed the test. On the way out, Minjun keeps pestering Ho-jun about whether he won the vacation pass, but Ho-jun shuts him up quickly. Minjun jokes that they were probably worried sick about the team, calling the instructors a bunch of tsundere, which ticks Ho-jun off. Just then, something feels off. The ground starts rumbling. Ho-jun senses it too and immediately orders contact with the outside team. But Minjun's not even fazed. He casually points out that this isn't an earthquake, it's the dungeon itself transforming. That's when the others realize the exit route is closing right in front of them. Now that the exit is closing in on itself, the recruits are scared out of their minds, shouting and asking what's happening. Even Ho-jun's face says it all, they're in serious trouble. But Minjun already knows it's too late to leave now. The exit gate completely vanishes into thin air, leaving Ho-jun in total shock. They had made sure the transformation process only happened on a monthly cycle, so this sudden shift makes no sense. The entire internal structure of the dungeon is starting to change. To make things worse, the radio is dead, cutting off all communication. Looks like the dungeon transformed way too fast. For now, the instructor team has decided to focus on getting the recruits to safety. After finding a relatively danger-free corner, Ho-jun gathers everyone and explains that there's been an unexpected incident inside the dungeon, while his teammate stays alert, keeping watch over the surroundings. He tells the group not to worry, saying they'll wait in the current spot for an hour to see if the dungeon entrance reopens, as it says in the manual. The recruits totally buy Ho-jun's speech, relieved to think this ordeal will be over soon. They're just glad they won't be stuck here forever. To pile on the comfort, Ho-jun adds that people outside are probably already assessing the situation and preparing to send help. He also reassures them that the lieutenant will take the proper steps, so all they need to do is stay calm and wait instead of panicking. But Minjun quietly judges the corporal, not buying a word of it. He's sure they picked this place for training after thoroughly confirming there wouldn't be any unexpected surprises like this. What's even more suspicious is how the dungeon entrance that's always open just randomly closed up out of nowhere. Suddenly, Corporal Kim Ho-jun gestures to him for a private word, and Minjun calmly realizes that these guys know full well the situation's looking bad. There's no manual for stuff like this, and if the dungeon has really turned into an enclosed dungeon, then it's going to be way tougher to clear. This manaless guy still remembers seeing something like this back in Isgard, but it's not that bad, especially with him being here now. Meanwhile, Ho-jun admits this is the worst case scenario. They're definitely in an enclosed dungeon. His buddy has no clue and is freaking out, clearly not trained for this kind of mess. Then Ho-jun breaks down the 2 special cases when a dungeon entrance disappears. The first is when the dungeon dissipates naturally after being cleared, and the second is when it turns into an enclosed dungeon, where the gate vanishes the moment someone enters from the outside. Just like that, this one's sealed shut, which also means more than one monster will appear. The only way to escape now is by defeating every single monster trapped inside. Plus, Ho-jun makes it clear to his teammate that no outside help is coming. They're on their own and need to break through this mess together. With 4 recruits who have 0 real battle experience and just 2 instructors, they'll have to clear the dungeon by themselves. After Ho-jun fills everyone in on their current situation, the recruits are visibly shaken, as expected. On top of that, Ho-jun has no idea what kind of monsters are crawling through this place, so things might take a deadly turn fast. Still, they can't afford to stay put. They need to keep moving while they have the strength. He regrets that the instructors weren't geared up before diving in. They just jumped in wearing tracksuits to monitor the kids. At this rate, even a few goblins could wipe them out, considering it takes Ho-jun around 10 minutes just to kill one. Then he glances at the back and remembers the recruits are still wearing the Hunter Corps safety suits. He figures they can use those suits' defensive capabilities as part of the most realistic strategy right now. Place the recruits up front to absorb the hits while the instructors strike from behind. It's a sound plan, but the thought of using these kids as meat shields makes Ho-jun sick to his stomach. They've endured so much brutal training and trusted the instructors to protect them, and now his pride and self-respect won't let him turn those same kids into bait. While Minjun casually acts like he doesn't care, his teammates are panicking like crazy, especially since this whole disaster hits right when they're in the final week of their training. Out of nowhere, the manaless weirdo senses that something's off, and the instructor asks him what's going on. That's when Hojun suddenly starts screaming like something's choking him from the inside. His partner rushes over, ignoring Minjun's warning not to go near him, saying there's nothing he can do right now. But the guy rolls in anyway to check on Hojun, only to feel the exact same thing happening to him, and he collapses to the ground. From that point, Minjun steps up and takes control, telling the rest of the team to stay back or they'll end up just like the instructors. As he checks on the two, he figures out they've only fainted and aren't in any serious danger, for now. Well, Sparky had a hunch he smelled something familiar earlier. Right then, Minjun tosses the instructors toward the recruits, telling them to catch and keep them safe near the exit. He firmly tells them not to follow him under any circumstances. One of the recruits tries to knock some sense into him, asking what he plans to do when even the instructors have fainted, clearly shaken and begging him not to go alone. But Minjun charges deeper into the dungeon without hesitation, fully aware that the risk of death excites him, especially because this time, it's real, on Earth. Still, he's confident the real reason behind the instructors collapsing is the presence of demonic energy. It doesn't even surprise him much, knowing that even awakened instructors could pass out from exposure to something like that. Even in Isgard, people are always shielded with special protection before facing monsters laced with demonic energy. That's because this stuff is way more fatal to regular humans. But for dark mages, dark energy is like plugging in a dead phone. It's their life source. After sprinting through the dungeon for a while, Minjun finally reaches the spot where this overwhelming demonic energy is radiating from. The place is dead silent, and no monsters are in sight, but that only makes him grin. He looks up at the ceiling, knowing full well that something this nasty and soaked in darkness could never hide from a dark mage's senses. And there it is, he can feel it. He never thought he'd run into a beast like the Dark Hound here of all places. But make no mistake, this isn't just another version of the regular hounds. Despite the similar names, the Dark Hound is a completely different breed and leagues more dangerous. The first time Minjun came across one in Isgard was about a year after he got summoned. Back then, he barely made it out alive. Even the monster guides on Earth wouldn't dare go near this thing. It's that brutal. The Dark Hound lunges straight from the ceiling, but Minjun doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, almost relieved to see a familiar face. With a smirk, he thanks the beast for the meal, and the next second, he plants a mouth-shattering punch right into its face, launching the monster backward like a rag doll. The Dark Hound hits the ground hard, its face bleeding and teeth shattered, while Minjun's eyes glint with hunger for its demonic energy. Even with the satisfying blow, the scent of blood in the air is thick and sickening, but he doesn't mind. It only means the recharge is about to begin. Though the scent of blood is still sickening, the insane amount of demonic energy spilling out after the Dark Hound's death is the real deal. That's exactly why taking down a beast like this isn't easy. Its venomous blood is no joke. If an ordinary human even comes in contact with it, their skin would start to rot on the spot, but none of that applies to a dark mage. As the demonic energy flows out of the Dark Hound, Minjun absorbs it all with a smug look on his face. As Minjun absorbs the demonic energy juice, he knows all the crazy side effects that come with it don't affect a dark mage at all. The dude's thrilled to finally absorb demonic energy after such a long time, feeling like he's around 5% charged now. Still, he can't wrap his head around why something like a Dark Hound from Isgard would show up in a place like this. He figured monsters on Earth might contain some demonic energy, but seeing the instructors faint like that raises serious questions. He doubts they've ever encountered something like this before. There was never any mention of demonic energy or Dark Hounds during the monster education back at the training center, and the possibility of a Dark Hound managing dimensional travel is out of the question. Only someone like him, who's reached the peak of dark magic, could pull off something like that. Or maybe it's something only a saint who can use God's power could pull off, since it's not an ability just anyone can access. Minjun wonders if he's just overthinking this, or if this really is the first time a Dark Hound has appeared in Korea. Either way, he decides to find the core and file a report, and eventually, he does. Meanwhile, Hojun slowly opens his eyes, and the recruits are all buzzing with relief to see him regaining consciousness. They crowd around asking if he's okay, but both instructors suddenly sit up straight, scaring the life out of their juniors. Hojun immediately demands a full update, checking if anyone's hurt or if anything happened while they were out. The juniors admit they thought the two turned into zombies for a second, but assure him they're all fine. Then they mention Minjun ran deeper into the dungeon by himself. That news throws Hojun completely off, and when the recruits explain what happened after he and his partner collapsed, Hojun's face twists with rage. He's furious that Minjun acted alone in a situation this dangerous, gritting his teeth at the thought. That kind of stunt is more than enough to get someone kicked out of the program. Well, he does feel like he's in no position to criticize anyone, especially after passing out instead of protecting the juniors. But then he snaps back to reality, realizing that he has to go after Kim Minjun and bring him back. Just as he's about to make a move, one of the juniors suddenly calls out, pointing ahead. To everyone's shock, Minjun walks in like nothing happened, casually carrying the dead dark hound over his shoulder. The guy even asks if everyone's doing alright, like this is just another Tuesday. The instructors freeze, jaws practically buried in the dirt, their brains short-circuiting at the sheer size of the monster. They can't even begin to process how the hell this kid took it down alone. Without skipping a beat, Minjun drops the massive hound in front of them and tells them to check it out. The instructors take a closer look and instantly realize this beast is the real reason they passed out earlier. The recruits now understand that the hounds they fought were the baby versions, and this was the real deal. No one can believe Minjun soloed such a massive creature. Then, as if on cue, the dungeon gate flickers and reappears in the same spot. Still struggling to digest what just happened, Hojun turns to Minjun and asks if he really took it down by himself. Minjun just nods with that same annoyingly calm smile. Hojun tells his partner to escort the recruits out first, promising he'll follow right after. Then, pulling Minjun aside, he firmly asks him to report every single detail of what happened to the lieutenant. That includes how both instructors fainted and left the recruits completely on their own. Hojun knows they have no excuses, even if it means being thrown into military prison. But thanks to Minjun, everyone made it back alive without a scratch. Sparky smirks, saying Hojun is kind of embarrassing right now, but Hojun insists that a real man owns up to his mistakes. With that, he says it's time to leave this cursed place. Still, Hojun can't wrap his head around what caused him to lose consciousness, already dreading a sleepless night trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, Minjun's still stuck on the fact that he got a major compliment during his last week of training. Just as he turns to head out, a sudden system window pops up in front of his face with a message that the error has been resolved. Minjun stares at the screen, completely dumbfounded, muttering how he has no idea what this even means. He curses under his breath, calling this thing a piece of junk just like the one back in Isgard. But then the screen updates, officially labeling him as the cult founder of Luminuna is his favorite character, followed by his stats. Strength, agility, and stamina all sit at 60 and demonic energy at 10. His only listed skill is corruption, ranked at E. The numbers don't bother him much, but something about this whole setup feels incredibly off, especially the part of Luminuna in his status window. Lumi is a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, the same game he plays to kill time. Back in Isgard, when he had reached the peak of his dark magic powers and got sick of crazy fanatics trailing him everywhere, he created this joke cult around Lumi just to shake them off. Now somehow the jokes followed him here. Everyone had once begged Manold to take over the world, but to shake them off, he ended up forming Luminuna's fan club. The plan backfired spectacularly. It only created more lunatics worshipping him. Now that he's looking at his current stats, Minjun realizes just how much weaker he's become. When he first came back without any demonic energy, he figured there'd be a penalty for dimensional travel. Still, out of the endless list of skills he used to have, only one remains, and that's corruption with a super low rank. At this point, he's convinced the skill's effect might as well be a stomachache. This isn't some third-rate novel, but the absurdity of it all makes him want to throw up. There's no way he can achieve any of his goals like this. But then again, he once climbed to the top of the dark magic hierarchy in Isgard. If he did it before, he can do it again. This time, he's got a solid reason too. He needs to regain his power fast so he can help the game company that's stuck in development hell thanks to monsters. But one thing is for sure, this isn't like the time in Isgard when he had no choice but to endure. Now, he's got the game company waiting on him. That day, the entire training center was thrown into chaos when news broke that a training dungeon had sealed itself while a session was in progress. On top of that, the lieutenant hadn't issued any clear orders, and a mere recruit had taken down a newly discovered species of monster, while the instructors were caught off guard by a string of unexpected events. The recruits, who were supposed to receive their private ranks and enjoy a bit of freedom until dispatch, suddenly found themselves at the center of a storm. The juniors feel like they're cursed, with no idea when their standby status will end, and all this during the last week of training. At this point, they wouldn't even mind just sitting around and watching TV. Lee Ho-chan turns to Park Jung-won and asks if Minjun really took down that huge hound all by himself. Jung-won's still hyped, saying he first thought it was a cow because of how big it was, but yeah, Minjun wrecked it. Then they start wondering if Kim Minjun might reach the rank of sergeant within 2 years. But someone points out that the Hunter Corps' advanced exams are no joke. Most guys apparently get discharged as corporals even after serving the full 5 years. Heck, there are even some who leave at the rank of private first class. Afterward, Kim Minjun salutes as he meets Commander Choi and notices Lieutenant Lee Myongch standing in an awkward position. Choi casually asks Lee to step out, and as soon as he leaves, Choi bursts out laughing, saying the lieutenant got punished for not properly inspecting the dungeons. But cutting to the chase, Choi says there's something important they need to talk about. Since Minjun received the highest score, he's got a special proposal lined up, and asks if he's interested in hearing it. A crane in the flock of chickens is an idiom used to describe someone who stands out above the rest. Commander Choi firmly believes that Kim Minjun is anything but ordinary, and he's honestly grateful to have witnessed someone like him in his lifetime. He never imagined he'd come across a crane so exceptional that it makes even the above average look like chickens in comparison. Choi says it would be a national loss to assign this kind of talent to the regular ranks when they're in desperate need of skilled personnel. He also mentions hearing that Minjun wants to advance quickly. Normally, there's a rule that prevents privates from taking the promotional exam for at least a year, but when it comes to exceptions, that's a whole different story, and that part leaves Minjun a little stunned. That's when Commander Choi drops the bomb. He's got the authority, as the training commander, to grant Minjun that exception on one condition. He wants him to volunteer for the Hunter Corps stationed in Cheorwan, Gangwon-do. The old man even slams the table, shouting that Minjun wouldn't need to wait a whole year for a promotion if he heads there. An awkward silence settles between them. Choi starts wondering if Cheorwan might be pushing it, even for someone desperate to advance. Maybe this exception isn't enough of a carrot. Meanwhile, Minjun doesn't show a flicker of concern or interest. He's deep in thought. He recalls that Cheorwan is home to the 104th Division of the Invincible Hunter Squad, the same place his comrades warned him to avoid like the plague. The weather's brutal, snow piles up endlessly, and dungeons, along with monsters, pop up whenever they feel like it. It's labeled as one of the most extreme posts, but Minjun couldn't care less where he ends up, as long as he advances fast. That promotion exception is a golden opportunity. Besides, the place reeks of dungeons, which is actually perfect. For his plan to succeed, he needs to climb the ranks as quickly as possible. The higher the rank, the broader his range of action. Also, there's no better way to earn a promotion than by proving oneself inside the dungeons. With that, Kim Minjun gives a flat, unwavering yes, he's in. Commander Choi is shocked to his core that this guy just agreed to head straight into Cheorwan, the land of brutal cold, and did it with that kind of bold spirit. Afterward, in the parking lot, a bunch of people are gathered near the vans. Commander Choi is bawling like a baby while seeing off Kim Minjun, begging him to get in touch as soon as he reaches his base. Minjun figures this old man's being dramatic, thinking he'll be the one ghosting him. Choi swears he won't, but Minjun clearly doesn't care. Still, the commander asks if he's seriously going to Cheorwan, wanting to know why he picked the one place everyone avoids. Minjun says it's too big of a plan for the old man to wrap his head around, adding that he's got an insane goal to reach. Choi jokes if it's hitting max level 100 times, but Minjun casually tells him he just hit his 13th max level yesterday, so 100 isn't even a challenge. Choi straight up thinks this kid is nuts, and then Minjun's ride pulls away. On the road, Minjun watches the loudest guy head off to his own base and starts wondering why he's suddenly riding solo. Out of the blue, an army jeep rolls up, calling for Kim Minjun, throwing him completely off guard. Behind the wheel is a guy in black shades, Kim Minji, casually asking if the kid's been waiting long, saying the snow slowed him down. Minjun's stunned, not even realizing it had started snowing. Minji tells him to hop in the back so they can head to the squad. The lad thinks this gorilla of a guy really loves showing off. As he loads himself into the back, reality hits that he's officially about to start his life as a soldier. But one thing nags at him, which is hazing. He remembers all those TV shows where the top dog forces the newcomer to do insane stuff like finding Dragon Balls or running pointless errands. Minjun knows he doesn't have the patience to deal with that kind of crap, but figures he'll need to tough it out somehow. On the way there, Minjun realizes just how dangerous things could get if he loses his cool and punches a superior. That would be the end of his goals, and he'd be shipped off to military prison as a regular soldier. As they approach their destination, snow starts falling lightly on the van of the Invincible Hunter Corps. Arriving at Gangwon-do, Cheorwan, at the Hunter Corps 104th Division's 2nd Battalion, Minji and Minjun step inside. Minji swings open a door and shoves the newbie inside, ordering the guys there to feed him and teach him how things work. The soldiers inside are stunned since they got zero heads up. But when they see the newcomer, they burst into laughter and cheer, thrilled to have fresh meat around. As Minjun introduces himself, the squad realizes this is the very guy from the rumors, the psycho who soloed the giant hound. One dude chucks Minjun's bag at Baldy, making him responsible for unpacking his stuff. Minjun quickly takes the two loud idiots as the alphas of the dorm, standing there with big goofy grins. It's like they just discovered a new toy or something, and they're dying to know why he chose this place when his top scores could have easily landed him a rear-line post. Minjun simply thinks the front lines offer better real experience and the fastest path to advancement. The guys stare at him like he's nuts, calling him crazy. They ask if he has a sister or a girlfriend, but Minjun says he's been alone since birth. Curious to see what he's capable of, they pester him to show his talent, and Minjun figures if showing off shuts them up, it's worth it. He drops down to do one-finger push-ups, but this annoys one of the alphas, who brags that they could do that all day. The other tells Sergeant Cho to relax and let the kids show off. Then Minjun switches it up and starts doing vertical push-ups on his fingers, which leaves the room stunned. No one thought they'd ever see something that wild in real life, and they start wondering if anyone in their platoon can pull it off. That's when they remember there's a certain sergeant who can. Suddenly, a fierce-looking soldier walks in and tells Sparky to get the hell out of his way. The alphas go pale and point toward Minjun, revealing he's the one doing the vertical push-ups. That voice hits Minjun like a shockwave, and he instantly recognizes it. It's Lee Sung-ho. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho has his jaw practically hitting the floor when he spots Kim Min-jun standing there, of all places, here. Min-jun's just as thrown off, never expecting to bump into this guy either. Right away, Sergeant Cho starts roasting Sung-ho out loud, asking why he's acting all worn out when he just got dispatched as an instructor. The other guy joins in, bringing up his so-called vacation for bullying rookies, asking how many days off he scored this time. Sung-ho doesn't even bother to respond, just throws them a lazy look and says he got 4 days. That only fuels the fire, and the two start whining about how he ruined their runtime. Cho flips him off for it, calling him a big party pooper. Meanwhile, Min-jun's in the back, completely lost on what's even happening, watching this chaos unfold. Seung-ho, clearly done with them, lies down like he's clocked out for the day and starts watching a live stream of a volcanic dungeon. The feed shows scorching terrain with naturally high temperatures that deal non-stop damage. It's clear to Min-jun now that there's a massive difference in rank and experience between them. Out of nowhere, Sung-ho calls out Private First Class Lee Dong-jin and tells him to properly instruct his direct junior, who turns out to be none other than Min-jun. Dong-jin walks over, introduces himself with a friendly vibe, and suggests they talk more over food since he has a special pass to the post-exchange retail store. Min-jun's low-key shocked, didn't even realize they weren't allowed to go there on their own. As soon as they arrive, Dong-jin tells Min-jun to go ahead and grab whatever he wants inside. Sparky admits he eats a lot, but Dong-jin just waves it off and tells him to pick whatever it takes to fill him up. Min-jun thinks this guy's actually pretty nice, but the moment Dong-jin goes to pay and sees the bill hit 3,001, the man starts sweating bullets like he's just seen his bank account cry. Even the cashier jokes, asking if he's getting cold feet. While Min-jun digs into his feast, he brings up the whole retail store situation, asking why they need special passes in the first place. That's when Dong-jin explains that privates and private first-class soldiers can only use the store on weekends. He also needs to be at least a private first class to hit the gym and a corporal to use the PC rooms. Min-jun nearly choked on his Doritos when he found out they've got PC rooms here. Still, Dong-jin adds that it's just how it is, and he can't expect them to let a low-ranking private chill in a PC room, so better get used to it. Min-jun gets all fired up about changing that system, but Dong-jin tells him flat out that to even think about that, he needs to reach corporal. Then he adds his own take, saying in his opinion, a guy should be at least a sergeant before even trying for corporal. And honestly, that path's no joke. Min-jun figures out real quick that he can't just bend the rules here to suit himself. He's pretty bummed about the whole PC room restriction, and it gets him wondering if there's any shortcut to ranking up. Dong-jin, speaking from his own rough experience, admits he's failed the advancement exams so many times that he's been stuck as a private first class for the last 3 years. He calls himself pathetic, but Min-jun tells him he'll make it next time. Truth is, Min-jun actually likes Dong-jin's vibe and wants him to rise through the ranks with him so they can hit the PC room together. Right then, a big guy walks in, Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik, who spots the two of them eating and eyes the snacks. He casually asks if they're having something good. Dong-jin invites him to join, and of course the guy doesn't pass up free food. He plops down with them, grabs a handful of chips, cracks open a soda, and between bites, reassures them that he won't breathe a word about their little chat to anyone. However, Gwang-shik warns them that if they're useless during firearms training tomorrow, they might as well be dead. He makes it clear he has no intention of letting Min-jun coast through anything, and bluntly asks if the kid even knows how to shoot. Dong-jin jumps in, saying he was just about to explain how firearms training here is way different from anywhere else, but Gwang-shik isn't having it. He raises an eyebrow and asks if Dong-jin's implying he's being overly involved when the guy's supposedly doing fine. Then Gwang-shik goes in hard, roasting him. If he's so good, then why is he still stuck as a private first class? That jab gets on Min-jun's nerves, so he quietly releases a bit of his demonic energy, just enough to mess with the guy. Gwang-shik suddenly stands up, looking like something hit his stomach wrong, and starts accusing the snacks of being off. Min-jun tries not to laugh, watching the guy fumble with the chip bag, probably hunting for the expiration date. Gwang-shik, now clearly regretting his snack choices, waves them off and tells the two to get moving. At that moment, sparkly Min-jun realizes that hey, maybe the corruption skill has more day-to-day use than he thought. Meanwhile, Gwang-shik's still clueless, thinking his stomach just gave up on him out of nowhere. Next, Min-jun pulls Dong-jin's attention and asks him to break down the details of firearms training. Nice guy, always ready to help, asks if Min-jun has ever used the KX-2 with ICM bullets before. He explains that here, they use bullets even more powerful than ICMs. Those are just like ponies in comparison. The ones the Hunter Corps uses are on a whole different level, more like wild stallions, with a recoil and sound that hit like a cannon. Because of how often monsters show up, firepower is everything in this unit. Dong-jin warns that at first it might feel strange and even painful, and yeah, he's going to get yelled at during training, but he assures Min-jun that he'll get used to it in no time. The lad nods, kind of liking the whole pony to stallion metaphor. It fits perfectly. Though he remembers seeing long-range weapons in Isgard that were on the level of an elephant, the thought of a wild stallion still gets him hyped. That elephant weapon couldn't even be called a firearm. It was practically a siege weapon. So now, with the stallion comparison in mind, Minjun's all fired up for tomorrow's training. Meanwhile, Dogjin quietly wonders what's up with Sergeant Guangshik and whether his stomach has recovered. The next day at the firearms training facility, loud bangs echo non-stop as soldiers aim at moving hound targets. When it's Minjun's turn, he misses once but still lands 19 clean shots. The announcer straight up loses it, calling him out like he's a machine. Everyone stares in disbelief, watching this private put on a clinic with his aim. They start whispering that he's some kind of shooting monster. Even Sergeant Cho, who boasts his personal best of 14 hits, a score that's already considered excellent in the squad, is stunned by what he just saw. Meanwhile, 2 other big names are watching from the sidelines. 2nd Battalion's 2nd Platoon Commander, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Minchul, is frozen in shock seeing this kid rack up 19 hits. And next to him, 1st Sergeant Heo Taesok, the battalion's administration and supply officer, nods slowly, realizing the rumors about this elite private weren't just hype, they were deadly accurate. Now the Alpha of Dorms demands to know how Minjun pulled it off, but the guy just shrugs and says he followed the instructions. That nonchalant answer only ticks them off more. Out of nowhere, Kim Minji steps in, praising Minjun and telling him to keep showing his best. Minji even mentions he's looking forward to seeing Minjun's performance this afternoon in the special firearms training. Sergeant Cho can't handle it, fuming at the idea of this newbie even trying the special training, while his buddy throws shade at Minji, accusing him of favoritism. The other guys start whispering that Minjun's so good, he probably would have landed another vacation if he had hit all 20. Meanwhile, the heavy shooter of the group turns to Dongjin, demanding to know what's so special about this elite training. Dongjin is still reeling from how this so-called newbie turned out to be a straight-up first-class marksman. He explains that rookies usually aren't allowed in that training, since it uses improved conventional munitions bullets, basically the big guns. Nice Guy assures them he'll explain it more later, and that Minjun will get a proper briefing anyway. The program runs with 2-person teams entering a facility filled with monsters they have to eliminate on the way to the endpoint. While the monsters aren't high-level threats, the catch is that they're fast-moving targets, and they'll fight back. On top of that, civilian plates pop up unexpectedly, and hitting even one of those counts as a massive failure. Dongjin adds that the whole thing is monitored and controlled by the executives, so there's no real danger, but it does simulate an actual combat scenario. The mention of real monster targets makes Minjun's heart race. This is exactly the kind of action he signed up for. At the mess hall, the feast kicks off, and all the soldiers dive in like they haven't eaten in days. While digging into his plate, Minjun compliments Dongjin for landing 13 shots in a row, but Dongjin's still in disbelief over the newbie nailing 19. Nice Guy turns a bit red, brushing it off by saying he's not that great, just had some experience. He then points out that Sergeant Lee Seung-ho is the real monster around here, consistently hitting 17 shots on average, making him the top shooter in the squad. That little detail hits Minjun. If the numbers are right, then he's now officially the #1 shooter in the unit. Dongjin has no doubt in his mind that Minjun's going to crush it in the special firearms training too. Curious about the upcoming 2-person team setup, Minjun asks if Dongjin's going to be his partner. But Dongjin explains that the teams are picked by the executives, so there's no telling who'll be paired up with whom. When asked, the criteria for assigning team members are handled through a thorough ladder lottery. At the special firearms shooting range, the squad is given 5 minutes to gear up before training kicks off. Out of nowhere, Guangshik bellows that he's been paired up with the newbie, claiming it's going to be a massive mismatch because a sergeant and a private are worlds apart. Minjun sees this loudmouth as his partner now, and by the looks of it, the guy hasn't learned a thing, still stuck in hazing mode. This loafer smugly tells Minjun that the average finish time in their squad is 3 minutes. Then this creeper throws in a warning, saying if Minjun doesn't finish under that time, he'll regret it. Minjun doesn't say a word, which makes Guangshik assume the rookie's confidence is shot. He even mocks him, calling the 19 hits from earlier just dumb luck. Minjun pegs him as a lost cause but still calmly says he'll do his best. Guangshik doesn't let up, saying if the newbie finishes slower than him, he's dead meat. After that, he tells Minjun to keep an eye on the team ahead of them and learn how the whole thing works. Kim Minji locks in the first round of shooters. That includes Lane 1's Sergeant Kim Moongi and Lane 2's Sergeant Jong Han-young. Both are ready to roll, stepping into their individual elevators and descending into the underground facility, officially starting the training. The setup is supposed to be tactical monster elimination while protecting civilian plates inside an enclosed area. But let's be real, it's basically turned into a competition between troops. The main goal is to get through the course as fast as possible and slam that red button before the other guy does. The monster icons vary in size based on how dangerous the creature is. The nastier the monster, the bigger the icon. Guangshik casually tells Minjun this should give him a pretty solid idea of what he's stepping into. Each lane has 2 monsters, and since the encounters are totally random, no one knows what they're up against until they're face to face. Inside, a massive rake toad lunges at Moongi, trying to swallow him whole. Minjun notices Moongi had a faster start on lane 1, but with that kind of monster in his path, the poor guy might lose his lead. Meanwhile, on lane 2, Han-young starts off by taking down a monster rat, thinking it's going to be a smooth run. But right as he speeds up, a giant worm slithers in and blocks him off completely. Moongi, on the other hand, is losing it in full rage mode and straight up butchers both rake toads like a beast. The dude figures the other guy must have already wrapped things up since those rake toads caused enough chaos, but turns out it's the other way around. Moongi bolts to the red button and slams it, declaring his win with a time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Everyone around erupts in cheers, while they start talking about Hanyung's awful luck for pulling a desert worm. Moongi doesn't waste a second before teasing Hanyung, saying that at that pace, he's better off not defending the nation at all. He also reminds him it's his treat at the store now. Hanyung grits his teeth and mutters that Moongi just got lucky. But Moongi saw everything and points out that Hanyung even shot a civilian plate, so he would have been disqualified anyway. While those two keep bickering, Guangxik notices the bet they had going on, which sparks an idea in Minjun's head. He suggests making a bet too, where the loser has to grant the winner's wish like a real man. Guangxik laughs in his face, thinking this newbie got cocky just because the seniors have been a little soft on him. Still, the big gorilla agrees but says he's got no real wish that a private like Minjun could actually grant. Instead, he jokes he'd rather just get his salary for the next 3 months. Minjun pegs him for a simple money-hungry guy, but locks in the bet anyway. Dongjin, on the side, is getting more nervous by the second. Kim Minji calls the next group in, and Minjun steps up to face off against Guangxik as they descend into the facility. Minjun's already kicking himself for falling for that cheap provocation, knowing it's usually best not to draw attention. Still, he just can't sit still when someone pokes at him. Outside, the crowd is buzzing, hyped to see a sergeant actually make a bet with a private during training. Some even joke about whether Guangxik will have to jump in and save the newbie from a monster. Then out of nowhere, a sudden tremor hits, rattling everyone to their core. Heads whip around, but nobody has a clue what's going on. Back underground, Minjun freezes for a second, confused by the shaking. His eyes widen when he catches sight of a monstrous one-eyed freak chomping down on a rat like it's popcorn, and the sight instantly gives him the ick. The Cyclops casually tosses the half-eaten rat aside like trash and turns its hungry gaze toward its next meal, Minjun. The guy lets out an internal sigh, thinking this is such a drag. He remembers his dinner plans were fried chicken tonight, which means he better wrap this mess up fast. Still, he hesitates for a second, thinking it would suck to accidentally shoot the wrong target and hit a civilian plate if he got careless. Just as the monster charges in to start something, Minjun wonders why this cranky monster is going berserk like that. The fight kicks off for real, and Minjun shifts into serious mode, pouring his demonic energy into every attack. One solid punch to the gut stuns the monster enough to calm it for a moment, and Minjun figures all that's left is to finish the job with a shot. But then, right before his eyes, he sees something wild. The monster's torn-up hand regenerates in seconds. Meanwhile, the others nearby are losing it, asking if the newbie's actually out there fighting something. They're trying to figure out if there was an accident. Kim Minji's brain is on the verge of meltdown as he realizes exactly what's going on. The newbie is battling a Cyclops that managed to break free from the second lane. Not just any Cyclops either. That thing is the devouring demon. After absorbing energy, the Cyclops' regeneration and attack power ramp up insanely fast until the digestion phase ends. But something feels totally off. This kind of monster usually won't lash out unless it's backed into a corner. What's weirder is how it went berserk after eating another monster. The whole thing makes zero sense. This meathead shouldn't be losing it like this. Meanwhile, Minjun is deep in the brawl, trading blows with the beast like it's just another Tuesday. The dude knows full well this should have just been standard firearms training, not a live boss battle. Still, he doesn't hold back. He unloads a barrage of bullets right into the monster's skull, relentless with his aim. A few well-placed shots tear through its eye, and Minjun notices something. The eye regenerates way slower than the rest. That's his opening. He keeps moving like a ghost, dodging every swing with sharp reflexes. But even blind, the Cyclops' attack speed doesn't drop. That's the real freaky part. Minjun's dodging like a pro, but the monster still tracks him, not by sight. He starts thinking maybe it's picking up on sound or scent, or worse, maybe it's reacting to his demonic energy. That could be the trigger. Back on the sidelines, Kim Minji, fully loaded and suited up, watches the chaos unfold with a growing sense of guilt. He can't figure out how things escalated like this, but he blames himself for the screw-up. No regular private should be facing off against an energy-fueled Cyclops. Even armed, that's a suicide mission. Deep down, all Minji can do is hope Minjun survives long enough. Praying that the rookie can just hang in there, Minji takes off, rushing in with everything he's got to back him up. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Guangxik is sprinting toward the button, confident he'd clock in at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He is full of himself, thinking Minjun could never keep up with his speed and had probably already failed, just like he expected. He even joked to himself about spending the brat's salary during vacation. This prick is having a laugh here. But when Corporal Kim Guangxik arrives at the destination, his face goes really pale to see the brat casually standing beside the button. Minjun gives a look to Sergeant Guangxik and laughs at his face with a mug, calmly pressing the red button. That stunt took the light out of Guangxik's face, who is sweating like crazy to lose a bet from a brat. Minji has no words when he finally arrives at the scene. The Cyclops is dead, and he can't figure out how Minjun possibly managed to shoot to make it end like this. Back there, everyone's going bonkers to hear that the so-called newbie finished in less than 2 minutes. They can't believe Minjun just took down a fully fed Cyclops all by himself, especially since everyone thought it had to be some kind of fluke. Dongjin eyes him with concern, asking if he's hurt or feeling off in any way, but Minjun answers calmly, saying he's totally fine. With that, Dongjin's tension eases a bit, and he asks Minjun how he managed to take down the Cyclops. Minjun flashes a grin and says it's all thanks to his training. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Gwangshik watches the whole scene unfold with burning frustration. One of the guys suddenly brings up the bet they had made, pointing out that the newbie actually won. Gwangshik smacks the guy from behind and snaps, asking if he's got a death wish. He yells that the situation wasn't fair, so the bet doesn't count. There's no way the rookie could have finished faster than him. Gwangshik insists that during special firearms training, each soldier is supposed to defeat 2 monsters before reaching the endpoint, and he did just that. According to him, the newbie only defeated 1, so the win doesn't count. Gwangshik keeps going on about how unfair it all is, claiming that if he had only faced 1 monster like Minjun, he would have finished way faster. He starts yelling at Dongjin, demanding to know if this isn't obviously biased. He pushes harder, even going as far as threatening him to speak up. Dongjin pauses, clearly annoyed, while Minjun watches the whole mess unfold. To him, Gwangshik seems like the absolute worst to Minjun. Sure, the whole situation was unpredictable, and even though Minjun took the monster down with his bare hands, he hadn't been planning to hold on to the win or rub it in anyone's face. He was ready to let the bet slide, but seeing how Gwangshik's acting now, he's stunned and completely disgusted. The lad had plans to even forget about the bet too, but he couldn't understand why this punk was taking it out on the private first-class Dongjin instead of him. As the tension builds, Sergeant Lee Sungho steps in and shuts it all down. He tells Corporal Gwangshik to be ashamed of himself, pointing out that the newbie took the biggest risk of anyone there. Sungho explains that Cyclops monsters are usually passive, but once they go berserk, they're on a whole different level of danger. He makes it clear that everyone saw Minjun deal with something way more intense than what Gwangshik faced. Then, he calls him out for rubbing it in when everyone knows the truth. That catches the whole crowd off guard. No one expected Sungho to step into this mess. Gwangshik fires back, asking if Sungho's just trying to show off in front of his juniors, but Sungho shuts him down again, saying Gwangshik's the one looking desperate right now. Gwangshik tries to brush it off, telling Sungho to stop embarrassing him in front of the juniors and saying he was only joking. But Sergeant Sungho shoots back, asking if everything that doesn't go Gwangshik's way is always just a joke. He adds with a smug look that it's funny how getting a higher rank suddenly makes all the stubborn mules who used to boss you around start acting really obedient. That line hits hard. Gwangshik looks visibly ashamed, unable to come up with a comeback, which satisfies Minjun for sure. While Corporal Kim Gwangshik stands there in shame, Sergeant Sungho asks if he's got anything else to say. Like a nervous wreck, Gwangshik mumbles that it's nothing. Sungho just nods, saying it's better that way. Later, during their evening stroll, Kim Minjun and Dongjin talk about how Sergeant Lee Seungho had once received a rare 2-rank promotion, a special case awarded to someone who scored the highest in the advancement exams. It used to be a legitimate path, but the system was scrapped after a staff sergeant, who'd received the same kind of fast-track promotion, caused a major accident in a dungeon. Sergeant Sungho ended up being one of the last people ever granted that kind of jump. Minjun asks if there's really no way to get a special advancement anymore, and Dongjin replies that while there are still exceptions, like rescuing a civilian during an emergency or pulling off something remarkable during a monster hunt, those situations are extremely subjective. He explains it's better to assume the rule doesn't actually exist, since barely any hunters have advanced through it. Minjun takes that as a hint that, in the end, the commander probably has the final say. The guy's clearly desperate for advancement, though it's not like he's wishing for civilians to end up in danger. Still, what puzzles him more is how strangely quiet this place is, considering it's supposed to be overrun with monsters wreaking havoc every day, the kind that wiped out the entire North Korean army. Minjun keeps thinking that 2 days is more than enough. He's already itching to advance, even as a private. Dongjin tells him he's doing great and will be promoted soon, then asks if he's even paying attention. Right then, Minjun wishes a gate would just appear out of nowhere. A sudden announcement blares from the command and control center's speaker system. It's an emergency alert that a swarm of middle bats is creeping at the oil reserve, and all available hunters are ordered to respond immediately and install the protective shield without delay. The announcement keeps repeating, grabbing both Dongjin and Minjun's attention. Minjun's eyes light up in excitement as Dongjin tells him to hurry up. Middle bats are bat-type monsters about the size of children, known to live in colonies. While they're not especially threatening one-on-one, they're fast as hell and have the ability to spit fireballs. That makes them especially dangerous around something like an oil reserve. If not handled fast, the whole military base could go up in flames. Meanwhile, 2 hunters already stationed at the reserve are locked and loaded, scanning the skies and counting the bats, wondering how the hell these things managed to show up here of all places. One of the hunters warns the other not to fire anywhere near the oil reserve, asking what they'd do if the bats went wild and triggered an explosion. The other argues they can't just stand by and do nothing, but his partner insists they should wait and monitor the situation for now. The report's already been sent in, and someone's bound to show up soon to install the protective shield. Still, both of them are visibly on edge, uneasy about the risk. Just imagining what could happen if those bats spit fireballs before the shield goes up is enough to make their blood run cold. They keep debating what to do, still confused about why the bats showed up at the oil reserve in the first place. Just then, Minjun appears and casually announces that he'll draw the bats' attention. Both hunters freeze in shock, knowing that he's a newbie from the second company, and they have no clue what he's planning to do without any equipment. But Minjun brushes them off, saying he doesn't have time for gear when his precious guests, the monsters that are going to help him advance, are already here. He's fully ready to earn the title of the private who single-handedly stops an emergency that could have taken out the entire military camp. And best of all, he gets to hog every last bit of experience for himself. As expected, this cocky brat realizes the bats are reacting to his demonic energy, and now they're all his. On the other hand, the hunters nearby are scrambling to set up the equipment and make sure nothing gets damaged. But as soon as they catch sight of Minjun out in the open, they stop in shock. Sergeant Seung-ho sees them spacing out and yells at them to get moving and finish installing the shield. The hunters stammer, pointing at Minjun who's already out there fighting. That only makes Seung-ho angrier. He snaps that Minjun is doing all the heavy lifting while they're just standing there gawking. The hunters quickly apologize and jump back into action. Minjun thinks it's taking way too long since he has to rip the bats apart one by one. Sergeant Seung-ho comes running over, shouting at him to lower his stance and fall back, demanding to know what he's doing out there without even a bulletproof vest. But Minjun isn't backing down. He's convinced this fight is all his, and he's not about to hand it over. Then his eyes land on the electric fly swatter in Seung-ho's hand, and he lights up with excitement. Right then, Seung-ho suddenly drops to his knees, clutching his stomach as it acts up. Minjun asks if he's okay, and the sergeant barely manages a reply that he is. Minjun takes that moment to ask for the electric fly swatter, but Seung-ho refuses, telling him again to fall back. Minjun just grins and tells him not to worry, promising he'll be back in a jiffy after taking care of the bats. The moment he grabs the swatter, his face lights up like a kid on Christmas morning, and he dives straight back into the fight. Seung-ho watches in disbelief as Minjun begins overpowering the middle bats with ease, swinging the swatter like it's a legendary weapon. Suddenly, one of the bats spits out a fireball and everyone nearby freezes in fear. Without hesitation, Sergeant Seung-ho commands everyone to open fire, saying he'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. But Minjun stares the bat down and roasts it, saying, if the bat has no idea what happens when it plays with fire, then it's about to get burned. Everyone is stunned by how high Minjun just jumped, wondering how on earth he managed something like that. A few hunters announce that the protective shield has been activated and remind everyone to secure all the cables. They're still asking how much longer it'll take to gather all the middle bat corpses. Sergeant Seung-ho salutes his superior, who responds with a nod, saying they've done a good job. He then asks if they've figured out where the bats came from, especially since none of them showed up on the radar. The commander looks around and asks who managed to roast the bats so thoroughly and how many there were. Seung-ho answers that there were 30 in total, and admits he is also wondering where the commander had been during the chaos. The operations officer on duty, Captain Song Junshik, explains that the battalion commander is supposed to be arriving shortly. Even though the guy doesn't specialize in combat, it's still not okay for an awakened executive to be completely absent during a full-blown emergency and only appear once everything is wrapped up. Seung-ho figures he was probably just lounging in the control center, watching the monster radar the entire time. Junshik asks Sergeant Seung-ho if he's the one who roasted all the bats and says he'll report it to the battalion commander. Seung-ho quickly replies that it wasn't him. When Junshik follows up, asking if there's anyone else in the battalion skilled enough to pull that off with an electric baton, Seung-ho explains that it wasn't just about the ones taken down with the baton. Every single one of the 30 bats was defeated by the same person. He tells Junshik to make sure that's what gets reported. Junshik is stunned, asking again for clarification, since all the other executives were off duty. If it wasn't Seung-ho, then who could it possibly be? Just then, Minjun strolls over, salutes Seung-ho, and casually hands back the electric baton he had borrowed. He then asks with a grin if that thing happens to be expensive. The next day in the battalion commander's office, Sergeant Seung-ho is questioning Minjun, asking if he's someone who has re-enlisted. Minjun shakes his head and says no. Then Seung-ho asks if he's a regressor or something, and again, Minjun denies it. Seung-ho sighs and tells him not to pull any reckless stunts like he did yesterday ever again. He warns that while he might have gotten lucky this time, a hunter can never predict what might happen next. Minjun, thinking to himself that it wasn't luck at all, decides it's best to keep his mouth shut. Seung-ho explains that, as he probably knows, the Hunter Corps is a special unit, and everything about it is different, starting with the size of the divisions, which only consist of 4 battalions. Even those battalions have way fewer troops than regular military units. Minjun thinks to himself that obviously that's the case, since not all awakened keep re-enlisting, but he still doesn't understand why Sung-ho is bringing it up. That's when Sung-ho asks if he knows how all of this is possible. Min-jun stares back, completely clueless. Sergeant Sung-ho says that every single person in the Hunter Corps is awakened. While not everyone is out there fighting, quite a few officers specialize in areas like administration, monster theory, tactics, and weapons research. But they're all awakened too. The dude explains that in the Hunter Corps, advancement is based purely on accomplishments and talent. Meanwhile, Min-jun is thinking that they called him into the battalion commander's office first thing in the morning, so he figured there'd be some good news. But now he just feels annoyed. It's more like an info session, and he should have known better than to get his hopes up. Sung-ho looks at him and asks if he was expecting something just because he got called in. Then he tells the lad to stay focused, adding that today, the hunter who has defeated the most monsters in the 104th Division will be visiting their battalion. A car full of tough-looking men pulls up at the Hunter Corps base, and Colonel Lee Junbyom, the 2nd Battalion commander, steps forward to salute the arriving guests. Standing beside him are Captain Seo Jung-woon, the 2nd Battalion's 2nd commander, Captain Song Junshik, the operations officer, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Cholman, the 2nd platoon commander, and Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, the 2nd squad leader. All of them stand tall, sharp, and fully focused. Seo walks up and shakes hands with Sergeant Sung-ho, saying he's heard about how calmly he handled yesterday's incident. He praises Seung-ho's work, and Seung-ho respectfully thanks him for the acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is sizing up Seo, thinking he definitely gives off a commanding presence, and now he's really curious just how strong a 2-star officer from the Hunter Corps must be. Seo then turns his attention to Min-jun and asks if he's the one. Min-jun confirms, and as Seo shakes his hand, Min-jun instantly feels the insane strength in his grip, leaving him stunned. Then the big guy casually starts patting Min-jun's back like he's his favorite puppy, telling everyone to relax and ease up. Seo tells everyone to stand at ease and asks if they've pinpointed the location of the gate the middle bats came from. Sergeant Sung-ho reports that it's on a hill about 1.2 kilometers north of the battalion. The dude explains that the area is currently off limits and they're working on identifying the gate's rank. Seo instructs him to report directly to the division commander's office once they have confirmation. Next, this guy asks if there was an issue with the radar. Captain Junshik responds that the alarm didn't trigger until the bats were practically on top of the battalion. He adds that it doesn't look like a mechanical failure, but they're checking for possible blind spots. Seo says that if it isn't a malfunction, then the problem might have been the sheer number of monsters slipping through, and orders them to inform the Divisional Ordnance Office and install 2 additional radars. The officer gives a sharp yes, while the atmosphere stays tensed up and quiet. From there on, Seo turns to Min-jun, acknowledging his courage and fast reaction during the incident, but reminds him to be more careful next time, and at the very least, not to forget his equipment. Min-jun apologizes politely, though in his head, he's thinking that if he had brought gear with him, the entire battalion might have gone up in flames. But Seo tells him not to apologize, saying he's just joking, then asks if it's true that Min-jun took out 30 middle bats all on his own. Min-jun nods and confirms he did. Seo praises him, saying that if he hadn't acted so quickly, the oil reserve could have gone up in flames. Everyone standing there stays tense, unsure of what's coming next. Then Seo announces that Min-jun has a gift from the division commander and congratulates him on his advancement. He explains that normally, there would be a lot of red tape to get through, but when a soldier achieves something outstanding, they deserve to be rewarded right away. Sparky thanks him sincerely. Seo then orders Sung-ho to immediately grant Min-jun a 3-day, 2-night vacation. Sung-ho agrees without hesitation. The brat lights up. He expected to advance eventually, but he never imagined it would happen this fast. And now a vacation too. Suddenly, military life doesn't seem so bad. As they walk together, Kim compliments Min-jun for doing a great job and mentions that he hasn't even had a proper conversation with him since his recent transfer, yet Min-jun has already made such a big impact. He adds that thanks to Min-jun's actions, even he ended up receiving a commendation. Min-jun thanks him, and Kim asks if it's his first time going home since enlisting and what he plans to do outside. Min-jun lights up with excitement and says he's obviously going to play Dungeon Power Fighter at the PC room. He figures that even if he goes home, he'll just end up in a restricted area with no internet, so he might as well spend the next 3 days and 2 nights gaming instead of wasting time on travel. He arrives at the PC room where 2 guys nearby are deep in conversation. The big guy asks the cranky dude if he went there again, and the cranky guy groans, telling him not to even bring it up. He complains that the soldiers are so stingy. It's not like he was planning to go inside the cave. He just wanted to pick some pine mushrooms in the area. He says he already got permission from the mountain's owner and even deposited the money, so he doesn't get why they're stopping him. The big guy replies that Chang Xian went there before the area was completely restricted and came back saying the whole mountain reeked of something toxic. He adds that he had a headache for days afterward, so if this lad plans on heading back, he's definitely asking for trouble. The dimwit in the green cap says he'll just go there with a mask or something. Suddenly, Min-jun asks where that place is, which surprises both of them. They end up giving him a ride to Hwacheon, and Min-jun thanks them for it. They tell him they can't go any further, or the soldiers will stop them, and ask if he can handle whatever's going on up on that mountain. Minjun tells them not to worry. The restriction will be lifted by tomorrow, so they'll be able to head back to the mountain soon. The guys tell him to be careful, and not to mention their names if anyone asks. Minjun assures them he won't. As he walks, he thinks about how he ended up coming to Hwacheon instead of spending his vacation at a PC room. That's when he catches a familiar scent. It's demonic energy. Minjun notices the security near the entrance to the mountain is pretty tight, but surprisingly loose closer to the dungeon itself. In that case, he figures it's better to avoid drawing attention to himself, especially since he's still just a private. The soldiers at the cave entrance suddenly get stomachaches from all the purple smoke Minjun is leaking, which is enough to corrupt them. One of them says he'll try to hold it in, but quickly gives up, apologizing and admitting he just can't control it. He tells the other soldier that no one's going to show up here anyway, so they can take care of their business and be back in a few minutes. It'll be fine. The other guy agrees. Kim Minjun sees the perfect opportunity and slips into the cave. The lad doesn't sense any monsters inside, but the demonic energy feels unusually dense. Still, he doesn't really care, so he rushes inside. His demonic energy stat begins to rise by 1 point, and he's shocked at how steadily it increases. The dude keeps crawling into this toxic place. Once it hits the threshold, his corruption skill automatically enhances, and he even unlocks a new skill called Nightwalker. Minjun feels lucky, finally starting to resemble Luminuna, his favorite character and the cult founder he once modeled himself after. With 60 strength, 60 agility, 60 stamina, and 15 demonic energy, things are looking up. Now equipped with 2 skills, Corruption and Nightwalker, the lad's genuinely thrilled to gain free demonic energy and a practical ability. Nightwalker summons a familiar formed from shadow, something he relied on often back in Isgard. That sneaky little bastard is a specialist in assassinations, thriving in the dark and staying hidden. Sure, it constantly drains his demonic energy, but it's more than worth the cost. But when he activates it with a simple emerge, disappointment hits. The familiar looks pitiful, like it might fall apart if the sun so much as glances its way. Minjun wonders if it's the side effect of dimensional travel, or just his low demonic energy stat dragging things down. Still, after a moment, he reconsiders. The tiny, withered form isn't useless. In fact, its small size makes it perfect for slipping into shadows and staying unnoticed. It may not be flashy, but in stealth, it's already earning its keep. Kim Minjun salutes and says he's back from vacation. Everyone around stares in surprise, asking if he's really the hunter who advanced faster than anyone in history. Someone else chimes in, asking if it's true that the division commander personally gave him a vacation and handed him his badge. Minjun nods, confirming it all. Then this bunch starts praising him, clearly impressed. The kid just shrugs it off, then spots Dongjin and casually hands him a bottle of moisturizer, saying he brought it for him. Dongjin smiles and replies that he didn't need to go through the trouble, but thanks him. That's when Kim Gwangshik strolls over, grinning, and cracks a joke about their touchy friendship, saying it's not like Minjun got deployed overseas or something. He asks if Minjun brought the Maxim he asked for, and Sparky tosses it to him without missing a beat. Minjun and Dongjin keep chatting, and Dongjin teases that he'll have to start using honorifics if Minjun makes it to corporal. Sparky shoots back with a confident grin, saying there's no if about it. Then Sergeant Cho, the red-haired loudmouth, says he happened to see the list of candidates for the advancement exam when he was passing by admin, and Minjun's name was on it. Sergeant Kim, the guy in the blue jacket, is shocked, pointing out that the application deadline passed before Minjun even transferred there. Cho raises an eyebrow, wondering if the division commander pulled strings to push it through, because there's no other explanation for the timing. Sergeant Kim says there's no way it's possible since it hasn't even been a year since Minjun enlisted, so technically, he shouldn't even qualify. The guys around start murmuring, surprised that the so-called newbie of the unit is about to take the advancement exams. They wonder if that's even allowed. But then someone points out that since Sparky's now a private first class, he's technically not the youngest anymore. Minjun casually tells them that the training commander gave him a special offer. That stuns the whole group. Sergeant Cho squints at him and asks if he seriously came all the way to the front lines just so he could start taking advancement exams a year early, calling him a complete madman. The red-haired loudmouth isn't joking either. Sergeant Kim adds that since Minjun's already promoted to private first class, his eyes are clearly set on corporal now. He shakes his head and says if the kid actually passes, then he's 100% crazy. The room bursts into laughter. Sergeant Kim goes on to mention that the candidates taking the advancement exams this Saturday have orientation and specialty weapons training starting tomorrow, so Sparky better be ready to suffer a bit. Sergeant Cho chuckles on his way out, telling kids to have fun. He and Sergeant Kim leave together, still chatting and laughing as they go. Sergeant Cho asks Sergeant Kim if he's not taking the advancement exam himself, and Kim just shrugs, saying there's no reason for him to stay in the army any longer. Meanwhile, Sparky is deep in thought, wondering about the specialty weapons training. He's curious if it involves anything beyond the standard firearms. At the Hunter Advancement Examination Orientation, the officer at the front tells everyone to quiet down and pay attention. He says they're going to run through a quick orientation for the exams scheduled tomorrow. For those who've taken it before, he warns them not to tune out just because they know the drill. He wants everyone focused for the sake of the first-timers. The officer then explains that the Hunter Corps Advancement Exam is made up of two main parts, a written test and a practical test. He reassures them that the written portion is basic, even easier than a driving test. Minjun tunes out that part immediately. His eyes are set on the practical section, which includes a stat test, specialty weapons proficiency, and monster handling ability. In his head, he already considers passing a done deal. But now he's thinking, if he gets perfect scores, there will be any perks or something. That thought alone gets him to straighten up. Maybe it's time to stop cruising and start taking this a bit more seriously. Coach announces that they're starting specialty weapons training. Everyone gathers and stands at attention on the field as he instructs the privates and private first classes to pick only swords. Then, he turns to the corporals and tells them to grab their personal weapons and head farther down the field for separate training, warning them that if he catches anyone slacking off, they're as good as dead. Furthermore, he explains that he'll be teaching the basics of swordsmanship according to the Hunter Corps Combat Manual, but he also makes it clear that just blindly following the manual won't do them much good. Instead, he encourages them to use the Corps' techniques as a foundation and build their own unique fighting style from there. Everyone shouts back, claiming they are on board. He stresses that the basics matter more than anything else, so they better keep their eyes on him and focus. Minjun immediately sees why this is called specialty weapons training, because going into battle with only rifles would be straight up dumb. As everyone starts swinging their swords, he quietly compares their moves with what he learned back in Isgard. Honestly, the swordsmanship there might be better, depending on how it's applied. Minjun starts practicing, and just like that, jaws start dropping. His movements are sharp, clean, and precise, so much so that the others can't believe their eyes. Coach tells everyone to stop and calls Kim Minjun up to the podium. Facing the group, he points out that most of their sword movements still look stiff and disconnected. He tells them to take notes from Private First Class Kim Minjun. The whole squad tightens up, eyes locked on him as Minjun steps forward and runs through the sword forms again, each swing cleaner and more precise than the last. Eventually, Minjun gets tired and drops into a seat, wondering why he's the one putting on a performance when he's not even the training officer. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, grumbling to himself about how hot it is, and questioning whether it's actually going to snow like the forecast promised. Surha walks over, praises him for nailing the routine, and casually hands him a sealed packet, telling him to eat it when he's alone. Minjun stares at it, confused, wondering what kind of guy just walks around with random stuff like that in his pocket. Right then, Dongjin approaches, complimenting Minjun's form and asking if he can take a closer look at it during the break. Minjun's caught a little off guard. He didn't expect that kind of request. Dongjin adds that he knows it's Minjun's first time officially training with them, and it's obvious the sword is his specialty weapon. But for him, fighting monsters with it has never felt natural. He politely asks again if he can study Minjun's movements for a while. Minjun replies that if Dongjin needs his help, he can take as many looks as he wants. As he watches Dongjin move through the sword forms, Minjun notices right away, this guy's been training seriously. His technique is solid, following the standard form of Hunter Corps swordsmanship to the letter. The issue isn't his movements, it's his confidence. And that, well, happens to be Minjun's specialty. He thinks to himself that it's not time yet, but when the moment comes, he's going to turn Dongjin into a top-tier hunter. It's Saturday, the day of the advancement examination. Around the area, things are still pretty chill. Two weirdos are busy watching some girl group's music video like it's the highlight of their week. A group of guys are into a heated basketball match, and off to the side, one guy's locked in, laser-focused on a game of Go. Then suddenly, the school speakers crackle to life with an announcement from the administration office. It calls for all hunters scheduled for the advancement exams to head straight to the military training ground. The message keeps looping, growing more urgent, and as it echoes through the area, everyone freezes. Eyes widen and hearts pick up pace. It's finally happening. They all know what this means. It's time to try and level up. It's time to become a corporal, and Minjun gives a smile that the time has come. On a bright sunny day, the hunters gathered at the training grounds, and soon after, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Cheolman of the 2nd Battalion stepped forward. He introduced himself as their guide for the day and added with a dry smile that he hoped they'd actually bother to listen to him. He, wasting no time, calls for a head count and told each company to report their numbers. Just then, a bus rolled up, and Kim Cheolman instructed everyone to board in an orderly manner. Once they were all on board, he reminded them of what they already knew. The advancement exams would be held at the 105th Division, which meant they'd be heading to Gapyeong, where the division was stationed. Before taking his seat, he added one last piece of advice. Review the practice questions while on the road. On the bus, it's pure chaos, packed wall to wall with confused weirdos and jittery hunters. Some of them were chatting about how the 4th Battalion would be joining the advancement exams today, and one guy immediately perked up, asking if that meant girls would be there. His whole mood lit up as he started going on about how he was finally going to show off his years of practice and weapons proficiency just to impress them. Both of them got all hyped and fired up about scoring phone numbers. One guy came fully loaded with cheesy tricks to impress girls, even though getting their number was bound to be a struggle. Kim Min-jun's fired up and ready to go all in. After a bumpy ride full of dumb conversations and sky-high delusions, they finally rolled into the 105th Division base in Gapyeong, Gyeonggi-do. Once there, they were ushered into Written Examination Room 7, where the hunters took their seats and got ready to face the test. Invigilator Kang stepped up and announced the results, saying everyone had passed the written exam, except for Cho Jong-wook from the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division. All the other hunters were told to head to the practical examination room right away. Cho Jong-wook stood frozen, clearly stressed out as the others filed out around him. As soon as the room emptied, Kang let loose, yelling at him for failing an exam that's supposedly easier than getting a driver's license. He called him a fool, and his voice rang loud enough to echo through the hallway. Outside, the hunters burst into laughter at the brutal scolding. Min-jun stood there with a satisfied grin while the rest cracked up, and among them, the woman named Sun Yoon-seo quietly watched the group go. Over in the practical exam room, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Cheolju, the official in charge of the entire advancement process, addressed the gathered hunters. He welcomed both the examinees and the examiners on behalf of the 105th Division and acknowledged the hard work it took for everyone to make it this far, setting a serious tone for what lay ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Cheolju went on to explain that the purpose of the exam wasn't just to determine who deserved a promotion. It was also about fostering a spirit of friendly and fair competition between the three divisions. While he spoke, the hunters began shifting in place, some already spacing out or fighting off yawns. But the moment he mentioned that this year's advancement exams included participants under a special exception, the room perked up. He named them Private First Class Kim Min-jun and Private Sun Yoon-seo from the 104th Division, both hunters who had enlisted less than a year ago. Kim Min-jun blinked, wondering if there was someone else beside him, just to be sure. The colonel then asked if everyone was familiar with the 104th Division and warned them not to stir up unnecessary misunderstandings. One of the hunters muttered that it was true, that one could get special exceptions if one applied to the front lines with top-tier grades. A few guys during his enlistment year had been offered the chance too, but as far as he knew, they'd all turned it down. Then the moment he realized they were talking about the 104th Division, his words stopped cold, and his face shifted to surprise. Everyone around him looked just as stunned when they noticed that Kim Min-jun had already reached the rank of Private First Class. Amidst the rising whispers and side glances, one guy couldn't help but notice how Kim Min-jun didn't seem to care at all about being the center of attention. While everyone else was either curious or shocked, Min-jun looked like he just wanted to get it over with. At the same time, Yoon-seo and Min-jun briefly locked eyes, but just for a second. The air between them was tense, but no one around seemed to catch on. Then, the colonel reminded everyone to give it their all. Then Captain Jong Sang-cheol stepped forward, took charge of the group, and announced that they'd now begin the stat tests, starting with strength, agility, and stamina. Captain Jong Sang-cheol explained that the first test would be the strength test, and it was pretty straightforward. All they had to do was push back the examiner standing in front of them. Lee continued, saying they had 1 minute to complete the task, and would be graded on a scale of 100, with full marks going to anyone who could move the stone 10 meters. The stress in the room started rising as he called for the first participant, Private Kim Jin-hyuk of the 103rd Division. Jin-hyuk stepped forward and gave it his all, but the examiner didn't budge an inch. He couldn't even twitch the stone, and just like that, he was slapped with a score of 0 and instantly disqualified. Lee reminded everyone firmly that anyone who scored under 40 would be out of the advancement exam entirely. That sent a wave of panic through the rest of the group, and suddenly everyone started realizing just how tough this test was going to be. Then Jang Won-ho was called. He gave it a shot, but only managed 10 points, getting disqualified. Lee Mi-ju went next and scored 20, also out. Jong Yuna followed with 0, and Jang Do-won wasn't far off, ending up with 15, both disqualified. Then came Sun Eun-seo from the 104th Division. She stepped up calmly and pushed with steady force, scoring 50 and passing the test. Everyone around her was taken aback, not just because she passed, but also because she was stunning. The moment they realized she was the daughter of the division commander, it clicked for most of them. Strength must have been in her blood. A few even muttered that getting too close to her might be dangerous, for their pride and their ribs. Kim Min-jun noticed her too, thinking she was just like him, someone who got in through a special exception. Then his name was called, Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division. As he stepped forward, he reminded himself not to repeat his previous mistake with the red stone. This time he had a plan. If he could push the examiner past the 10-meter mark, maybe he could even snag some bonus points. He positioned himself with quiet confidence, eyes locked on the target, and then exploded forward with pure brute force. The examiner flew back like a rag doll, crossing the full 10 meters without a chance to resist. The score came in as a perfect 100. Even the examiner looked stunned, like he'd just been hit by a truck wrapped in a military uniform. The room went dead silent. Everyone was floored. Even Sun Eun-seo, who rarely showed emotion, was visibly surprised. Private Yu Jonghwa gets disqualified with just 20 points, and she bursts into tears. The tension in the air is thick. Everyone's feeling the pressure, wondering why this test is so brutal. Sir Jong steps up and tells everyone to quiet down. He announces that the strength stat test is now over, and they'll begin the agility stat test immediately, no breaks allowed. He instructs those who've been disqualified to exit in an orderly fashion from the rear under the examiner's supervision. Meanwhile, 2 guys come in dragging a netboard. A few others roll in a gun machine, and the recruits start freaking out, thinking they're about to be shot at. Sir Jong reassures them they are not actual bullets, but just rubber ones. Still, he warns, if they get hit, it's going to hurt. He tells everyone to get ready to dodge as their lives depend on it. Kim Min-jun finds this whole thing kind of exciting. Sir Jong explains that the perfect score for the agility test is awarded to those who last a full minute. Now Seo stands prepared to start this machine running. They have to stay within the zone, or else it's over. The whole squad is on edge. Then Sir Jong adds that since this is an agility test, they'll also acknowledge anyone who tanks all the hits but still manages to stay in for a minute. For the disqualification criteria, Sir Jong explains that anyone who steps outside the area in under 30 seconds or gets severely injured will be immediately disqualified from the advancement exam. With that, he announces the start of the agility test. Right then, Dongjin walks up and calls out to Min-jun. The lad looks utterly surprised, and Dongjin smirks, asking if Min-jun really thought he'd get disqualified during the strength stat test. Min-jun laughs awkwardly and says, "Of course not." Dongjin explains that all the private first classes, except for Min-jun, have taken the advancement exam at least once before, so they're unlikely to get knocked out during the stat tests. However, he adds that the qualifications remain the same. It's just that the overall score standard has gone up compared to when they were still privates. That's why Dongjin's been failing his exams. Then he gives Min-jun a tip that the rubber bullets fly just as fast as real ones, so relying on sight alone to dodge is a bad idea. Instead, he should focus on the slightest movements of the gun to predict the bullet's path. Suddenly, Sir Jong announces that Private Yoon Kitai has been disqualified and orders the examiners to escort him to the infirmary. Min-jun starts thinking about how brutal the stat tests are. So many people are getting knocked out before even reaching the real combat portions. No wonder the pass rate is so low. Still, making it this difficult actually makes sense. Then Private First Class Ji Youngdo gets disqualified too, and Sir Jong, clearly disappointed, comments on how underwhelming this batch of hunters is. He reminds them this is nothing compared to the Sergeant Advancement exam happening in the room next door, wondering out loud how anyone is supposed to advance like this. Private Sun Yunseo gets called next, and the whole crowd goes silent. Everyone watches in awe as she dodges the rubber bullets with insane precision. Sir Jong raises his voice, telling the rest that this is exactly how it's supposed to be done. When she finishes and earns a perfect score, everyone around gasps, clearly amazed. But instead of basking in the praise, she suddenly stops and locks eyes with Kim Min-jun. Now standing still, Sparky is completely thrown off. Everyone starts whispering, wondering if they're dating or something. Sparky frowns, trying to figure out what she wants. He starts overthinking that maybe she wants a compliment for her performance. Well, if that's the case, she should ask her family for applause at home. When Private First Class Kim Min-jun gets called up, he steps forward confidently, still feeling Sun Yun-seo's eyes stuck on him, which makes him even more irritated. But once the bullets start flying, Sparky becomes a whole different beast. Instead of just dodging in place, he charges forward, weaving through the rubber bullets like he's out on a stroll. The crowd loses it, laughing and shouting in disbelief as he keeps moving, and even makes goofy faces at Sun Yun-seo while ducking and spinning through the fire. She, in turn, stands frozen, totally shocked by what she's seeing. The timer crosses the 1-minute mark, and Sir Jong, whacked out, finally yells out, "Ceasefire." Even someone like him didn't expect such a smooth play from a junior, so he proudly announces that Kim Min-jun has achieved a perfect score on the agility test. Everyone regathers on the field, standing straight and focused, and Sir Jong praises them for their solid performance. Later, Jong announces the start of the stamina stat test as the final part of the stat exam. The rules are simple, as they have to enter a dungeon and march through a transforming, empty passageway with a strict 40-minute time limit. The instructions are broadcast over the speaker system. All participants need to get their hands stamped by the examiner stationed at the turning point inside the dungeon and make it back before time runs out. The only catch is that no one tells them how far the turning point is. It's just marching non-stop. Kim Min-jun wonders if everyone is seriously pacing themselves already when they've just started. This bunch moves so carefully that it starts to feel suffocating. He thinks about whether it'll be too troublesome if he just runs ahead. That's when Sun Yun-seo suddenly dashes in front of him. Min-jun blinks, thinking, what does she want now? But then excitement surges through him. It totally looks like she's challenging him, and nothing gets Min-jun more fired up than a sudden race. Fired up, he kicks into gear and tries to match her speed, determined to catch up. Everyone around is weirded out, wondering what's gotten into this guy. But in a flash, Min-jun finally catches up to Yun-seo and flashes her a confident smile, leaving her completely taken aback. Min-jun casually says there isn't much to it as he keeps pace with her, but Yun-seo doesn't get what he means. He quickly brushes it off, saying he's just talking to himself. Then without warning, the guy speeds up and dashes ahead, leaving her behind. Yunseo slows down and comes to a stop, catching her breath. That's when a memory flashes through her mind. She recalls the moment her girlfriends got all excited after finding out she had a meeting with the battalion commander right after arriving at the training center. Blondie had confirmed the rumors were true. Yunseo really was the daughter of a general and the rookie with sky-high stats. It was all anyone could talk about. Yunseo had blushed back then, and the girls had been surprised to see that behind her tough shell was someone actually shy. They'd assumed she'd act like a snob being a 2-star's daughter, but turns out she wasn't like that at all. Even then, all the girls can't help but feel a little jealous of Yunseo. Her military life seems to be running smoothly as silk, and it's obvious she's going to be the top recruit of their enlistment year. Off in a corner, Yunseo quietly takes off her jacket, her mind drifting back to when Minjun shattered the entire redstone. That moment just refuses to fade from her memory. Later on, the white team comes out on top, with Yunseo raising the blue flag in victory. The announcer proudly announces that the white team wins by capturing the flag in a record time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. As a reward, they earn a 10-minute break, while the blue team is ordered to gather in front of the coach. The white team is praised straight away for setting a new record at the training center, and is told to take it easy and rest up. Blondie then speaks up, giving full credit to their star player, Yunseo, saying the rest of them barely did anything. Later on, just when everyone's relaxing, Blondie bursts in and drops a bomb that someone broke their morning capture the flag record in the afternoon. What ticks her off the most is that the new record time is just 1 minute and 2 seconds. She's left speechless, wondering if anyone could really pull off a time like that. Blondie is seriously disturbed, while Yunseo quietly takes it all in. But the moment Kim Minjun's name comes up, it hooks her attention completely, especially when Blondie yells that guy, Minjun from 4th Platoon, broke the record all on his own. Yunseo stiffens, recognizing the name instantly. The other girls don't hold back either, saying that Kim Minjun got a near-perfect score in the shooting range and even nailed the ICM training. The news spreads fast, and now all eyes are starting to shift toward this rising rookie. Yunseo doesn't say a word, but something about hearing his name again sticks with her. Next, Blondie keeps the gossip train rolling, saying Minjun supposedly runs like a lightning bolt without even breaking a sweat. Even in her sleep, she won't shut up about how Minjun apparently hunted down a hound the size of an elephant. Someone finally snaps at Jung-aram to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Yunseo drifts into a memory of her childhood, her father gently patting her head before leaving the house. From that moment on, she made it her goal to become strong like him. Later, Commander Cho calls her in to praise her performance over the last 4 weeks. He says he wants to have a quick word with the daughter of his former superior. Yunseo doesn't mind, so Cho asks where she plans to apply with grades that exceptional, saying any division would be lucky to have her. He wonders if she's considering the 107th Division, where General Sun, her father, currently serves. That's when Yunseo finally asks, with quiet resolve, which division Kim Minjun belongs to. Back in the present, she knows she didn't apply to this division just for childish reasons. Still, she did provoke Minjun a little because she was upset. But now she gets why he's mad. Yunseo's face turns completely red, thinking back on all of Minjun's stunts, unsure if she's jealous or just annoyed. That's when it hits her. Her real goal isn't to be number 1, but to become stronger on her own without relying on her father. She decides she should probably apologize to him later. After all, when someone that's skilled shows up right in her path, she should be learning from him instead of acting childish. With that, Yunseo kicks into full speed, marching hard until she reaches the turning point, only to find that deadbeat weirdo casually chatting with another guy. Right then, Minjun smugly flashes his stamped hand in front of her face, teasing that he almost fell asleep waiting for her. That pushes all her buttons. She yells at the commander to stamp her already, and the old man has no clue why she's so fired up. Safe to say that apology is definitely off the table for now. Yunseo's inner demon has officially woken up. She's all hyped up, sprinting ahead to catch up with him while the other normies are barely dragging themselves in. Later, the commander announces that Private First Class Kim Minjun took first place with a record time of 29 minutes. For second place, he names Yunseo, with her time of 32 minutes. Jong bursts out laughing, pointing out how Minjun nailed perfect stats again, which is just insane. After that, Jong tells the hunters who passed to go eat and then gather at the training grounds by 1 o'clock sharp. Later on, Yunseo heads over to grab her jacket, only to catch Minjun making a goofy face at her like a total dork, and she's seriously weirded out by this dimwit. Then Sparky jogs ahead to catch up with Dongjin. Yunseo ends up smiling to herself, realizing she totally fell for the provocation and lost this round. With nothing more to say, she slips back into her uniform and walks on. At the 105th Division base, inside the 2nd Practical Examination Center, a bunch of goblins with bat-like weapons are creepily screeching at Dongjin, but he doesn't give a damn. The guy's definitely working up a sweat, but he's tearing through those goblins. Just as one of the goblins lunges at him, Dongjin whips out his sword, but there's another creeping up from behind. He dodges the first goblin's swing with ease, then spins around to kick the one behind him, sending it flying. That second goblin isn't giving up though. and swoops in again. But Dongjin ducks like a pro and slashes it across the chest mid-motion. Even so, the damn thing's still alive and definitely pissed. Now both of them are ganging up on him, giving the poor guy zero room to breathe. Upon the platform, Minjun quietly observes the scene below. He notes that the second part of the practical exam, Specialty Weapons Proficiency, is way simpler than he thought. All they really have to do is show the examiners how well they've applied the techniques they've learned so far in the Hunter Corps. They just have to follow the manual, and that's enough to pass. Minjun figures he can easily ace it, and as expected, most applicants picked swordsmanship for their test. Among them, Dongjin scored the highest. Even so, Minjun can't help but notice how badly the guy's struggling now, caught in a rough spot with those two goblins out for blood. In the last part of the practical exam, known as the ability to handle monsters, privates are required to defeat 4 hounds, while private first-class soldiers have to take down 3 goblins using their chosen specialty weapon. This field definitely reflects real combat, as Dongjin manages to defeat the blue goblin with a stab to the chest, and that ends his round. Right then, the commander announces that Dongjin took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the ability to handle monsters test. The guy's drenched in sweat, barely catching his breath, but he walks out with whatever strength he has left. Meanwhile, Minjun notices that Dongjin had several openings to finish off the goblins but hesitated each time, which makes him wonder if the guy doesn't fully trust his own abilities. Later, Dongjin comes out and stands beside Minjun, head low and clearly disappointed. When the commander calls in Minjun for his turn, he doesn't want Dongjin to feel discouraged. Besides, Minjun can't help but wear a smug look, knowing he's about to become a corporal today. From here on, he plans to tear Dongjin's bad habits to shreds and rebuild him from scratch. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when Minjun walks in wielding a bat. The commander doesn't understand why the guy who's been acing everything chose such a dull weapon, and he knows this one won't be easy. Minjun figures the only real requirement for this test is landing some solid impact, nothing too complicated. Right then, 3 goblins storm into the field, snarling and ready to tear him apart. Just as the goblins rush in, Minjun grips his bat tight and in a flash smacks all 3 of them at once. The blow is so clean and brutal, they drop to the ground in pieces, taken out in barely 4 seconds. Everyone watching is frozen with their jaws on the floor, brains short-circuiting at the sheer absurdity of what just happened. No one can believe that a mere private first class just pulled this off, especially one who already got a perfect score in the practical exam. Minjun casually turns to look at Yunseo, locking eyes with her before flashing that smug look of his, just to mess with her. Yunseo glares back, thinking this guy's an absolute lunatic. Afterward, the commander praises everyone for their hard work on the exam, especially Kim Minjun, now officially Corporal Kim Minjun. Commander Jong laughs, admitting this guy's moving up the ranks so fast they keep forgetting what to call him. Jong does mention he was a bit worried since Minjun was the only one from their battalion who advanced this time, but their battalion commander is absolutely thrilled with the report. With that, he gives Minjun a proud thumbs up, knowing full well that the battalion commander hadn't seen a private first-class score that perfectly before. Meanwhile, the entire squad erupts in cheers for Minjun, the guy who pretty much saved their skins, because without him, their squad would have been wiped out before they even made it back. They joke around, letting him know there's no way he's allowed to turn into a bully if he ever makes sergeant. But deep down, Minjun wants to see how well everyone actually does before deciding what kind of treatment they'll get from him. Aside from that, he pats Dongjin's shoulder, while this guy's already cooking up ways to level up his buddy no matter what. As soon as they return, Minjun's planning to start training with their specialty weapons right away. Then, he senses someone standing behind him and turns around to see Eunseyo. He knows she did pretty well handling the monsters herself, and figures she obviously has what it takes to pass the advancement exam too. While the bus is getting loaded, Eunseyo stays outside, and Minjun is a bit confused about it. She's thinking this might be her chance to finally apologize for how she acted during the stat test. But right then, Minjun presses his face against the window, mouthing a few words that totally shake her. He tells her that if she provokes him again, she's dead meat. And with that, the bus takes off, leaving Eunseyo frozen with a storm of mixed thoughts, convinced that guy is one crazy jerk. On their way, the whole bus loaded with hunters keeps asking Minjun if there's something going on with him and Eunseyo. The girl's been checking him out all day even during the stat test, like she is interested in him. The guys are pulling Minjun's leg for having an admirer, and they are eager for him to spill the tea. But Minjun doesn't give a damn and doesn't even look remotely interested, saying Eunseyo provokes him. That's the only reason he trampled her a bit. All the lot cracks up, knowing the look in her eyes was actually provocation. But that's not it. The dudes want to know more. They are itching to hear what Minjun did to the hottest recruit in the 104th Division. Meanwhile, Han Young demands to know if he just trampled the girl of his dreams. Minjun finds this bunch super annoying, confessing that Eunseyo isn't his dream girl. Han Yoon, who is totally pissed, demands to know Minjun's dream girl, and Minjun spills that it's Lumi. Everyone's thinking that name even clicks in their memory, but they haven't seen her anywhere. One asks if she is an idol. Minjun calls Lumi to be the dungeon power fighter's greatest beauty. When asked if anyone knows her, the whole hunter squad is eyeing Min-jun with disgust. Later that night, the squad digs into fried chicken like there's no tomorrow, and more boxes keep rolling in from the lieutenant. Sergeant Cho is convinced this is the first time Kim Min-jun's ever looked this happy, and Min-jun doesn't deny it. Cho thanks him out loud, saying it's all pretty much because of him. He's especially hyped that the guy's got 3 stripes already, which means he's only a step away from becoming a sergeant. Min-jun agrees with a mouthful of chicken, washing it down with Pepsi like a champ. Right then, Sergeant Seung-ho rolls in with the bottle cart, calling all second squad members to gather in the lounge right away. Everyone knows something's up, and Seung-ho confirms it's about the report he just submitted to the admin office regarding their squad's second sinner. But what really matters is that thanks to a perfect score in the advancement exam, they've scored some beer. Sergeant Cho and Kim leap out of their seats with pure joy, refusing to let Min-jun enjoy it all to himself. Seung-ho butts in, saying the beer is actually a gift from the company commander to Min-jun, so technically it has nothing to do with anyone else. That instantly riles up the whole squad, with everyone grumbling that Seung-ho is getting on their nerves. Sergeant Cho calls him out, saying Seung-ho probably knew about all this from the very beginning, which is exactly why he kept Min-jun in his squad from day one. Later that night, Min-jun is out trolling by himself and takes the chance to summon his Nightwalker. He makes small talk with the little guy, asking if he's doing okay. Honestly, he was pretty flustered the first time this thing appeared during a summon, but now Sparky's got a clear plan. He doesn't really need an assassin. He's got the perfect job in mind instead. From here on out, he assigns the little one the task of gathering intel. Specifically, Min-jun wants it to keep a close watch on the high-ranking officials, follow them around quietly, and immediately report back on anything weird, especially if it's related to demonic energy. Suddenly, the Nightwalker lifts its tiny hand, leaving Min-jun confused for a second, until he realizes the little guy is asking for a treat. With a sigh, Min-jun tosses him a ball of demonic energy. The moment it grabs it, the little shadow looks absolutely thrilled, walking away like it's got a mission from heaven. Min-jun warns it not to get caught, though deep down he's a little anxious seeing how excited the Nightwalker is. He knows if anyone from the squad spotted it right now, they'd probably trigger a full-blown emergency. Out of nowhere, Sergeant Kim appears and asks what Min-jun's doing out here. The dude nearly loses his soul from shock, but he recovers quickly, laughing it off and saying he just needed some fresh air, plus it's been ages since he had a drink. When Kim asks if his tolerance is low, Min-jun casually explains it's not like that. Apparently, dark mages don't get drunk the normal way. Whether it's poison or alcohol, their bodies naturally detox it all the moment it enters. Besides, the guy congratulates Min-jun for advancing ahead, but warns him not to get too comfortable. He also tells Min-jun not to come in late again, even if his tolerance is fine, because the rest of the squad will empty all the bottles by then. After that, Min-jun finally catches his breath, feeling relieved that Seung-ho didn't see anything. He knows he's got to be more careful around here. Still, the more Min-jun gets to know Seung-ho, the more he feels like this guy is a total by-the-book soldier, not that he minds that kind of personality. The next day, the commander is talking about how Kim Min-jun was practically born ready. He jokes that he was ready to wipe out the whole squad if nobody passed, but one guy made it through and did it with a perfect score. Another officer adds that Corporal Kim Min-jun just set a new record of 4 seconds in the ability to handle monsters test. That makes the commander laugh, remembering how he once thought the training center's Commander Choi was nuts for hyping this kid up. But Min-jun has shattered every expectation. He even handled the middle bat situation solo. Seo brings up how Min-jun was the first to jump in during the oil reserve emergency, and Lee points out that this kid climbed ranks to corporal in just 1 month, which is already unheard of. They all agree. This guy doesn't just meet expectations, he destroys them. It won't be long before the entire Hunter Corps starts watching him. This makes Seo realize that Lee is hinting at the Hunter Special Forces Brigade, and he asks if Min-jun can really handle something that big. But Lee is confident. He says Min-jun is the one. He can feel it. He's seen plenty of hunters in his time, some even called legends in the Hunter Corps, but this kid might just be something else entirely. Maybe a new monster is about to be born in the Corps. Later, out in the desert, a swarm of lizard monsters, goblins, and orcs fill the horizon. In the middle of it all stands Min-jun, casually gripping his bat, waiting for them to get close because that's when the real show begins. Inside the dorm, the guys are drinking hard like there's no tomorrow. One dude can't even stand straight. That's when Min-jun walks in, catching sight of his squad mates completely wasted in the corner. One guy, clearly on the verge of a hangover, slurs out a question, asking if Min-jun's feeling okay. Sparky just throws him a smug grin and says he's totally fine, which leaves the guy stunned. He can't believe that after drinking so much, Min-jun is still standing tall without a single wobble. He straight up calls him a real monster. Just then, Seung-ho walks in from behind, and Min-jun casually asks if he's doing all right. The drunk guy stumbles into a salute for Sergeant Lee, who says he's doing fine after sweating it all out. Min-jun flashes a smile as he looks over Seung-ho's fit build, thinking that this guy really is the definition of a true soldier. On top of that, Seung-ho asks if the kid has checked out the gym yet, and Min-jun replies that he hasn't gotten the chance. Sungho tells the kid to start using the gym now that he's a corporal. He adds that the virtual device in their squad is actually pretty solid, so Minjun should give it a try. The moment he hears there's a virtual device, Minjun gets a jolt of excitement. Finally time to check out the Hunter Corps' famous VR room. When he arrives at Gym 2, the setup looks crazy realistic, and it's got him fired up. First things first, he needs to pick a monster. He scrolls through and selects the orc monster. But when it comes to the number of orcs, Minjun goes completely nuts. He maxes it out to around 30. To him, that still feels way too little. He's trying to get that full-on game vibe like he's in the Warrior series. Then it's time to choose his weapon, and Sparky is absolutely losing his mind seeing how awesome the options are. After locking in all his selections, he steps into the VR room, fully geared up, clutching a jockey in his hand, ready to bring chaos. It's time to kick off the battle, and Minjun finds himself dropped into a desert setting, pumped and ready to take on some monsters. The dude is loving the CGI and graphics that look almost too real. Orcs start popping out of nowhere, all geared up to wreak havoc, but Sparky isn't fazed. He swings his bat and nails his first sixer, sending an orc flying through the air. The impact feels incredible, and Minjun is hooked from the first swing. He picks up the pace, smashing through orcs like it's nothing, completely in the zone. The way the bat feels in his hands makes him grin, and he calls out to the monsters to bring more. In just a few seconds, it's all over with only one survivor, Minjun. But that was too easy. 30 orcs is not even close to satisfying. So he dials things up and selects 30 goblins, 30 golems, and 30 lizardmen to crank up the intensity. Now there are 90 monsters of 3 different kinds ready to tear him apart, but Minjun is just getting started. With his bat in hand and a wild grin on his face, he asks if they've all gathered in one spot. Once they lunge at him, he casually counts down from 3 and charges in like a beast, ready to smack every last one of them into the ground with pure brute force. This maniac is smacking monsters left and right without a single pause, beating them to a pulp. The battle wraps up after he eliminates all the monsters, and the simulation ends. Taking off his gear, Minjun is beyond impressed with the VR room system, calling it the next best thing after Dungeon Power Fighter. Just then, a new window pops up, revealing that he unlocked a skill called Basic Blunt Weapon Handling. At first he's stunned, but he checks the screen, which says this skill boosts proficiency with blunt weapons. Minjun is pumped to see this, especially since he didn't expect to get weapon skills just like that. This means he doesn't even need to grind in dungeons to develop new skills. He decides to mess around in the VR room more often, using different weapons to up his game. Suddenly he bumps into Dongjin, whose face looks like he just saw a ghost. When asked, Dongjin, pale as a sheet, points at the simulation battle results. He's in total disbelief that this guy soloed 30 goblins, 30 orcs, and 30 lizardmen. Minjun is annoyed to see the VR room broadcasting his results so openly. Dongjin demands to know if he really wiped them all out. Sparky doesn't know what to say at first, but then he gets an idea. With a serious expression like he's Dongjin's superior, Minjun tells him they need to talk in the gym. Dongjin, sweating bullets, nervously asks why, and Minjun flashes a sly grin, saying it's training time. Without waiting for a response, he shoves the poor guy into the gym, even as Dongjin whines about being hungover. Minjun says it's perfect, since breaking a sweat will help. After they head inside, Kim walks in and is completely floored by the results Minjun just pulled off. Kim Guangshik walks in, asking where everyone is, and specifically where Kim Minjun went. One of the soldiers quickly explains that most of the team went to the storage area to get snow removal tools, but he accidentally calls Kim Minjun corporal, which he shouldn't have said in front of Guangshik since Minjun hasn't been officially promoted yet. Realizing the slip, he panics and rushes off to send someone to call Minjun, saying the platoon commander is looking for him. Meanwhile, Guangshik stumbles across a group of soldiers huddled together, clearly relaxed and having fun. Confused, he asks what's going on, and they casually welcome him and explain they're placing a bet, a full month's salary, on how soon Kim Minjun will get promoted to sergeant. Everyone has their own prediction. 6 months, 8 months, over a year. Guangshik is stunned by how seriously they're treating it and asks why they're always making bets like this. Kim Mungi laughs at Jong Hanyung's 6-month prediction, calling it crazy and impossible, while the others join in, teasing and enjoying the moment. Jong gets fired up, yelling that Minjun isn't just some average guy, he's on a completely different level. Kim Mungi teases him for being all worked up, and Jong snaps back, saying he has no regrets and warns everyone not to back out later. The group bursts out laughing and locks in the bet, each throwing in their guesses with full confidence. Then Guangshik steps in and boldly bets on just 1 month, shocking everyone into silence. Meanwhile, Minjun is in the gym, feeling a bit down because he's been training hard for days but hasn't seen any improvement in his stats. He starts to wonder if all that effort was just a waste of time. Then he remembers that even something as irritating as the Isgard incident ended up giving him a passive skill. One of his abilities boosts his strength by 150%, and he starts wishing he had something like Returned Hero's Strength, a skill that scales with stat growth. Just then, a notification pops up saying he's unlocked a new skill. It's a basic one called Power, and it gives him a boost of 5 to his strength stat. Even though it's simple, He's fired up and knows he can level it up later. As Minjun catches his breath, a fellow soldier shows up and tells him the platoon commander is looking for him. Minjun thanks him and heads out. The soldier watches him leave, a little confused by how calm and focused everyone seems around Minjun today, like something is off. When Minjun arrives at the administrative office, he salutes and reports in as ordered. Kim Mincheol greets him and brings him to the counseling office for a casual chat, asking how life as a corporal is treating him since it's been almost a week. Minjun replies that things are going great. Kim Mincheol congratulates him on the promotion and thanks him again for resolving the middle bats incident. Minjun shrugs it off, saying it was nothing. Then Kim Mincheol gets to the real reason he called him in. He hands Minjun an official certificate, a special award from the battalion commander. It's for handling the incident and scoring perfectly on his promotion exam. Kim Mincheol jokes that Minjun shouldn't be disappointed by how casually the award is being handed over, explaining that in the Hunter Corps, they prefer to avoid too many formal events. The certificate is an award of excellence, signed by Colonel Lee Junbyom, officially recognizing Minjun's outstanding service. On top of that, Kim Mincheol mentions that the award will count toward his experience. Minjun glances to the side, wondering if that means he might get another exception later. Kim Mincheol hesitantly agrees, maybe, but also points out that this award is rare, and not many hunters receive it this early, let alone more than once. Minjun lights up with excitement, tossing out the idea that if he earned 10 awards, maybe he could land another promotion. He blurts it out like it's a stamp card deal, joking about whether awards are like fried chicken coupons or if there's a buy one, get one free event. Kim Mincheol gives him a blank stare and questions whether Minjun was even listening. A few days later, the soldiers are lined up, standing at attention with weapons ready. They've been assigned to clear a dungeon, and it's their next real mission. The platoon commander, Kim Mincheol, reminds them that if they stick to their training, they'll get through it safely without injuries. Today's dungeon is known as the Monster Rat Nest, or more commonly, the Sewers. Minjun stands with his squad, Jung Han-young and Lee Dong-jin, along with other squad members like Jin Cheol-ho. Their commanding officers are also present, including First Lieutenant Kim Cheolman, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, and Sergeant First Class Kim Min-ji. The Monster Rat Dungeon isn't considered extremely dangerous, but it's still serious because more than 200 monster rats usually spawn inside. On top of that, the narrow tunnels make it tough to use guns effectively. So even though it's not a high-ranking dungeon, it still demands full focus and tight teamwork to clear it safely. What makes this one trickier is that there's only one exit besides the way the team came in, so the plan is to trap the rats by funneling them all through that single route. Kim Mincheol tells everyone to get into position and prepare the bait. They place it near the second entrance to lure the rats in. The dungeon stinks horribly, so all the soldiers wear the special gas masks issued by the Hunter Corps. One of the soldiers, Ju Seongi, grumbles about the smell and the rats, saying the monsters feed on gross stuff like rotten bananas, which only makes the stench worse. Even though it's hard to breathe and move around properly, the team pushes through and spreads out as much bait as possible to kick off the plan. The soldiers spot a massive group of monster rats charging in from the front entrance, and everyone immediately gets into position for battle. The commander shouts for the troops to form a line side by side at the entrance and instructs the lower-ranked soldiers to move to the back with the vice commander for safety. Some soldiers start joking around, placing bets on who can kill the most monster rats, with the loser buying snacks at the PX. They even ask the squad commander if he wants in on the bet. Despite the teasing, they stay focused as the commander reminds them not to lose their concentration and to hold formation no matter what. The plan is to fight the rats head-on without breaking their line. Up ahead, Corporal Kim Moongi from 2nd Platoon, 3rd Squad, fights off rats fiercely, while right beside him, Corporal Jung Han-young from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, holds his ground. Their squad commander, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, leads them through the chaos. At the same time, Sergeant Kim Jong-tae from the 4th Squad and Sergeant Cho Tae-wook from the 3rd Squad are in the thick of it, cutting down rats with powerful strikes. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik from the 3rd Squad is also fighting intensely, making sure no rats get past him. As the fight goes on, the officers begin to take note. Sergeant First Class Kim Min-ji, the Vice Commander of 2nd Platoon, and First Lieutenant Kim Cholman, the overall commander, both observe that the troops are doing well, especially a few soldiers who are clearly standing out by quickly taking out rats before they can break through the front line. It shows just how skilled they are, proving that their training and hard work are paying off. Even Private First Class Lee Dong-jin from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, is finally showing the results of his special training and is no longer falling behind. Suddenly someone calls out for help, and another soldier immediately answers, jumping into action without a second thought. But just then, more monster rats appear from the rear. The soldiers quickly shout a warning that the back is under attack. The commander orders the 1st and 4th squads to handle the rear entrance and tells the privates to slowly back away using their shields for protection. He warns them not to overdo it or break formation because they're almost done. Just a little more to go, but something feels off. Through his gas mask, Gwang-shik senses that something is wrong. He realizes too late that something dangerous is coming. Not from the front, but from underground. An irregular monster starts to emerge, and Guangxik sees that it's huge, having fed on the other rats, and its size is absolutely terrifying. Frozen in fear, Guangxik can't move. Li Dongjin tries to shout but finds himself just as frozen. He finally screams at Guangxik to get out of the way, begging him to run, to move, to do anything, but it's already too late. Then Kim Minjun looks closely and notices something strange in the monster's eyes. They look completely blank, empty, and there's no fear in them at all. That's when Minjun realizes the truth. It's overflowing with demonic energy. At the same time, Li Dongjin gets praised for acting quickly to save Guangxik. Right after that, soldiers from behind shout to Minjun that it's too dangerous and tell him to fall back. They also order all corporals to follow him while telling the rest of the squad to stay ready. Kim Minjun just smirks because, while all of that is happening, he's secretly absorbing the demonic purple energy through the monster's eyes, a dangerous and mysterious power. He's a bit worried someone might notice since using or gaining demonic energy could raise suspicions or even be considered dangerous in their world. That's why he sarcastically thanks Li Dongjin, since Dongjin's bold move ended up distracting everyone and helped Minjun absorb the energy without being caught. Then, a message appears letting him know that he's absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy and that his demonic energy stat has increased by 1. In the end, Minjun realizes just how much power the monster held, and he says he'll make good use of that energy for the right reasons. Zhang admits defeat, clearly impressed. Meanwhile, Minchul Kim confirms that it really was an irregular monster, and the report comes in. All platoon members have now pulled out of the dungeon. Only one irregular monster was confirmed, and it was taken down by a single platoon member. Even though things have calmed down, the buzzing of mosquitoes and the lingering tension serve as a reminder that nothing on the front lines is ever truly normal. Zhang walks up to Minjun, sincerely thanks him for saving them, and admits how frozen he felt when he first saw that monster. Minjun brushes it off, apologizing for acting without orders, but Zhang quickly reassures him that there's no need to be sorry. It was clearly an emergency, and Minjun's quick thinking probably saved both Guangxik and Dongjin from real danger. After that, Minchul Kim checks in with Minjun, asking if he's hurt, and Minjun confidently replies that he's fine, standing tall and proud. As Minjun lets out a breath, Kim Minchul quietly warns him that they'll need to have a private talk once they return to camp. Zhang watches this exchange and notes that the platoon commander doesn't look pleased. Meanwhile, updates come in through the comms. All evacuated members have only minor injuries, and Dongjin has already completed his checkup and is heading back to camp. Guangxik, despite having a few bruises on his head, is expected to recover fully and return by tomorrow. The second platoon is called to attention in response to the unexpected events, and the dungeon clearance operation is officially called off. Everyone is told to check their gear and prepare for departure. Without hesitation, the squad responds in unison. Later, at the administrative office, Minjun is called in regarding the official report. He's told to write down exactly how he defeated the irregular monster and hand it in, but Minjun pauses, unsure of what to write. He jokingly thinks about saying he tried to smash it with his shield, and when that didn't work, he just punched it, though he doubts anyone would believe a story like that. Minchul Kim admits he couldn't see everything clearly because his vision was blocked, but he still asks if Minjun really beat the monster with just his fist. Minjun becomes unsure how to respond and says the monster was full of energy, and he didn't have time to think. Shifting the conversation, Minchul Kim asks about Minjun's stats, and Minjun replies that his strength is 65 and his agility is 60. Hearing this, Minchul Kim is shocked, noting that even as a first lieutenant, his own stats are just above average at 40. He realizes Minjun's stats are more than double those of a typical sergeant and mutters in disbelief, thinking that with numbers like that, Minjun could have easily gotten into the Hunter Military Academy. It feels like a missed opportunity, especially since Kim remembers the records showing that Minjun dropped out of high school, which would have made enrollment tough. Still, he tells Minjun that if he ever wants to become an executive, he should consider taking the GED and applying to a university. He adds that once Minjun reaches the rank of staff sergeant, he'll have the option to travel for classes and take online courses too, and even offers to look into the process for him. Minjun admits that he doesn't really enjoy studying, and feels it's enough to keep advancing through his accomplishments alone. After hearing that, Minchul Kim respects his decision and says he won't push him, but just asks Minjun to let him know if he ever changes his mind. Thereafter, Minjun thanks Minchul Kim, who tells him he'll finish the report and suggests he get some rest, promising he won't forget what Minjun did today. Minjun salutes and gets ready to leave, but before he walks out, Minchul Kim calls his name again and tells him that by saving the platoon, he prevented what could have been a much worse outcome. He even admits that he himself couldn't move during the crisis, and sincerely thanks Minjun. Minjun responds firmly, saying he only did what he had to, though deep down, he reminds himself that all of this was necessary to gain more demonic energy and prove his worth. Outside, Guangxik stands nervously in front of Minjun and asks if he can join the special training sessions Minjun has been doing with Dongjin. Minjun looks at him in surprise, wondering how Guangxik even found out about their secret training spot, and more importantly, why someone who hasn't fully recovered yet would want to push himself like that. Guangxik struggles to explain, then suddenly points to Dongjin and says that he's come a long way and is actually half decent now. Guangxik admits it's probably because of their training, and that's why he wants to join in and start training too. Minjun isn't impressed and asks if Guangxik really thought he could just join like that. He reminds him that there's an order and discipline to these things, especially for someone like Corporal Kim Guangxik. Guangxik bows his head slightly and sincerely thanks Minjun for saving him, then turns to Dongjin and apologizes for how he used to treat him. Dongjin is caught off guard and nervously tells him not to worry about it, but Guangxik continues in a serious tone, saying he's truly sorry for all the hazing and doesn't know if they'll forgive him, but he's being sincere. He explains that due to some personal reasons, he wants to become a non-commissioned officer, and that's why he's determined to train properly with them. Dongjin nervously asks if it would really be so bad to let Guangxik train with them. He turns to Minjun, hoping he'll agree, but Minjun calmly replies that no, it's definitely not all right. Guangxik quietly accepts the answer, saying he understands if they feel uncomfortable because of the way he treated them before. He sincerely thanks both Minjun and Dongjin, admitting that he's alive today because of them. Just as the air grows still, Minjun suddenly turns to Guangxik and says he'll reconsider letting him join if he acts like a pigeon for the next 24 hours. Guangxik is completely thrown off, shouting in disbelief, while Minjun shrugs as if to say, well, if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine too. Feeling the pressure, Guangxik hesitantly starts cooing like a pigeon. Dongjin watches, stunned into silence, while Minjun chuckles to himself as Guangxik continues awkwardly, pretending to be a bird. Saint praises the giant for his hard work and gently asks if he has anything to say, and though the giant seems unsure, he eventually asks how long the Saint plans to keep doing things like this. Saint replies that no one really knows, then offers a gift, saying it's for the one who's no longer with them. Looking ahead, Saint adds that something given from the heart can never be too much. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho is annoyed that even after returning from a tough dungeon mission, they're already being made to do construction work for the camps. He complains that being treated like this during his final year of service feels unfair. While working, Purple thinks out loud, wondering if these camps even make a difference in monster fights, and Cho just shrugs, saying no one really knows. Just then, a delivery arrives, and Guangxik announces that it's finally here, Stettel, and explains that they jokingly call it Stettel because no one's quite sure if it's made of stone or metal. The name comes from how confusing and ridiculously tough the material is. As they begin moving it, Guangxik quickly realizes it's way heavier than it looks, and solid as a rock. They struggle with the weight, and one of the soldiers explains that this is exactly why camps are built with it, because it's so tough and reliable. Guangxik adds that it's made from a rare mineral found only in specific dungeons. He starts to mention the name, but Minjun cuts in and distracts him, asking if he said something. Guangxik quickly plays it off, saying it was nothing and just figured someone might be curious. Suddenly, Vice Commander Minji announces a 10-minute break for everyone. Then, with a serious tone, Minji approaches the platoon commander and shares something he overheard while picking up materials from headquarters. There's a rumor that a dungeon known as the Tin Can Dungeon might have appeared in the area controlled by the 104th Division. This immediately grabs everyone's attention. Sergeant Cho reacts in shock, asking if it's true, and Dongjin starts to panic, yelling that if they get sent there again, it'll be his and Cho's third time entering that awful dungeon. Cho complains loudly, saying the situation is getting ridiculous, but Minji tries to calm everyone down and reminds them that an investigation is still ongoing and nothing has been confirmed yet. Meanwhile, Guangxik quietly mutters about tin can dungeons, explaining that hunters use that nickname for certain types of dungeons that follow a specific pattern. First, these dungeons are much larger than normal. Second, they're packed with more monsters and a wider variety of them. Third, they don't include boss monsters or extremely high-risk enemies. Because of all that, they're considered ideal for gaining real battle experience, which is why divisions often use them for large-scale training known as hunter field maneuvers. Minjun, overhearing Guangxik mumbling again, asks who he's even talking to, and Guangxik just shrugs it off, saying he thought someone might be curious. Minjun repeats the name hunter field maneuvers, confused and clearly not thrilled, thinking this doesn't sound like the kind of training he wants right now. He's not interested in long, boring drills. He just wants real fights. But Mincho Kim reminds them all that this is divisional training, it's mandatory, and it's actually a great opportunity to build up accomplishments. As soon as Minjun hears the word accomplishments, his eyes light up, suddenly reminded of his goal to gain recognition and grow stronger. Minjun gets excited, thinking how being stationed at the front lines gives him so many chances to prove himself. He feels proud of his decision to come here because it was the right choice, and everything's working out even better than he imagined. As the excitement about gaining accomplishments builds, Minjun suddenly notices a faint purple glow at his foot, but without drawing attention, he quickly slides his shoe over it and hides it before anyone notices. Dongjin and Cho, clearly exhausted, yell out in frustration and say they don't need any more accomplishments because they're already being worked to the bone in their final year. Meanwhile, Minjun quietly lets out a breath of relief, thinking how lucky he is that nobody saw the glow. He brushes it off and casually shifts focus, thinking the current issue is something about reinforcement requests. Meanwhile, Enseo-sun, the female officer, explains that reinforcements were requested due to an irregular monster, and the request came from the investigative team inside a dungeon that recently appeared in Yanggu. The commanding officer recalls that the dungeon appeared inside a military zone, not near civilians, to which Enseo confirms and adds that 2 members of the investigation team suddenly passed out with no warning or signs. She mentions that this strange occurrence has been happening more frequently and warns that it might be a sign the dungeon needs to be cleared immediately. The officer suggests handing over area control to regular soldiers and pulling back all hunters stationed in Yanggu, redirecting all forces toward a new priority, the dungeon that has opened in the civilian area of Hongcheon. Enseo accepts the order without hesitation. Meanwhile, Minjun watches this unfold and smirks to himself, thinking it looks like the perfect opportunity has just landed in his lap. Feeling like everything is aligning in his favor, Minjun decides that he's going to request a day off. Minjun double-checks his bag, wondering if he packed everything he needs. As he moves ahead, Minchul Kim spots him and casually asks if he's heading out already. He also mentions that he noticed Minjun carrying way more steedle than the others during the camp construction. And now it all makes sense. Minjun wanted to finish early so he could use his day off. Half impressed and half annoyed, Minchul tells him that he really is something else. Minjun smiles and thanks him, but Minchul quickly clarifies that it wasn't exactly meant as a compliment. Then, pointing to the form, Minchul notes that Minjun's registered home address is currently in a restricted area. Curious, he asks where Minjun stayed the last time he left, and Minjun replies honestly that he stayed in a PC room. As expected, Minchul pulls out a key and tells Minjun that if he's okay with it, there's a place he can use, an apartment that belonged to his parents, currently empty while they're away on business. It's kept clean since Minchul visits during his own breaks. Minjun tries to politely decline, saying it's not necessary, but Minchul cuts him off firmly and insists that this time, it really is. Quietly, Minjun reads the small note handed to him earlier. It says the apartment is a bit far from the camp, but still within Gangwon-do, located in Chuncheon at XX Villa. Minjun thinks to himself that it's definitely better than staying in a noisy PC room. Chuncheon isn't too far, so it's not a bad option at all. He also recalls what First Lieutenant Minchul said, "Take the key even if you don't use it. Just get some proper rest." Minjun folds the note and puts it away. As he does, Minchul glances down at Minjun's info sheet. His name is Kim Minjun. His listed address is Gyeonggi-do, Nim Daehyun. Both of his parents, Choi Yoonju and his father, are marked as missing. Meanwhile, Minjun arrives at the Yanggu County bus terminal, where nearby soldiers are talking about a dungeon that recently appeared near an old abandoned school. They're instructed to stay at least 1 kilometer away and focus on securing the perimeter. Minjun stands quietly off to the side, listening without drawing attention. His eyes fix on a distant silent building that must be the dungeon. As he approaches, he wonders what kind of creature he'll face this time, annoyed that the person who sent him didn't even bother to check what kind of monster it was. Typical. Minjun tells himself that if things get too risky, he'll just turn around and leave. The moment he steps forward, a faint glow flashes across his vision, and a message confirms that he's entered the dungeon. The air inside is thick and sticky, unusually humid, and the walls are cracked with the ground torn up, signs that something violent happened here. He spots a shattered object nearby and knows immediately that a battle took place. He can also feel someone or something watching him. Without missing a beat, Minjun calls it out, telling it to show itself. The monster steps forward, and Minjun studies the massive creature, unsure if it's a goblin or a kobold, but whatever it is, it's way too big. He's honestly shocked the investigative team managed to survive an encounter with something like this. Without waiting, Minjun charges in, mocking the monster for surviving its earlier fight, then activates his corruption skill. The monster doesn't even flinch, it doesn't block or react at all. Minjun compares most of his previous enemies to ants, but this one feels more like a giant beetle. Still, a bug is a bug, and with frustration bubbling up, Minjun glares at it, launching one last attack while shouting for payback for ruining his brand new clothes. After defeating the monster, Minjun suddenly receives a system message saying he has absorbed more demonic energy, and his stat increases again. Another message follows, and his demonic energy stat goes up by 3 times in a row. With that, Minjun finally crosses a threshold and unlocks a new skill, Dark Arrow. His Nightwalker skill also gets enhanced, and on top of that, he gains basic swordsmanship. Excited, Minjun quickly pulls up his status window. His stats now read, Strength 65, Agility 60, Stamina 60, and Demonic Energy 22. He grins at the sight of the new skill, Dark Arrow, which allows him to attack from a distance using demonic energy. Exactly what he needed. But what catches him off guard is the basic swordsmanship. Then it clicks. It must have come from landing that critical hit during the fight. A lucky moment for sure. As Minjun thinks back, he remembers a strange shine he saw just before the battle. Curious, he walks over to investigate and spots something. It looks like either the tip of an arrow, a piece of a broken sword, or maybe something the investigative team left behind. The shape and color feel oddly familiar, like he's seen it somewhere before. As Minjun holds the object, monsters begin coming from behind. Another thought hits him. He's just unlocked a new skill and hasn't even tried it yet, and the timing feels perfect. Looking around the dungeon, even though his mission is officially done, he decides to stay a bit longer because it wouldn't hurt to clean up the leftover monsters while testing out what his new power can do. After clearing the dungeon, he feels proud and relaxed. Plus, he's excited to finally have some free time, so he decides to play his favorite game, DPE. It seems like the perfect way to wrap up a productive day. His day off feels satisfying and well spent, but that peaceful mood doesn't last long. As soon as Minjun returns to camp, he senses something is off. Everyone looks serious, and the energy around the platoon is heavy. Jong quickly informs Minjun that it really is a tin can dungeon, and next week they'll be doing a large-scale real-life training session called the Hunter Field Maneuvers. Every platoon will start from different random points and work their way to the center of the dungeon. The goal is to respond to sudden emergencies, fight monsters, and survive the pressure of real combat, and no one gets to relax. Everyone has to stay alert and battle-ready. As the exercise begins, Minchul Kim shouts commands to take positions on a hill. Suddenly, dark balls appear, monsters that float and have thick, durable skin. These creatures are tricky because melee weapons don't work well on them. All troops are ordered to put away their specialty weapons and use firearms. They begin firing non-stop to stop the dark balls from getting closer, but Minjun finds it all thrilling because this kind of training is exactly the kind of dangerous action he enjoys. Minji warns everyone that if those monsters get too close and start sucking blood, they'll become almost impossible to stop. If any soldier gets bitten, it's pretty much over for them. Minjun realizes that if too many people get injured or taken out, their platoon's score in the training will drop badly, and that's not something he's willing to let happen. After that, Minjun gets serious and calls out for Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. While running across the battlefield, Minjun's foot suddenly slams into a black monster that appears in his path, and the impact is so strong and fast, the creature shoots straight up into the sky like a kicked ball. Everyone around him freezes for a second, watching the monster disappear into the clouds above. Afterwards, Minjun wishes he could just use his dark arrows to shoot down the floating monsters, because that would make things a lot easier. Meanwhile, the commander, Minchul Kim, gives the loud order for all troops to fire freely at the dark balls in the air. As the battle calms, they finally get a short break, and the troops are told to rest for 10 minutes, check their gear, and report any injuries in their squads. During the rest, Sergeant Cho feels drained and mentions how this session feels way harder than the last one, wondering how many battles they've already gone through. In-ho Choi replies that he isn't exactly sure, but brings up a strange rumor. Some people are saying this dungeon might not be a typical tin can dungeon after all. That surprises Sergeant Cho, who asks what he means. In-ho explains that the rumor is there's actually a boss monster hidden inside, which shouldn't be the case for this kind of dungeon. Word is, the creature was captured alive and locked away somewhere in the central assembly area. As the break ends, Minji calls everyone back to training, and the soldiers follow orders. Moving forward, Minjun suddenly spots someone in the distance, a Hunter Corps soldier wearing 2 stars on their uniform. Minjun immediately recognizes him and knows exactly who he is. The scene then shifts to a giant figure returning with a broken sword in hand. After seeing this, an old man speaks calmly to the giant. Since he returned so quickly, the old man assumes the mission must have been rough, or someone messed up by blindly following that woman's orders. As he examines the blade, the old man frowns at the severe damage, and then asks if the giant has been hunting demonic monsters again. At the central dungeon assembly point, tension starts to build as Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-cheol of the 3rd Battalion notices that the number of monsters inside the dungeon is much higher than expected and quietly hopes things stay under control without any serious incidents. Standing next to him, Colonel Jeon Seung-kyun of the 1st Battalion explains that the division commander believes the troops' overall combat ability has been slowly declining, but Ko Jong-cheol worries they might be pushing the soldiers too hard, both physically and mentally. Then Colonel Lee Junbyum of the 2nd Battalion shows up, visibly anxious, and asks if anyone knows where the division commander went. Jeon Seung-kyun just shrugs and says, everyone knows how unpredictable the commander can be. No one can stop him once he sets his mind on something. Still uneasy, Lee Junbyum questions why the commander would even take part in this kind of training himself, and his concern grows when he realizes the division commander went straight to the area where his own battalion members are stationed. That's when Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-cheol reveals what the division commander said before heading out, that there's a soldier he wants to see with his own eyes. Min Cheol Kim stares in disbelief. He knows that in these exercises, there's usually a penalty mission where someone pretends to be injured, and that person has to be carried by their squad. What shocks him is who's playing the injured soldier this time. That role was supposed to go to a regular officer from Division HQ, but somehow the division commander himself is lying on the stretcher, playing along. While Minchul tries to wrap his head around it, the commander casually tells them to take good care of him. Minchul quickly snaps to attention and salutes, despite still being stunned. Then Sergeant First Class Kim Minji steps forward, explaining by the book that the injured person must be transported properly. Trying to stay respectful, Minji offers to carry him, but the commander cuts him off mid-sentence, reminding everyone loud and clear that they should know his personality by now. Seokyong, the division commander, firmly refuses to be carried and says he won't participate in that part of the drill, insisting they keep going with the training as planned. Everyone watches in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Minjun can't help but think to himself that this training is absolutely insane, but also incredibly fun. The excitement and surprises don't stop there. The field is packed with all kinds of monsters, each bringing its own danger. And on top of that, the division has set up special traps and challenges, making the entire session feel like a real dungeon expedition, with something new waiting around every corner. Private Jin Cheolho from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, struggles to keep up. Breathing heavily and clearly anxious, he fails to take down a frog-like monster. Just as the creature lunges at him, Minjun steps in and takes it down in a single blow, saving Cheolho from serious harm. As Minjun reflects on the battle, he realizes that even his basic swordsmanship skill, though simple, is helping him hit harder and stay sharper in combat. He starts to think this intense training might be just what he needs to level up even more. Cheolho, still catching his breath, quickly thanks Minjun. From a distance, Seokyong watches the battlefield and admits to himself that this might be the toughest round of hunter field maneuvers they've ever done. Meanwhile, Minchul Kim calls out to the troops, urging them to hang on until the break, and everyone pushes forward with what strength they have left, though it's clear Kim Minjun is standing out more than ever. At the same time, in the northern section of the dungeon, Private First Class Sun Yunseo shows off her skills by taking down multiple monsters on her own. She breathes hard, wiped out from the effort, but just as another girl soldier is about to be attacked, Yunseo charges in and saves her, keeping her safe without hesitation. All the platoon members have managed to reach this point of the training without suffering any serious injuries. Seokyong watches with pride, while Minchul Kim, standing nearby, acknowledges how capable the platoon truly is. When Minchul humbly gives credit to the members, Seokyong reminds him that recognizing and managing good soldiers is also part of a leader's strength. He encourages Minchul to give it his all for the final phase of training, and Minchul replies with gratitude. Suddenly, Seokyong loses his balance. Sergeant First Class Kim Minji quickly snaps at him, scolding him for relying only on his left hand and not supporting himself properly. Seokyong apologizes right away. Nearby, Corporal Lee Sungwoo is approached by a younger soldier who's curious. It's his second time participating in hunter field maneuvers, so naturally someone tries to ask him a question, but Lee bluntly tells them not to ask. As the group gets ready to move out and form up again, the younger soldier repeats, confused, something about the hole, to which Lee confirms it, calling it the dungeon hole. The younger one stares at the large pit ahead, recognizing it as a hole but clearly not understanding its significance. Lee just shrugs and says it's obvious he must have been sleeping during the dungeon information session. Though there isn't much known about how dungeons work, Lee explains that the common idea is this. A dungeon is like a space linked to another dimension through some kind of gate. Even though it's connected, it's not a perfect or endless space because dungeons have borders, and inside them, there are areas where the connection becomes unstable or breaks completely. Those strange and random spots are what people call dungeon holes. Another soldier, slightly nervous, asks what happens if someone accidentally enters one of those dungeon holes or crosses the dungeon's edge, to which Lee admits he isn't exactly sure, but says people believe they'll suddenly be teleported to some random place inside the dungeon, like a sudden pop. Right then, something unexpected happens, and a strange noise and reaction spread across the group because someone appears in front of them. A girl soldier is lying on the ground, helpless. Mincheol Kim quickly steps up and reassures her, saying he already reported the situation to the 4th Battalion and tells her to rest and not worry. The girl, still anxious, asks if her battalion members are all safe, and Minchel gently confirms that yes, they're all safe, and in fact, deeply worried about her too. He adds that the training has been paused to focus on recovering Private First Class Sun Yunseo. Minchel explains that the situation has been officially reported, so training will likely resume soon. Yunseo quietly thanks him, clearly relieved that things are under control. Minji reminds her that with a fractured foot, it's better to rest because hunters must protect their health just as much as they sharpen their combat skills. Minchel adds that headquarters has been contacted and the transfer crew are already on their way. He starts to say that her participation in this session is now over. Before he can finish, Major General Du Seokyong arrives, and his sudden appearance catches Yunseo by surprise because she hadn't expected the division commander to be out here during training. The soldiers fall silent, fully aware of the weight his presence carries. Mincheol Kim informs the general that although Yunseo has no serious external injuries, her left ankle is fractured and she won't be able to continue. Du Seokyong expresses disappointment that there was only a little training left. He turns his attention to Yunseo, waiting for her report, and she explains that during a monster fight, she slipped off a cliff and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she had already been moved, and her words make it clear that she must have fallen beyond the dungeon's inner boundary, likely into a place the team wasn't monitoring. Whether it was a dungeon hole or not doesn't really matter anymore because what truly matters is that Sun Yunseo was found in time. Seokyong feels a wave of relief and calmly acknowledges how lucky she was to be discovered so quickly. Then something clicks in his mind, and he asks for her name again. Upon hearing it, His expression shifts immediately as he recognizes her background. Yunseo is from the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion, and, more importantly, the daughter of Sun Taiho. With that revelation, Du Seokyeong calls out to Corporal Kim Minjun. Minjun responds quickly, confused about why he's being singled out, but before he can process anything further, the order is given. He must carry the injured Yunseo. Minjun is caught off guard and hesitates for a second, questioning it internally. But Seokyeong's sharp voice cuts through any doubt and leaves no room for debate. Despite Yunseo's protests and confusion, the decision is already made. To the commander, this is not just an order, it's a task that could be counted as a valuable accomplishment. The situation is now under control, and the mission is simple. The injured must be safely transported without delay. Minjun prepares to give Yunseo a piggyback ride. She's visibly frustrated but eventually gives in after Minjun calmly tells her that she can quit the training if she wants, though doing so will reset her training score. Faced with that, Yunseo chooses to continue and politely asks to be looked after. The platoon watches in stunned silence, especially Jong, who can't believe how Minjun still has so much strength left. To them, it doesn't even feel like Minjun is human anymore. Min Cheol Kim instructs the pair to follow along at the rear with the vice commander and to report if Enseo gets tired, but Minjun shows no signs of slowing down and clearly doesn't expect to fall behind. At the same time, Minji quietly talks to Seokyeong about Enseo getting special treatment just because she's the daughter of another division commander. Seokyeong hears this and responds with a calm reminder that there's no rule saying the injured shouldn't be helped. This, too, is part of the training. Minji acknowledges it without further pushback, but then Major General Du Seokyeong mutters something under his breath, something harsh, personal, and clearly directed at Sun Taiho. There's no doubt now that a deeper story lies beneath the surface. Minjun keeps walking with Enseo on his back, each step steady despite the awkward weight. The position isn't comfortable, but he doesn't complain. After a while, Enseo offers to give up the training, telling him he can put her down if he's tired. Without hesitation, Minjun says it's fine, and casually adds that she's lighter than Stettel, the heavy material they used during camp construction. Hearing that, Enseo repeats the word with confusion, so Minjun explains it like it's nothing, comparing her to the dense mineral. He even guesses she weighs around 50 kilos, but before he can finish, Enseo cuts him off, clearly embarrassed, and tells him to stop talking. There's a brief silence before she speaks again, calmer this time, saying she'll repay him for helping her. Minjun smiles at that, but in his mind, he thinks a reward from her father would be even better. Trying to lighten the mood, he brings up the weight comparison again, repeating that she's lighter than Statel, and Enseo immediately shouts at him to shut up, her voice echoing down the path. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho groans to himself, complaining that this training feels like it was switched from normal mode to hell mode, and wonders who made it so hard. Min Cheol Kim checks the distance and sees that only 2 kilometers are left. He reminds everyone to stay focused and not let their guard down. The message spreads through the squads and gives them a bit of energy. Suddenly, Corporal Lee Ikjun and Sergeant Lee Gitai from the 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad, report seeing flying monsters up ahead. Minchel hears the call and immediately orders everyone to prepare, warning them that these airborne monsters won't be easy to deal with. The worst part is that they're facing black rakes, nasty creatures about the size of sparrows, but aggressive enough to tear through skin with their sharp claws and teeth. Hunters might not die from the wounds, but the pain is brutal, and right now, everyone's already exhausted from training. To make things worse, they're still carrying someone injured, and fighting like this is going to be incredibly risky. The Black Rakes are known for being relentless. Once they attack, they don't stop. Far off, Du Seokyeong, the high-ranking officer pretending to be the injured person, watches quietly. His eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be, so he can't even see the monsters clearly anymore. But he understands how hard this moment is for the troops. He's not just observing the fight, he's watching how they react. If they panic or mess up, their training score could take a hit. Visibility is low, everyone's worn out, but none of that can be used as an excuse. They're hunters. Leaving formation to help might feel like the right thing, but doing so could throw the entire squad into chaos. It's better to stay in line and trust the platoon commander's judgment, no matter how hard it gets. Just then, Kim Min-jun notices something and suddenly moves forward, catching everyone off guard. The others try to stop him, confused about why he's stepping up while still carrying an injured soldier, but Min-jun speaks up and asks for a chance. He knows things can't go on like this. Everyone is reaching their breaking point. Minchul Kim, the platoon commander, is stunned, but listens and questions how Min-jun expects to pull anything off with someone still on his back. Even so, Min-jun insists. Minchul reminds him that if the plan fails, they'll retreat immediately, and Min-jun is only getting one shot at this. Min-jun refuses to hand off the injured soldier and decides to go through with the plan himself. The order is given. Everyone is to fall back and provide cover behind Kim Min-jun. Additionally, Minchul gives the order to prepare for open fire, making everyone tense up, and Seokyeong reacts with disbelief, questioning if they really plan to take down airborne monsters with rifles. Min-jun quietly tells Enseo to hold on because he has no intention of losing anyone. Hearing that, Enseo is in shock, muttering about how insane everything feels. But Minjun stays calm. As a dark mage, he's gotten used to moving in shadows, and this moment feels just like the early levels of a game he knows by heart. He remembers his dark arrow skill. It's low rank, but when used right, it hits hard, and he blends it with his long-range weapon. Without warning, Minjun launches it, and the demonic energy wraps around the arrow like a cannonball, massive and fast. It's way too big to dodge, especially in the middle of a pitch-black night. The monster drops instantly, and Enseo can't believe her eyes. In no time, Minjun brings down the rest, and the battlefield clears. Even now, it feels unreal to everyone watching. Minjun's not just skilled, he's overwhelming, and a quiet understanding spreads through the squad that Kim Minjun isn't someone you can easily compare to. All the soldiers take a deep breath as the fight finally ends, and the monsters are gone, and the area settles into calm again. Then someone announces that all members of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon have officially passed the training, and the entire group hears it. The medical team quickly arrives and begins checking the injured, while Minchul Kim looks around at everyone and praises them for staying strong until the very end. Minji reminds the soldiers to stay focused even now, because they'll soon be heading to the barracks to rest. Minjun briefly wonders where people go to be rewarded for their effort, but the thought fades when Minchul Kim suddenly calls his name. In front of everyone, he tells Minjun that he worked harder than anyone else, pointing out how from the very beginning, Minjun acted first, never ran from danger, and showed bravery that really stood out. Corporal Kim Minjun stands proud but feels a little shy as all eyes turn to him. Soneon Seo, still on his back, quietly thanks him and asks if he can put her down now. Later, she also apologizes for causing trouble to the platoon, but Minchul Kim quickly reassures her that no one saw her as a burden and that he's simply glad they completed the training together. Nearby, Major General Du Seokyong watches the scene with a small smile, clearly impressed by the way the platoon pulled through as a team. In the end, despite all the pressure and challenges, the entire platoon completes the training successfully. Laughter spreads among the troops as they finally relax, and more than a few admit that it was all thanks to Minjun, because his actions truly made the difference. Suddenly, Colonel Yu Jihye, the commander of the 4th Battalion, arrives to check on Yunseo and asks about her condition. Yunseo reports that aside from a small ankle injury, she's fine, and Colonel Yu notes how lucky she was, especially after falling into the dungeon hole. Yu Jihye then tells the squad to move her carefully, and they follow orders right away. After that, Colonel Yu Jihye turns to Major General Du Seokyong and requests a private conversation regarding the training. Even though Seokyong hesitates at first, she insists that it needs to happen immediately. Later that night, while most of the camp is asleep, Kim Minjun enjoys a quiet moment. The chef offers him some fried chicken, and Minjun's eyes light up with joy. He asks if he can really eat all of it, and the chef says there's no one else around to share it with since everyone's already resting. Minjun digs in happily, saying he can't let his efforts go unrewarded. The chef brings up the training and confirms Minjun's from the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company, then tells him he heard their unit was praised as the best in the entire division. Minjun nods while munching, and the chef shares that he overheard the higher-ups talking about how well Minjun did, especially during the night attack with the Black Rakes. He confirms that Minjun handled them himself and seems genuinely impressed, wondering aloud how anyone could pull off something like that in the dark. The chef continues, mentioning how tough this round of training really was, saying word has spread that around 70% of privates and privates first class across the division gave up midway. As he reflects on everything, Minjun looks down at his food and lets out a quiet gasp of joy, completely taken by how juicy the meat is. The camp stays calm into the morning. Most soldiers are still asleep, enjoying the free time they earned after the brutal training. A few officers talk nearby, saying the exercise went better than expected and mentioning that the division commander was very impressed. He even came to watch the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company himself, and everyone agrees that they clearly stood out during the entire exercise. Captain Kim Chi-woo from the 1st Company smiles proudly and says the division commander is cool and not scary at all. Then he pauses, thinking he might have spoken too casually, but another officer tells him it's fine, and he didn't say anything wrong. It was honest but firm, and since the commander had left his post without warning, no one could really argue against it. They also talk about the 4th Battalion commander, and some say NCO feels a bit intimidating, even to them. Still, none of that changes the fact that Kim Minjun made a huge impression, and everyone agrees he did an incredible job. Minjun stayed strong, reacted quickly, and never backed down. On top of that, he did it all right in front of the division commander. Now that things are calming down, everyone starts looking forward to the upcoming monthly meeting. At the headquarters of the 104th Division, Major General Du Seokyong goes over the dungeon cleanup schedule, and everything seems in order, so he moves on to check on Private First Class son Yunseo. Colonel Yu Jihye informs him that her injury isn't as bad as expected, and confirms it's not a fracture. Her recovery is going well, and by tomorrow, Enseo will complete her treatments and return to duty. Seokyong quietly notes that she seems to take after her father. Suddenly the phone rings, and Seokyong answers. A voice on the other end greets him by calling him a bearded bastard. Confused at first, Seokyung asks who it is, but the voice responds like it should be obvious. After a brief pause, the realization hits. It's Sun Taiho, the commander of the 107th Division and Sun Yunseo's father. Without wasting time, Sun Taiho throws down a direct challenge and demands a duel. Instead of answering right away, Seokyung explodes, demanding why this guy would call him out of nowhere like this. Taiho, completely unfazed, repeats his challenge and even lets Seokyung choose the location. Trying to keep it together, Seokyung asks if Taiho is acting this way just because his daughter got injured, questioning how a man like him even has the nerve to call himself a general. But Taiho remains cool, saying that yes, he is a general, and all he really wants is a little workout using the Do Seokyung punching bag, which he claims is much more durable than the usual ones. That line pushes Seokyung to the edge, making him curse under his breath. Still, he admits he feels bad about what happened to Yunseo but insists it was part of the training, nothing to get this worked up about. Just when it seems like things might calm down, Taiho goes in for the kill, casually mocking Seokyung for not even being able to get married, asking how someone like that could possibly understand. That's it? Seokyung's face turns crimson with rage and he snaps. He demands Taiho's location, shouting at him to stay right where he is, because once Seokyung gets there, he won't be laughing anymore. When Taiho doesn't respond, Do Seokyung slams his hands on the table in pure frustration, cracking his phone in the process. The room falls into tense silence. Yuji walks up to him carefully, letting him know that the call ended just now. Seokyung, still fuming, demands she call Taiho personally, but she urges him to calm down, reminding him that Taiho has every right to be upset at this point. That only fuels his anger further. He can't believe even she's taking Taiho's side. Suspicion creeps in as he asks if she was the one who told Taiho about his daughter's injury, but Jihye firmly clarifies it wasn't her. Most likely, the hospital contacted Yunseo's guardian directly. She also explains that Taiho probably found out because his daughter was granted special permission to finish training before being transferred to the hospital. As those words land, Seokyung's rage starts to waver, and guilt takes its place. He realizes he should have at least reached out. He should have explained that he wasn't targeting her specifically, just testing the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon to gauge how they'd react when one of their own was injured. He sighs, now thinking it's best to clear things up with Taiho properly, knowing this mess came from a serious misunderstanding. Since Do Seokyung's phone is in no shape to call anyone, Yoo Ji-hee dials Taiho herself and puts the call on speaker. The moment Taiho picks up, his voice is sharp and annoyed, already guessing Seokyung is with her. Jae quickly apologizes for calling him out of the blue, explaining that the division commander's phone is broken, so she made the call instead. With that, Seokyung steps in, owning up to everything. He calmly explains the misunderstanding and sincerely apologizes for his actions, but Taiho isn't ready to let it go. He mocks Seokyung, accusing him of backing out of their duel, then demands to know the identity of the man who carried his daughter on his back. The fact that someone who wasn't even a medic got that close to her clearly doesn't sit well with him, and he warns Seokyung to be ready the next time they meet. Realizing this conversation's going nowhere fast, Yoo Ji-hye ends the call without waiting for more drama. Furious, Seokyung grips the edge of the sofa with white knuckles and shoots her a deadly glare, clearly blaming her for pushing him to make the call. Without another word, he demands she prepare a vehicle immediately. They're going to Daejeon to meet Taiho face to face. Ji-hee, knowing there's no winning here, stays silent, thinking to herself how ridiculous both these hot-headed men are acting. In another corner of the base, Minjun Kim strolls down the hallway, completely focused on one thing, his free chicken from the cafeteria. But just as he's lost in that thought, he senses something. Turning around, he catches his Nightwalker bouncing around in pure joy at seeing him. As cute as the little guy is, Minjun's had enough of him popping up in public without warning. Without wasting time, he grabs the tiny creature and shoves him into his pocket, heading straight out of the building for a private talk. Out behind the building, Minjun double-checks to make sure no one's around before letting the Nightwalker out. The moment the little guy's free, Minjun gives him a firm scolding, warning him not to show up unless it's absolutely safe. The Nightwalker, hurt but trying to explain himself, says he made sure no one was around and only came because he missed his master. Minjun, realizing he might have been a bit too harsh, softens and summons some demonic energy to feed him. After getting his fill, the tiny creature suddenly points at Minjun. Curious, Minjun touches the little finger, and instantly, a connection forms between them. Through the link, Minjun sees what his minion had witnessed earlier, Hwachin, completely wrecked, radiating clear signs of demonic energy. He's stunned the Nightwalker traveled that far and actually gathered solid intel. Praising him for the incredible job, Minjun watches his little guy light up with pride. But while the Nightwalker soaks in the compliments, Minjun's already brainstorming an excuse to sneak out of base again. As Minjun approaches the dormitory, his mind spins with thoughts. He figures it might look suspicious if he leaves right away, but it also feels like a waste to sit on his vacation days if it's just a false alarm. He's still thankful for the day off he earned last time during the Yanggu operation. Just as he opens the dorm door, he's hit with a burst of noise. Everyone inside is celebrating. The moment he steps in, They all start congratulating him for being selected as the division's best soldier during the Hunter Field maneuvers. They mention an upcoming award ceremony and, even better, that the whole platoon is getting a day off because of his achievement. Minjun's eyes light up, and he wastes no time asking if he can use his break tomorrow. The platoon commander, not having much room to argue, says he'll check the schedule, and just like that, Minjun scores a day off. The next day, Minjun heads to Hwacheon, but everything feels off. The chaos seems to be over, with some hunters cleaning up, but he can't figure out why so many of them are still around. He's especially annoyed that he fed his minion a boost of demonic energy earlier as a reward, only to arrive after the action ended. Suddenly a voice calls his name. He turns to see a girl pulling down her mask, and it's none other than Son Yunseo. A few minutes earlier, out on the outskirts of Hwacheon's civilian zone, before Minjun even arrived, the girls were already hard at work sanitizing the entire area. Corporal Cha-Marie was getting tired and irritated, still not able to wrap her head around why they had to clean up after their Hunter Field maneuvers. Corporal Yoon Hyeju, more level-headed, figured it was a punishment from the battalion commander since their training results were pretty bad, and judging from the company commander's expression, it wasn't something to take lightly. She told the others to quit grumbling and just get the job done. But Mari was absolutely exhausted, complaining that a monster had to pop out of a gate the moment they wrapped up their training. Still, she admitted they were lucky not to be assigned to the attack team, especially since some people had even lost their homes in the mess. Their attention soon shifted to Yunseo, who was at the end of the road, quietly scrubbing away without a single complaint. Mari walked over to check on her, asking if she was okay and gently telling her not to push herself too hard. True to form, Private First Class Son Yunseo stood at attention and assured her that she was completely fine. Mari couldn't help but be impressed by how quickly Yunseo seemed to be recovering, but still told her to take it easy just in case. That's when they overheard a few murmurs from the other girls, wondering what a male hunter was doing in their area. The corporal girl might not know what's going on, but Yunseo recognizes the guy instantly. It's none other than Minjun. While a few of the girls can tell he's from the same division, none of them seem to know much beyond that. Back to the present moment, Yunseo pulls down her mask, and Minjun is visibly stunned. He never imagined he'd run into her here. Yunseo asks what he's doing in the area, pointing out that, as far as she knows, only his battalion was called in for support. Meanwhile, the other female troops are completely thrown off by the appearance of a male hunter in their zone. With an annoyed look, Minjun replies that he's on vacation. Yunseo gets irritated at that, demanding who in their right mind comes to a recently attacked site while on leave. Her suspicions rise fast and she starts grilling him, asking if he just made that up. She presses harder, questioning why someone on vacation would show up in military uniform. Without answering, Minjun casually hands over a leave form signed by his platoon commander. Yunseo reads it, and though her suspicion fades a little, she still isn't fully convinced. She hands it back and asks why he would choose to come to a restricted zone like Hwacheon. That question catches Minjun off guard. Knowing full well he can't spill the real reason, he brushes it off with an excuse, saying he had business in Hwacheon, and, when he heard there was an emergency, he decided to check it out. Suddenly, everyone's attention snaps to an unexpected gate that appears behind the troops. It stretches wide in all directions, instantly raising anxiety across the field. They had just finished clearing the area, and now it looks like they're in for another round. One of the corporals quickly orders everyone to retreat to the platoon commander's position. Chaos breaks out as the troops begin falling back, but in the middle of the mess, Minjun does the opposite. He walks straight toward the gate. Yunseo spots him and immediately urges him to evacuate, but he clearly has other plans. Calmly, he gives her an excuse, saying he'll buy them some time while the others escape. Yunseo is frustrated and thinks he's being reckless, especially since they have no clue what might come out of that thing. But Minjun points out that the attack team has already pulled out, and if a monster shows up now, everyone could be in serious danger. In that case, he'll do what he can to stall it, and if things get bad, he'll run. Then he asks if she has any spare gear and tells her to lend it to him. Still clearly worried, Yunseo hesitates, but when he brings up her injured foot, she clenches her jaw and reluctantly hands him her weapon. Before turning to leave, she tells him again, if things go south, he better run. Now that everyone is gone, Minjun finally has the gate to himself and gets ready for some real action. As he walks closer, he reminds himself that some monsters are the type to stay behind in dungeons rather than leaving. Drawing his weapon from its sheath, he hopes this isn't one of those gates that leads to monsters like that. Otherwise, all his excitement would be for nothing. Still, he knows it's rare for such monsters to show up, since most tend to move in groups. Then, just as expected, a slight grin creeps onto Minjun's face when he spots a red boar stepping out of the gate, wrapped in a thick layer of purple demonic energy. One by one, more red boars begin crawling out behind it, forming a pack. While Minjun waves away the awful stench coming off these beasts, they don't hesitate, they all charge at him at once. Without flinching, Minjun braces himself, gets into an attacking stance, and rushes forward. He opens with a series of dark arrows launched from his palm, but to his surprise, they bounce right off the boar's thick skin. Realizing they've got nothing but high defense, He leaps high into the air and comes crashing down with a barrage of sharp, calculated slashes. His blade cuts into their hides, but none of them fall. Minjun narrows his eyes, fully aware that while their outer layer is tough, that doesn't mean their insides are built the same. Because of that, Minjun unleashes a D-rank skill called Corruption, sending waves of demonic energy pulsing out of his body and into the monsters through the cuts on their thick skin. The red boars begin bleeding from within, but still try to charge forward one last time, only to collapse miserably. Without missing a beat, Minjun absorbs the demonic energy from their broken bodies. Just to make sure they're down for good, he slashes across their bodies one final time. As a result, he gains a boost in demonic energy and sees noticeable growth in both his Nightwalker and basic swordsmanship skills. Now that the red boars are done, he waits to see if any more monsters come out. But just then, his face drops as a familiar voice calls out from behind. It's none other than the platoon commander, Ji-yoon, arriving with the other corporals. She grabs Minjun to check if he's okay, while the rest of the female troops can't help but blush after witnessing him take down those monsters on his own. Ji-yoon immediately starts scolding him for acting reckless and fighting instead of reporting the gate's appearance. She demands to know which unit he belongs to and why he's even here. Without going into detail, Minjun hands over his signed leave application and explains that he had some business in the area, but rushed to help when he heard about the emergency. Her doubts cleared. Ji-yoon instructs everyone to move out since the monsters have been taken care of, and the investigation team will arrive soon. As she walks off, the rest of the girls swarm Minjun like bees, bombarding him with questions about how he managed to fight alone. Ji-yoon lets out a tired sigh seeing them all act like fangirls, while Yunseo stands at a distance, quietly observing the chaos. Meanwhile, Minjun's patience is wearing thin, and deep down, he's just wishing they'd all go to hell already. During the nighttime, a loud shout of confusion echoes from the administrative office as the platoon commander gets a call updating him about the recent incident in Huachin involving Minjun during his so-called vacation. The commander double-checks if they're really talking about Corporal Kim Minjun from the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company, and the person confirms it. The commander immediately shoots up from his chair in shock after hearing that Minjun handled the monsters all by himself and even volunteered for public welfare work. On the other end, Yunseo's platoon commander, Ji-yuen, explains that while all the gates have been sealed off for now, they're currently disinfecting private homes that were affected, and surprisingly, Minjun is still there helping them. She admits it's the first time she's seen someone act like this. Meanwhile, Corporal Yoon Hyeju and Corporal Chamari are busy watching Minjun from a distance. Hyeju is still struggling to believe he defeated the red boars so effortlessly, considering she heard getting hit by one is like being rammed by a truck. On the flip side, Chamari is totally simping over Minjun and his brutal monster-slaying skills. At the same time, Minjun himself is annoyed that he didn't get the full benefit from killing those monsters. Determined to salvage something out of this mess, he decides to help with cleanup duties to boost his image before heading out. That's when Yunseo quietly walks up behind him, catching him off guard since his head is already spinning with thoughts. Instead of greeting her properly, he immediately says something ridiculous about almost hitting her in the face and tells her to move out of the way, brushing off the fact that she clearly wants to talk. Still, Yunseo stays firm and gets straight to the point, saying there's something she really wants to talk about. After wrapping up the cleanup, Minjun and Yunseo stand face to face, the air between them tense but calm. Minjun asks her straight up why she came to talk to him. Yunseo doesn't beat around the bush. She brings up their first encounter and asks if he really cursed at her from the bus window. At first, Minjun looks confused, but then it clicks, and he corrects her, saying he didn't curse. He just told her that if she messed with him again, she was dead. Yunseo lets out a deep sigh, clearly frustrated but trying to be the bigger person. She admits that she was the one who got pissed first that day, and with that, she apologizes. Surprisingly, Minjun waves it off, saying he's not holding any grudges, and tells her to let it go. As he turns to leave, she stops him again and brings up something more serious. She mentions that there was only one other person to ever get a perfect score on the promotion test. That catches Minjun's attention, and he naturally assumes she's talking about him. But he's caught off guard when she reveals that she's actually talking about someone else, her dad. With a mix of pride and admiration on her face, she explains that her father was the only person to start as a private and earn stars, and wanting to follow in his footsteps, she chose to enlist as a private too. Minjun gets genuinely curious now that he's hearing about someone who achieved something like he did, but he stumbles back a bit, mentally calculating timelines, realizing that the Hunter army only came into existence when the gates started appearing. He was only 7 at the time. That leads him to assume that Yunseo's father must have re-enlisted as a private after becoming an awakener. Yunseo quickly clears up the misunderstanding. She explains that her dad wasn't strong back in the day. In fact, he was considered unfit for military service because of poor eyesight and some other physical issues. But after awakening and seeing his body change for the better, he enlisted voluntarily. The pride in her eyes when she speaks about him makes Minjun think that he'd like to meet this man someday. Yunseo assures him that her father would be thrilled to meet someone like him. He has a lot of respect for strong warriors. Meanwhile, over at the Daejeon 107th Division headquarters, things are getting chaotic inside the Hunter-exclusive gym. The entire building is trembling, and Colonel Lee Sang-jin, the 3rd Battalion commander, looks like he's about to pass out from stress. Yu Jihye is also there, completely overwhelmed, unable to get the situation under control. Turns out, it's not an earthquake, it's a full-on fistfight between Taiho and Du Seokyung. The two seasoned warriors are brawling like wild beasts, both of them bruised and scratched up from head to toe. Amid the clash, Taiho throws a mocking comment, asking if Seokyung really came all this way just to drop Kim Min-jun's name. That catches Seokyung completely off guard. He didn't expect Taiho to already know about him. But Taiho just chuckles, asking if Seokyung seriously thought he wouldn't find out just because he decided not to mention it. Without wasting another second, the two start throwing punches again like they forgot they weren't in their 20s anymore. Lee Sang-jin is losing his mind, convinced no one can stop them at this point. But right then, Yu Jihye jumps between them when she realizes things are getting way too intense. The punches stop, but the two men are still glaring each other down, throwing insults like kids in a schoolyard. Eventually, the madness cools off, and they find themselves outside the building, sitting on a park bench. Yu Jihye walks over to Seokyung and delivers a report from the 3rd Battalion commander, saying the Red Boar's gate has been cleared. Seokyung praises her and the commander before she heads off. Once she's gone, Taiho finally breaks the silence, asking straight up what Seokyung's real reason is for showing up. He's convinced there's something more. Seokyung doesn't hold back. He admits he came to promote Min-jun to the rank of sergeant. Taiho's calm expression twists into pure rage, clearly furious that Seokyung wants to support the guy who dared to mess with his daughter. But Seokyung fires back, just as angry, making it clear that no one messed with Yunseo. He tells Taiho to stop acting like a raging bull and start being grateful that Min-jun was the one who helped her out in the first place. Taiho reminds Seokyung that Min-jun was only recently promoted to corporal, and before that, he got a special promotion to private first class. Seokyung nods and admits he already has plans to raise Min-jun to a commissioned officer. Hearing that, Taiho lets out a deep sigh, saying that Gu Hakcheol won't sit quietly and will definitely take an interest in anyone Seokyung values that much. But that's exactly why Seokyung spilled everything. He wants Taiho on his side. A small smirk creeps across Taiho's face, but he says he'll decide after meeting the guy himself. Meanwhile, over in Hwacheon County, a dark figure wrapped in demonic energy appears right in front of Min-jun. Min-jun is frozen, too stunned to react to what's happening. The man slowly rises to his feet, a twisted smile spreading across his face as he finally lays eyes on Min-jun, clearly thrilled to have found him at last. Moments earlier, all the female corporals were seated inside the bus while Min-jun stood outside, seeing them off. The girls waved and shouted, hoping they'd meet him again someday. Corporal Cha Marie looked like she was just 1 second away from asking him out, or at least slipping him her number. But Corporal Yoon Hyeju quickly shut that down and politely thanked Min-jun for helping them out. While Cha Marie kept bickering with her friend about ruining the perfect chance, Yunseo quietly exchanged a glance with Min-jun. And just like that, the bus rolled off, leaving Min-jun behind. Honestly, he felt a bit relieved that he could finally drop the act of playing the nice guy. But as soon as he turned around, the Nightwalker suddenly popped up out of nowhere. The little shadow creature coughed and shamelessly begged for more demonic energy to feed its huge belly. But what it didn't realize was that its master was still mad about the bad intel earlier, so there was no chance it was getting any rewards today. The little minion looked heartbroken after being denied his treat, but his expression changed the moment he sensed something strange. Suddenly, he started jumping and pulsing with demonic energy, sending urgent waves of thought directly to Min-jun. Through the signals, Min-jun learned that a foreign demonic energy was entering this dimension, not through a dungeon gate, but by breaking through the boundary on its own. Impressed that the Nightwalker could detect such faint traces, Min-jun finally understood that maybe his minion wasn't suited for stealth, but had incredible potential as a danger radar. Without wasting a second, Min-jun asked the little guy to lead the way. A few minutes later, the two of them reached deep into the forest. As a reward, Min-jun summoned a small burst of demonic energy and offered it to the minion. But before he could relax, the air around them started to twist, and a demonic portal cracked open right in front of them. Slowly, a figure began to emerge. The moment the man stepped out and laid eyes on Min-jun, his entire face lit up with joy, and he shouted Master Minold with tears streaming down his face. Min-jun, however, was not thrilled. He immediately backed away and told the man to keep his distance. But when the guy clumsily tripped over his own feet, Min-jun instinctively rushed to check on him. Frustration flickered across his face as he knelt beside him, asking why on earth he followed him here when he was explicitly told not to. The man, still overwhelmed, could only sob with joy, overjoyed to see his master again. Min-jun lets out a deep sigh as memories of their first meeting flood back. Back in the other world, this same guy had been on the brink of death, lying helpless in the middle of a deserted dungeon. A monster had appeared, ready to deliver the final blow to someone who had already given up hope. But something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a wave of demonic energy tore through the creature, saving him at the last second. When he looked up, he saw Min-jun standing tall above him, surrounded by a dark aura. The man immediately assumed he was Master Minold. Minjun had no idea how this stranger even knew that name, but one thing was obvious. The guy was weak beyond reason. Before turning to leave, Minjun had told him to avoid dungeons like that unless he had a death wish. Just out of curiosity, he'd asked for his name, and was stunned when the man said he didn't have one. So Minjun casually named him Li Bonggu on the spot. Now back in the present, Minjun grabs Bonggu by the collar and shakes him, calling him insane for trying to cross dimensions on his own. Bonggu desperately tries to explain that after Minjun disappeared, everything back home started falling apart. The cult was crumbling without their master, but Minjun never asked for any of that devotion in the first place. He never wanted followers or to be worshipped, so why would he tell anyone about his departure? In frustration, Minjun shoves Bonggu to the ground. Bonggu starts bawling, saying the least Minjun could have done was take him along as his right-hand man. Minjun can't even stay angry at the guy's pathetic state. Shaking his head, he sighs again and reaches out, pushing a small amount of demonic energy into Bonggu to help him recover some strength. Just like that, Bonggu feels alive again, and swears to repay his master's kindness with his life. But Minjun doesn't have time for dramatic vows and just wants to know how Bonggu really got here. Dropping the formal act, Bonggu admits that his arrival in this world was a miracle fueled by his faith in Minjun and his desperate desire to stay by his side. Minjun rolls his eyes, tired of the nonsense, and demands the real answer. None of it adds up. There's no way someone with Bonggu's skills could cross dimensions on his own unless someone powerful, like the Saintess, was involved. That's when Bonggu finally explains. After Minjun disappeared, he stayed behind to keep an eye on the giantess because of some strange rumors. Apparently, ever since that day, eerie noises had been coming from the temple every night. Word spread that large numbers of monsters were being caught, but when Bonggu checked for himself, there were no bones, no meat, nothing, just empty space. That's when it hit him. They weren't killing the monsters. They were sending them somewhere else, to Minjun. Hearing this, Minjun is stunned, realizing just how dirty the Saintess is willing to play. Now convinced that she's behind the recent demonic attacks, he wonders if Bonggu knows anything about the strange item he found a few days ago. He pulls out a piece of steel he had retrieved from inside a troll monster. Bonggu takes one look at the shape and confirms that it looks like a broken fragment of a temple guard's blade, most likely belonging to the guard captain himself. On the flip side, Minjun can't stop thinking about how reckless Bonggu really is. What if that gate had dropped him into a completely different world? If he'd been even a second late, he could have ended up stuck in the dimensional gap, dead and gone without a trace. But clueless Bonggu clearly had no idea how close he was to disaster. Shaking his head, Minjun eyes the blade fragment again, his thoughts spiraling. He still can't wrap his head around what the Saintess is really up to, and that unknown is starting to crawl under his skin like a splinter he can't dig out. 1,224 days before Minjun returned to Earth, during a beautiful sunset in Isgard, the Saintess stood quietly, staring at something in the distance. She was interrupted when she heard a familiar voice behind her asking what was going on and why they'd been called there. As she turned around, she was greeted by none other than Minjun. The Saintess offered him a warm smile, commenting on how nice it was to be outside and feel the breeze. But Minjun was clearly irritated, pointing out that he'd been sleeping outdoors for days, so what exactly was so special about this moment? Realizing her words may have come off the wrong way, the Saintess apologized, though she reminded him that she couldn't leave the temple's territory. Then she mentioned hearing that several of Minjun's so-called colleagues were seriously injured at the Parkas dungeon. She was just about to mention their ridiculous cult name when Minjun cut her off, making it clear that none of those idiots were his colleagues and that there was no cult to begin with. He told her they just followed him on their own and got wrecked by some dark hounds, but they'd been treated and would survive. The Saintess smiled at the mention of dark hounds, amused at learning yet another term from him. As Minjun stepped a little closer, he explained that in his world, something like a cass is referred to as a hound, so he chose to call the Parkases dark hounds. Although he kept dragging the topic, it was only because he genuinely wanted to know if there was really no connection between Isgard and the monsters that kept showing up on Earth. The Saintess assured him that there wasn't. She explained that gates and monsters had been appearing in Isgard for hundreds of years, and if there was any link to his homeworld, it was simply that both were suffering from the same phenomenon. She understood why he was suspicious, considering he'd seen the same monsters back home, and even ended up in Isgard through a gate himself. Still, she reminded him that dimensional travel wasn't something easily done. Even summoning him had required an incredible amount of effort, so the idea of transporting entire dungeons and armies of monsters was ridiculous. After hearing all that, he didn't argue. He just turned and walked off, but before leaving, he told her not to back out when the time finally came for him to return home. Now back in the present, Minjun recalls how he never really trusted the Saintess to begin with. He'd done his own digging and confirmed that Isgard had been dealing with gate-related issues long before he ever arrived. He even learned that transporting something as large as a dungeon to another dimension wasn't impossible, but it definitely wasn't easy, not even for someone like the Saintess. What still bugged him was why she would waste so much holy power just to keep sending monsters. Was she trying to lure him back? Or was she burning through holy relics for some other twisted plan? It was all speculation because the only person who knew the truth was the saintess herself. While his thoughts spiraled, his attention shifted to the idiot kneeling in front of him, still ready to die for his so-called master. Min-jun was beyond done with this religious nutcase but figured he couldn't send him back now, so just to shut him up, he told him to stop calling him Minold and start using his real name, Min-jun. With a face full of excitement, the fanatic tries to call his master by his proper name, but completely butchers the pronunciation. Min-jun tries correcting him a few times but ends up giving up, realizing there's definitely something off in this guy's head. Pushing that aside, he asks Bonggu if he can use the imitation skill. The man eagerly confirms that he can, though Min-jun's a little skeptical since he barely gave him any demonic energy. Still, the fanatic thanks him over and over again for the small amount and assures him that he can still transform into a small animal. Hearing that, Min-jun points at a nearby crow and tells him to mimic the bird. Without wasting a second, the dark mage wraps himself in demonic energy and transforms into a crow. Proud of his new form, Bonggu flaps around excitedly, but Min-jun tells him to calm down and move alongside the Nightwalker for now. The Nightwalker looks clearly annoyed by Bonggu's presence, and the two are just about ready to throw hands until Min-jun steps in and tells them both to shut up and get along. Left with no choice, they quietly do as told. Min-jun then tells Bonggu to get his instructions from the Nightwalker, while the Nightwalker keeps an eye on him and makes sure he doesn't try anything reckless. With that, both of them take off, and as Min-jun watches them fly away, he lets out a sigh of relief, though his rumbling stomach quickly reminds him that he's way overdue for food. A few days later at the camp, Kim Guangshik bursts into the locker room, practically bouncing with excitement. The guys inside look at him like he's lost his mind, but he drops the big news that the platoon's quarterly performance chart has finally been posted in front of the administrative office. That gets everyone's attention real fast. While Sergeant Lee is buttoning up his uniform, someone jokes that he probably snagged first place again, but then Guangshik lowers his voice and reveals that Lee Sung-ho actually came in second this time. The room goes silent as jaws hit the floor, and curiosity takes over. Everyone's dying to know who managed to score over 75 points in their platoon. Before they can keep guessing, Min-jun walks into the room, casually announcing that he's back from vacation. As he greets everyone, some of the corporals begin whispering about whether he could be the one who topped the list. Guangshik confirms it right away, and adds that Min-jun's performance practically shook the entire division. Everyone is stunned, still trying to process the news, when the platoon commander walks in and the whole room snaps to attention with a salute. The commander steps forward holding a badge, the symbol of a sergeant, and announces that Min-jun is being promoted. The room goes completely still as no one can believe he's getting another special promotion this quickly. But the commander confirms the documents just arrived from division headquarters that morning, stating that Min-jun was officially named the best soldier in the entire division during the Hunter field maneuvers. On top of that, his voluntary dungeon clearance during vacation got major recognition. The commander congratulates him with a proud look, explaining that this promotion came directly from Division Commander Seokyong himself. Now the platoon commander removes the 3 bars of a corporal from Min-jun's uniform and replaces them with 4 bars, officially making him a sergeant. The entire unit breaks into applause, cheering for their newly promoted sergeant, everyone except Jung Han-young, who seems a bit uneasy. He pulls a folded piece of paper from his pocket, revealing the bet they all made before dungeon training about when Min-jun would be promoted next. It's the same paper where Guangshik boldly predicted 1 month and wagered his entire salary. Guangshik is practically glowing with pride over his win, while Jung Han-young reluctantly accepts his loss. Suddenly, Min-jun snatches the paper from their hands, making both guys freeze, unsure of what he's going to do. As Min-jun reads through it, his expression slowly changes, and when he realizes Guangshik actually won the bet, his face stretches into a wicked grin, making the two even more nervous as they brace for whatever chaos the new sergeant might unleash. At this point, Min-jun is smiling like an idiot who's clearly having the time of his life. The reason for his happiness might just be the misery of the guys who bet on him, as Kim Moon-gi and Jung Han-young are already standing at attention, sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Guangshik looks like his face is about to crack, nervously offering 30% of his winnings to Min-jun. Min-jun, fully enjoying himself, says people might think he's doing this for the money, but that's not it at all. He's doing it for their own good. Guangshik bumps his offer to 40%. Right now, Min-jun is casually forcing Guangshik to do reps with some seriously heavy dumbbells. Once again, he insists he's not upset about the bet or in it for the money. Poor Guangshik is on the verge of crying, repeatedly apologizing, but Min-jun decides to make things more interesting by adding even more weight, which sends Guangshik into a panic. Just when it looks like it's too much, Min-jun effortlessly lifts the heavy bar with one hand. The 2 corporals nearby are stunned, not just by Min-jun's strength, but also deeply worried their buddy might actually drop dead right there. According to Min-jun, he's not calling this a punishment but training, since they were the ones who said they wanted to grow stronger. He then turns to the other 2 and calls one of them to join in, but they nervously decline, insisting they're already well trained and make up an excuse that they're needed elsewhere. Just as they try to slip away, they freeze when they hear the sergeant's tone shift into something terrifying. When they turn around, Minjun is wearing a wicked smile and calmly tells them it's a real shame they thought they had the right to say no. Fear instantly floods their faces, and soon after, only screams echo from the training room. A while later, Guangxik is completely passed out, and the other two are left panting, clearly wrecked from the workout. That's when Minjun casually brings up a favor he wants to ask the corporals. Desperate for a break, the guys immediately agree to anything, as long as it doesn't involve more physical training. That's when Minjun starts listing a few facts, like how soldiers ranked lower than private first class aren't allowed to use the training room or the PC room for games. At first the guys are a bit confused, but Minjun just keeps going, saying they're also not allowed to use the gym, and the list keeps growing. Being informed about this, both guys take their stand and declare how unreasonable and unjustified these rules are. They look at each other and decide to work together to eliminate them. That's exactly what Minjun wanted from the start, though he still warns them not to go overboard. He assures them that he'll handle convincing the sergeants and leaves the rest to the two of them. As soon as he dismisses them, they run as fast as they can out of the training room. Meanwhile, Guangxik finally regains consciousness and tries to follow them with his trembling body, only to be stopped by Minjun once again. Guangxik turns around, expecting more torture, and Minjun does not disappoint. He casually drops the bomb about a personnel reshuffle and informs him that Guangxik has been officially placed under his squad from now on. That means poor Guangxik has to train with Minjun every day from this point forward. Elsewhere, in a completely different environment, a dungeon holds the dangerous snake mine, a snake-like monster that lives mostly underground. Unlike snakes on Earth, these creatures aren't venomous but explode when they die. That's why their tails must be removed before killing them, since the tail acts like a detonator. Otherwise, they'll blow up. It turns out Minjun's platoon is the one handling this mess. To prevent an explosion, the platoon commander and his squad are carefully cutting off tails so they can clear the dungeon safely. Normally, a small team of experienced hunters is assigned to creatures like these, but this time it's different. While Sergeant Lee is about to be attacked by one of these monsters, the tail is suddenly severed, and the creature taken out by none other than Minjun, who has already dealt with tons of these in Isgard all on his own. While Minjun is as refreshed as ever, the others are completely exhausted, so they decide to take a 10-minute break. The soldiers rest beneath the shade of trees, Sergeant Lee inspects his weapon, and Minjun is all smiles because he just unlocked a new skill called Agility Boost, which increases his agility stat by 5. He wishes a class-specific skill would pop up, but even this one feels pretty great. As he's checking out his stats, a familiar voice suddenly speaks to him through telepathy. It's obviously the clueless Bongu, letting Minjun know that he has detected a strong wave of demonic energy. That immediately puts Minjun on alert, and he's eager to know where this fool is. But he gets hit with a shock when Bongu says he's in Incheon right now. A few days later, on the weekend in Incheon Metropolitan City, Minjun finally arrives at the location. Bongu lands on his shoulder and explains that he didn't do anything reckless, and only kept watch the entire time. Since there are no monsters around, he suspects this could be the byproduct of a dungeon. He also reveals that there was no human presence in the house until yesterday, but someone is definitely inside now, and the demonic energy is still coming from that place. Bongu wishes his master had arrived yesterday, but Minjun barely made it out for an overnight stay. Still, he puts on his mask, ready to move in. He knows this might technically look like trespassing, but in his eyes, they're just getting rid of something dangerous hidden inside that house. Upon entering the house through the window, Minjun scans the room and spots a purple crystal resting on top of the TV cabinet. As he carefully approaches, he senses the demonic energy radiating from it, though it doesn't feel harmful. Just as he reaches out to grab the crystal, he freezes when a voice warns him not to move. Minjun knows he's been caught red-handed, but doesn't dare turn around. To his surprise, the voice belongs to none other than Eunseyo. A little while ago, Eunseyo was in her bedroom, completely unaware that a familiar guy had just intruded into her house. She was casually chatting with her mom on the phone, who sounded pretty excited to tell her about going on a movie date with her dad. Eunseyo couldn't help but smile, thinking how her dad can be cute sometimes. While she was typing a message, a strange rattling sound echoed through the house, immediately putting her on alert. Wasting no time, she opened the door and peeked outside. When she realized the noise was coming from downstairs, she quietly snuck down to check it out, and that's when she spotted a hooded man approaching the crystal. Without hesitation, she told the intruder not to move, and, convinced that no one these days would be dumb enough to be a thief, she demanded he reveal his identity and what he was doing there. Minjun slowly turned around, eyes wide with shock. He never imagined he'd run into Eunseyo again, especially like this. The whole situation felt ridiculous. He had come looking for a dungeon byproduct giving off demonic energy, and the house just happened to be Eunseyo's. To top it off, Bongu quickly pointed out that it was the dumb Nightwalker who detected it first, not him. Well, it's no surprise to find this item at the division commander's house, considering his role in the Hunter Corps, but the real coincidence is that this girl just happens to be home today. It's like fate keeps throwing them together no matter what, just like it did back in Hwacheon, and that thought alone makes Minjun frustrated. but his attention quickly shifts to the alert girl behind him, who is now commanding him to put his hands behind his back and freeze. Of course, Minjun, being greedy as always, decides he's not leaving after coming all this way. When he ignores her warning, Yunseo launches a high kick, but Minjun dodges it with ease while digging through his pocket for a pen and a folded piece of paper he had been randomly carrying around. Still focused on getting this so-called robber to leave, Yunseo throws a flurry of punches using her boxing skills, but Minjun, staying true to himself, keeps dodging every single one while casually scribbling on the paper. When she jumps into the air for a kick, Minjun's gaze shifts to her movements, and he admits to himself that she's really good and will probably get promoted to sergeant soon. Eventually, after dodging enough and clearly getting bored, he blocks one of her attacks, grabs her wrist, and shoves the paper into her hand. Yunseo starts sensing that this guy isn't just some thief, but someone who's clearly trained. She tries to hit him one more time with a kick, but as expected, he dodges it again and uses the chance to create some distance while keeping his eyes on the crystal. Then, with a clever dash, Minjun rushes forward, but instead of attacking, he grabs the crystal and leaps out the balcony window like it's nothing. Yunseo stands there on the balcony, frustrated that she didn't land a single hit, and then notices the paper he forced into her hand. Out of curiosity, she opens it, and her face turns crimson red as she becomes absolutely livid, because all he wrote on it was the word burb, just to piss her off, like always. Minjun manages to escape the house and finds a safe spot near the woods. Without wasting time, he pulls out the crystal and starts inspecting it, immediately noticing that it holds more demonic energy than most monsters he's encountered. The fact that a 2-star from the Hunter Corps had this just lying around at home tells him it's clearly harmless to humans, but that doesn't explain the weird energy coming from it. He's certain now that it's a monster crystal, but it's unlike any he's ever seen, even back in Isgard. Monster crystals are rare minerals found in monsters, and they vary based on the age and danger level of the creature. Each one contains a certain amount of mana proportional to its size, which is why they're considered valuable loot for any hunter. But a crystal packed with demonic energy? That's something completely new to Minjun. He's never seen or even heard of such a thing. Dropping it on the ground, the crystal splits open, and without missing the chance, Minjun immediately absorbs all the demonic energy into his body. Right away, a system notification pops up, telling him that his demonic energy stat has shot up by a ridiculous amount. Getting such a major power boost without even lifting a finger makes the whole trip more than worth it. Whatever the Saintess might be planning behind the scenes, Minjun knows he can't waste time worrying about it. Just then, another update appears from the system, informing him that he has unlocked 2 new skills, Demonic Energy's Singularity and Demonic Energy Grasp. Minjun is more than happy to gain new skills and quickly checks the details for Demonic Energy's Singularity, which allows his demonic energy to become colorless and odorless, making it undetectable to the surroundings. This puts him at ease since he was getting worried that the higher his demonic energy stats rose, the harder it was becoming to control the pressure it released, so this skill was exactly what he needed. On top of that, the Demonic Grasp skill lets him physically control demonic energy. To test it out, he extends his hand and points at dumb Bongu, who immediately gets lifted into the air. Minjun isn't sure if there's a weight limit, but it's still impressive. After that, he gives both Bongu and Nightwalker a task, to search for dungeons and their byproducts suspected of holding demonic energy. As a small reward, he tosses each of them a bit of demonic energy to snack on, but of course the 2 idiots start fighting over whose portion is better. When Minjun turns around to glare at them, they suddenly act like lifelong brothers who have never had a disagreement. In a surprisingly good mood, Minjun asks Bongu if he's ever had Korean food before, and just like that, the 3 of them head to a Korean restaurant. The table is filled with all kinds of dishes, and the moment Bongu takes his first bite, he bursts into tears, overwhelmed by how delicious the food is. His dramatic reaction makes Minjun question just how dumb this guy is, while the waiter stands there completely stunned by the performance. Still, as Minjun watches him eat, a small smile creeps onto his face. He remembers what they used to eat in Isgard, dry, flavorless biscuits, and realizes this might be Bongu's very first real meal. Instantly, Minjun's phone starts vibrating in his pocket. When he checks it, he sees a flood of messages from Guangxik, practically begging him to respond. Guangxik sounds like he's on the verge of a breakdown, urgently reminding the sergeant that their guerrilla training starts next week and that the schedule looks absolutely insane. Fast forward a bit, and the guerrilla warfare training has officially kicked off for the awakened soldiers who have surpassed the limits of normal humans. At first, the training looks pretty standard, squats, burpees, the usual. But while most of the soldiers are struggling to keep up, looking half dead already, Minjun is the only one actually enjoying himself. By the time they get to the 3rd course with 3 rope bridges, he's swinging across them like a kid on a playground, while the rest are clenching every muscle just to avoid falling off. Then come the drop-down drills, which he nails effortlessly too. Finally, a man in a hazmat suit shows up and gives a random lecture, forcing everyone to memorize the national anthem until the 4th verse and the full Hunter military pledge. After that, they're dismissed. Most of the soldiers drag themselves straight to their beds, which are just as uncomfortable as the food they're about to face. Others sit in misery, staring down at the disgusting meal in front of them, clearly regretting everything. They expected rest and something edible after training, but instead, they're stuck with food that's barely fit for consumption. At this point, some of them genuinely wonder if the division master holds a personal grudge against them. On the contrary, Minjun is actually acting like a lunatic, devouring the food like he's dining on a 7-course meal at a 5-star restaurant. One of the guys nearby is too scared to eat much, terrified of what the washroom might be like afterward. Later that night, the platoon commander, Captain Seo Jong-woon, arrives at the camp. Sergeant Lee immediately stands up and salutes the seniors. The commander tells everyone to be at ease and informs them that since everyone is clearly exhausted, the instructors will be standing watch at the camp instead. He also congratulates them for doing well in the training so far, but his tone shifts as he brings up something more serious. With full determination, he suddenly shouts, commanding everyone to give their absolute best in tomorrow's trench combat. The next morning, each platoon is hyped up, cheering on their own squads. The trench combat itself is pretty straightforward, in a square arena meant to simulate a trench. The objective is to either push your opponent out or defeat them within the bounds. 2 heavy soldiers are currently dominating, throwing people around like rag dolls and slamming them into the ground. The losing soldiers pile up one after another as the referee calls an end to the match. It's the 16th round, 3rd fight, and the 1st Battalion, 2nd Company, 1st Platoon, 1st Squad takes the win. No weapons are allowed, and no one is allowed to bring in outsiders. It's all about raw physical strength. Despite how it looks, trench combat holds special meaning for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division during this hunter-guerrilla training. The 2nd Battalion commander, Colonel Lee Junbyum, is stunned to see them win, finding their strength insane, especially since these are the same guys who dominated last year. Colonel John Sung-kyun from the 2nd Battalion agrees and reminds him that these guys were just corporals last year, and now they're sergeants. Even when 10 squads charged in together, that heavy guy, Choi Sung-woo, pushed them all out by himself. But then, the 3rd Battalion commander, Colonel Ko Jung-cheol, casually drops the info that Sergeant Choi Sung-woo recently passed his promotion exam, yet the 1st Battalion has been stalling it. This instantly sets off Junbyum, and he starts yelling at Seung-kyun, accusing him of delaying the man's promotion just so he could keep using him in trench combat, since a higher rank would have made him ineligible. Sung-kyun loses it too, denying everything and insisting he never agreed to any of that. This kind of clash was expected. Trench combat always turns into a proxy war between battalion commanders. While Colonel Ko Jung-chol watches with a smug grin, enjoying the chaos, the 4th Battalion commander, Yoo Ji-hye, keeps quiet. When the referee announces that next up is the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Squad, Yoo Ji-hye looks a bit nervous since only one squad from her entire battalion made it this far. Everyone knows that the training gets tougher for battalions that underperform. Choi Sung-woo and his team step away from the stage while Minjun and his team are sitting at the corner watching the match. That is when Choi Sung-woo spots Minjun and greets him for the very first time. He confirms that he is the same hunter Minjun from the 2nd Battalion. At first, he seems to be very happy to meet Minjun, claiming that he never thought he would meet a celebrity here, the fastest to become the sergeant. But then, he scoffs, as he had high expectations because of the rumors, declaring that Minjun is really stupid. As soon as Gwangshik and Jung Han-young hear this, they both get angry and stand up to deal with this shit, but they both get frozen in their place when that giant guy puts his hands on both the guys to stop them, declaring that he meant to say it in his heart. With a smirk, he apologizes and leaves with his squad with a mocking laugh. Both Gwangshik and Han-young are left angry, their faces crimson red, but Minjun tells them that it is all okay. However, Gwangsik's anger is not letting him hold back, and he wants to crush that guy into pieces. Meanwhile, Minjun, who seemed to look calm seconds ago, is now like a red tomato who is going to explode any time, but still he manages to control his unbearable anger, assuring them that it is okay because they will get to meet this bull-like guy again soon enough. The trench combat resumes, and the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad is now on standby. Corporal Cha Marie sits quietly, clearly annoyed. She's irritated because she doesn't see the point of these fights. They're exhausting, and worst of all, they involve physical contact, which she finds absolutely disgusting. Corporal Yoon Hyeju agrees, saying the whole thing feels unfair, and they always get trashed if they don't perform well. She doesn't understand why they even need to do all this just to crown some so-called guerrilla king. But while Hyeju vents, Mari is more concerned about their battalion commander being pissed, especially since they're the only squad from their battalion that made it this far. As Mari glances toward their commander, she gets uneasy seeing her stern expression. But at this point, what's done is done. The referee calls for the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and 4th Squad to enter the arena. Their squad commander, Sergeant Oh Setbyul, fires them up, telling the girls to win this and take the Guerrilla King title. She's the only one looking genuinely hyped and confident, while the rest are just trying to hold it together. The round begins, and Mari starts running around the arena trying to avoid being touched, while Hyeju is holding her ground, pushing her opponent back with effort. In the back, Ha Jae-eun and Kim Na-yoon are struggling as a massive soldier grabs both of them at once. Suddenly, a single hand grips the guy by the collar and slams him across the arena like a rag doll. It's Sergeant Oh Setbyul, completely stealing the spotlight with her absurd strength. Before the guy can even react, she's already in her stance, and without warning, she charges in and tackles him with a brutal spear move, knocking him out cold. His body skids outside the ring, officially out of the fight. Setbyul casually dusts her hands and turns to her squad, her eyes locking on Mari, who's still darting around like her life depends on it. Just when a soldier chasing Mari grins, thinking he's finally got her, she suddenly grabs his wrist and slams him to the ground so hard that a loud thud echoes through the arena, leaving the crowd stunned. Oh Setbyul can't help but smirk with pride, while Mari glances back at the unconscious man and reminds him that he was warned to stay away from her. After dealing with that weak guy, her attention shifts to Yoon Hyeju, who's still locked in a struggle with her opponent. The guy smirks when his friend runs over, pointing out what he thinks is an opening to take Hyeju down, but in the chaos he doesn't even realize he's the one about to get knocked out. Before he can react, he's flipped upside down in the air and launched out of the arena. This time, it's none other than Yoon Seo, using her precise combat instincts to finish him off. The guy fighting Hyeju, caught off guard by what just happened, lets his guard down too, and Hyeju doesn't waste the opportunity. She grabs his arm and slams his back to the ground with all the strength she's got. Now that the small fries are out of the picture, only two massive, bulky guys remain. They never imagined the girls would manage to push even one of them out, but now that it's happened, they're ready to take things seriously. With confidence, they charge in, claiming they'll be the ones to win this round. But before they can even land a proper hit, both are stopped dead in their tracks by Oh Setbyul, who's holding them back with both arms. The guys laugh at first, thinking she's crazy for trying to take them on alone, but that laughter fades fast when they realize they can't even budge her. As they struggle to comprehend just how strong this girl really is, the rest of the squad charges in, and together they launch both bulky guys out of the arena in a single sweep, leaving everyone watching in complete shock. The referee announces their victory, and the whole squad erupts in celebration. At this moment, Minjun quietly observes from the sidelines, acknowledging that the girls actually have solid teamwork, and on top of that, they're clearly well-trained and skilled. Even Gwangshik and Han-young nod in agreement, convinced that this squad will be the one to go up against that giant bull Choi Sung-woo in the quarterfinals. They're both excited at the idea of watching that beast finally lose. Still, Han-young hopes Sung-woo makes it to the finals, because he wants to face him himself and teach him a lesson. But looking at how strong the girls' squad is, they start wondering if they'll even get that chance. Then again, they remind themselves they've got Minjun and Lee Seung-ho on their side, so there's no way they're losing. Just then, Mari spots her crush Minjun and instantly waves at him, who stays serious as usual. Meanwhile, Gwangshik and Han-young both blush like fools, assuming she's waving at them instead. Yoon Hyeju, completely fed up, tells Mari to stop being such a simp, while the guys are even worse simps, now deciding to cheer for the 4th Battalion instead of focusing on fighting that giant bull. Watching them act like this, Minjun lets out a quiet chuckle, fully convinced that these two are absolute idiots. At the judges panel, Colonel Lee Junbyom looks visibly disappointed, especially since he had high expectations for the boys. He points toward the 4th Battalion commander, asking if she's proud now, but she stays silent and doesn't give him a response. Next up, the referee calls out the next two squads for the battle, and this time it includes Minjun's squad. At that moment, Yoo Ji-hye's gaze shifts to Minjun as she remembers he's the same guy Seokyung is oddly obsessed with. Her curiosity kicks in, and she becomes genuinely interested in seeing what he's capable of. As all the boys walk toward the arena, Han-young casually informs Minjun that if they take first place in this competition, their squad will earn a vacation. The second he hears that, Minjun's mood drops. He has zero interest in going on a trip with a bunch of idiots. Gwangshik and Han-young burst into laughter at his reaction, joking that maybe they should just give up on first place. Ignoring their nonsense, Minjun keeps his eyes locked on the arena, a smirk tugging at his lips as he confidently declares that they'll still enjoy that vacation, but separately. The test begins as both teams stand face to face, waiting for the signal. The coach tells them to get ready, and the moment the whistle blows, the match kicks off. Han-young and Lee Seung-ho charge straight at their opponents while Sergeant Kim Minjun stays perfectly still. Lee Seung-ho grabs two opponents by the waist and starts pushing them back with ease. Gwangshik locks onto another guy, grabbing him by the waist and remarking how light they feel. He and Brownhead lift their opponents effortlessly. But among the other team stands a guy built like a tank, Muscle Man. He sizes up Han-young and then Lee Seung-ho, clearly trying to decide who to go after. Just then, Minjun finally steps forward. As he approaches Muscleman, he sizes him up, thinking the guy might be pretty useful for testing something. Muscleman doesn't hesitate and charges at Minjun. With a small grin, Minjun admits his control still needs work, but at the very least, he can mess with balance. He activates his E-rank skill, Demonic Energy's Grasp, and instantly throws Muscleman off balance, making him crash to the ground. Confused and pissed, Muscleman gets back up and charges again. Minjun calmly uses his ability once more, yanking the guy's arm and slamming him to the ground again. Now Muscle Man is both shaken and terrified, unable to make sense of what's happening. But Minjun knows better than to keep using the skill in plain sight. He figures if he keeps messing with a guy like this, someone might start getting suspicious. He signals for his opponent to get up and come at him again. This time, Sergeant Kim Minjun doesn't rely on his ability and instead puts his faith entirely in his agility and physical strength. As soon as Muscle Man stands, Minjun charges in at full speed, grabs him by the waist, and throws him back, ending the match with ease. Their team wins and advances smoothly to the final round. However, Minjun points out that even though they won, they won't be facing the 4th squad from the 4th Battalion in the final, contrary to what Gwangshik and Hanyung had hoped. The coach announces that the final battle will begin shortly and instructs both teams to head to the arena. The opposing team features a powerhouse named Choi Sung-woo, known for his strength. As both squads make their way into the arena, Hanyung turns to Gwangshik and asks if Choi Sung-woo used to be a wrestler. Gwangshik confirms that Sung-woo wrestled until high school, only quitting because of his awakening. Hanyung remarks that, judging by his moves, the guy was definitely skilled back then. Gwangshik adds that he's heard Seung-woo won pretty much every competition he entered. That only pisses Hanyung off more, especially since Seung-woo now uses cheap tactics to win matches. Both Hanyung and Gwangshik are fuming, practically steaming from the head, but Lee Sung-ho tries to hold them back. Minjun explains the real reason behind their anger. It's not just that Choi Sung-woo's team won the quarterfinals, it's how they won. Their opponents in that round were all girls, and the final score was 6-0. Not a single one was pushed out of bounds. Minjun says it's not exactly Seung-woo's fault for winning within the rules and not throwing any punches. It's more about how weak the opposing team was. But Gwangshik isn't having it and shouts at Seung-woo, promising to teach him some manners. Meanwhile, Minjun watches them and thinks they still have a long way to go. If they're this mad at Seung-woo, then the only real answer is to crush him in the match. There's really no need to get so fired up before the round, but tension is already in the air. Both teams finally step into the arena and stand face to face. Hanyung glares at Choi Sung-woo and asks if he plans to take them all on by himself too. Choi Sung-woo smirks and replies that he wouldn't dare in the presence of the infamous Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, but then mocks them by asking if they could even win, even if he did go solo. That smug grin instantly sets off both Hanyung and Gwangshik, but Sung-ho keeps them in check. Then, Choi Sung-woo shifts his gaze to Sergeant Kim Minjun and says he thought beating up Minjun's little girlfriend might get a reaction, but the guy looks completely unfazed. That statement throws the whole team off. Gwangshik, utterly confused, asks what he's talking about. Sung-woo casually mentions the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion, saying she seemed real hyped to see Minjun and was cheering like crazy. Gwangshik, half blushing and half furious, yells that she wasn't waving at Sergeant Kim Minjun. Hanyung jumps in and says it's true Minjun doesn't care about girls, except Lumi from Dungeon Power Fighter. That random comment throws everyone into an awkward silence, and for a moment, the battleground feels more like a high school hallway. Suddenly, Choi Sung-woo and his entire team burst into laughter. Sung-woo mocks them, asking if they're seriously talking about that beginner NPC from that trash game. Still laughing uncontrollably, he teases if Lumi is really Sergeant Kim Minjun's crush. Hanyung thinks the guy's a real dumbass, while Kim Gwangshik and Brownhead glance at Minjun with visible fear. Sung-woo keeps going, laughing louder as he says he's only ever heard of losers like that, and now he's face to face with one, someone who has a crush on a 2D girl. The coach steps in, telling both teams to get ready, and reminds them that the match will begin at the sound of the whistle. Choi Sung-woo chuckles one last time while wiping tears from his eyes, saying he'll go easy on Minjun since the guy needs to get back safe and sound to his precious little Lumi. The whistle blows, and the match begins. Both teams rush at each other, but Sergeant Kim Minjun remains perfectly still. Choi Sung-woo charges straight at him, grinning and asking if Minjun is still spacing out. Out of nowhere, Minjun tilts his head and slams it right into Sung-woo's face. The sound of the slam echoes across the entire arena, making everyone freeze. Choi Sung-woo's forehead starts turning red and swollen, but he quickly brushes it off, claiming he just took a wrong step and asks the coach to let it slide this once. The coach glances toward the judges for a decision, and they give a silent nod. He then tells both teams that this one will be overlooked, but reminds everyone that striking is banned and they're expected to avoid it from now on. Choi Sung-woo is clearly pissed, but forces a grin, saying it was cute of Sergeant Kim Minjun, though he won't be going easy on him anymore. The coach resumes the match and Minjun smirks, saying he's not done being cute just yet. He jumps away from Sung-woo and dashes toward Hanyung and his opponent, slamming into both and throwing them out of bounds, even though Hanyung is his own teammate. It's clear Minjun's still pissed at him for mentioning Lumi Nuna. Sung-woo is stunned, watching as Minjun begins taking out his own squad members along with their opponents. Next, Minjun charges at Kim Gwangshik and his rival and tosses them both out effortlessly. Then he moves toward Lee Sung-ho and his opponent. Unlike the others, Sung-ho holds his ground, calling Minjun a psycho bastard while reinforcing his body and preparing to counter. He manages to hold Minjun off for a bit, but eventually gets overpowered and tossed out too. Now the arena holds only two people, Sergeant Kim Minjun and Choi Seung-woo. Minjun is grinning darkly, a sinister mist seeping from his mouth, his eyes pure white, and every muscle in his body flexed and brimming with power. Choi Sung-woo is scared to even look at him, thinking just what kind of messed up psycho this guy is. The fat dude gets up and demands the match be stopped since the guy is taking out his own teammates. The gray tells him they can't stop it because he hasn't broken any rules yet. The fat argues that even if there aren't any broken rules, it's not normal to take out your own team. He asks if the gray plans on taking responsibility if someone gets seriously hurt. Molai cuts in, saying the judge will handle things on his own just like in the previous matches. Sergeant Kim Min-joon suddenly steps in and starts wrestling with Choi Sung-woo, catching him off guard and making him question what's even going on. First, the guy made sure it was a one-on-one, and now he wants to wrestle him. Choi Sung-woo thinks Kim Min-joon made a mistake. Sure, the guy's strong, but wrestling isn't just about brute strength, it's all about technique. He digs deep, uses all the strength he's got, and pulls off a solid move to try and throw Kim Min-joon out of bounds. But no matter how hard he tries, the guy doesn't budge an inch. Then, out of nowhere, Kim Min-joon lifts him clean off the ground and slams him hard. He tells him to get back up. Choi Sung-woo gets back up and thinks this guy is seriously dangerous. He chuckles nervously and says he's going to surrender, but before he can even finish the sentence, Sergeant Kim Min-joon grabs him again and hits him with a suplex. He locks him by the waist and lifts him up, saying he can't let him surrender just yet. He pulls him up and throws him again. Before he can do it a third time, Choi Sung-woo quickly says he gives up, and he's stepping down. Sergeant Kim Min-joon looks him straight in the eye and tells him to listen closely. He says Lumi Nuna isn't just some two-dimensional character, she's his absolute favorite. Then he slams Choi Sung-woo to the ground one last time as foam starts dripping from his mouth. The coach announces that the match is over and declares the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon the winners. Sergeant Kim Min-joon steps off the stage and looks toward his team, the same guys he threw out during the match. He tells them nervously that he might have gotten a little too excited, but his teammates cheer for him and congratulate him on the win. Kim Kwang-shik says it was the most impactful match he's ever seen, and that he took down the infamous Choi Sung-woo in a straight-up one-on-one. Han Young adds that it was refreshing to see Choi get absolutely destroyed, and asks if Kim Min-joon took them out on purpose just to make things more dramatic. Kim Min-joon thinks it's nice to see how positive everyone is, but Lee Sung-ho cuts in and tells him that no matter what reason he had, team kills can't be justified. He tells him he's really disappointed, and walks away from the team. After a short walk, Lee Sung-ho smiles to himself, thinking he can't afford to let his guard down. He might be the next target. He tells himself that next time, he'll be the one to beat Kim Min-joon. Meanwhile, the winners are awarded medals for their performance by Molai. At the same time, Sir Hunter steps out of the tent to use the bathroom, wondering why they have to go through guerrilla training during times like this when they're part of the Hunter Corps. Just then, a voice calls out to Eyebrows from behind. He turns around and blushes as he sees Yunseo standing there. The next day, right after the short but intense guerrilla training of the 104th Division, the gang starts plotting something. Kim Kwang-shik says they need to approach this carefully. Han Young adds that even if they get punished for it later, they still have to push forward. Brownhead looks nervous because of the sergeant, but Kim Kwang-shik tells him not to be scared now. He says they just need to lure them to the rendezvous point, and once they're there, they won't be able to do anything. Han Young turns to Mohawk and says his role is the most important, asking if he can handle it. Mohawk stays silent. They were already scheming before the exhaustion from training had even worn off. Kim Kwang-shik reminds them they don't have much time and need to stay as efficient as possible. Han Young agrees that picking the right rendezvous point is key and asks Kim Kwang-shik what location would be best. Lee Dongjin suggests the eastern part of Gyeonggi since it's the borderline, and going any farther would take too long. Kim Kwang-shik agrees and tells him to keep throwing out more options. Suddenly, they get a message from Hunter's son Yunseo. They chat briefly about locking in dates to use the vacation they earned from the game, and Son Yunseo tells them to pick the place. Then she casually asks if they can give her Kim Min-joon's number. Han Young tells Kim Kwang-shik that they might get caught. Kim Kwang-shik turns to the gang and asks if he should just say he doesn't have Kim Min-joon's number. Han Young shakes his head and says no one's going to buy that. Lee Dongjin points out that Kim Min-joon is on their team, and they all live together, so it'd be way too weird to say they don't have his number. Han Young bails, saying the plan's already screwed, and tells Kim Kwang-shik that he was the one who started this, so the rest of them don't know anything about it. He walks off and tells Mohawk and Lee Dongjin to leave too before they all get dragged into trouble, leaving Kim Kwang-shik standing there alone. Meanwhile, Kim Min-joon walks into the gym and opens his status window. He checks his stats and sees that his power has gone up by 5 and his agility by 1. He thanks Choi Sung-woo for the help, saying that once he hit 60 points, it became almost impossible to level up. He lays back and starts lifting dumbbells, clearly hyped that his strength jumped by 5 points. He's in the middle of his reps when a voice suddenly interrupts him. Someone calls out to him, and Kim Min-joon sits up and asks Mage what's going on. Lee Bong-gu says he wants more soup. Kim Min-joon snaps and tells him he already gave him money to buy food on his own. Lee Bong-gu casually thanks him and says he forgot to mention something about a mysterious aura. Kim Min-joon pulls a face and says he should have led with that. He asks what kind of aura it is, wondering if it's some kind of demonic energy or something. Lee Bong-gu says it's not demonic, but it's definitely foreign. He says he's never felt anything like it in Isgard. Kim Min-joon asks him why he suddenly stopped talking. Lee Bong-gu says the soup just arrived and he'll share the rest of the details after eating. Kim Min-joon curses at him in frustration, calling him a piece of shit. Right then, he gets a text from Son Yoon-seo asking if this is Hunter Kim Min-joon's number. He groans, wondering what's going on today and why everyone suddenly wants to talk to him. He questions how she even got his number and decides he's just going to block her. But before he can do it, Kim Gwang-shik comes running toward him and begs him not to. Kim Min-joon has no idea what he's talking about. Gwang-shik asks if he got a text from Son Yoon-seo and tells him this is a rare chance, pleading with him to think about his squad members. He grabs onto Min-joon's arm and says he's sure Min-joon is going to climb high in rank, and it's only natural he'll need to start managing his subordinates' mental health. Kim Min-joon looks at him, completely confused, and asks if he was the one who gave his number to Son Yoon-seo. Gwang-shik keeps holding his arm and finally admits that yeah, it was him. He tells Min-joon to be a little more understanding, reminding him they're all giving their best to the military, and something like this is the only thing that keeps them going. Kim Min-joon gets furious and asks if he's planned something. Gwang-shik blinks in confusion and asks if Min-joon didn't already hear it from Hunter Son Yoon-seo. Kim Min-joon looks at him with a grim expression and tells him they're in the training room, so he better answer straight. Kim Gwang-shik stares back at him with a terrified look, like his soul just left his body. A week later, the gang arrives at Thunderland, all dressed in their military uniforms. Han-young thanks Sergeant Kim Min-joon, saying he never imagined they'd actually make it there. Kim Gwang-shik shoots Han-young a glare and snaps that a traitor like him has no right to thank anyone after ditching him during the plan. Kim Min-joon cuts in and tells Gwang-shik that they're not here because of him, it was all thanks to Cheol-ho. Han-young says he didn't expect Sergeant Lee Sung-ho to approve the plan so easily, and jokes that maybe Kim Min-joon really is just a regular guy after all. Kim Min-joon tells his platoon that the only reason he agreed to this was because he'd rather do this than spend the whole day hanging out with them. Han-young starts looking around, wondering where the girls are. His face lights up with joy and blushes as he spots them in the distance, standing near the ticketing area. Just as the group gets distracted by the girls, their attention quickly shifts to a huge figure standing behind them. Kim Gwang-shik and Han-young freeze, thinking the guy must be some kind of gangster. But Kim Min-joon stops them and orders them to salute, telling them that the man is the commander of the 107th Division and that he saw him on TV giving a briefing. Sun Tae-ho starts walking toward their group, but his daughter Yoon-seo grabs his arm and reminds him that he said he was only dropping her off and asks him to head back now. Sun Tae-ho smiles warmly and says he just wants to meet the hunters she works with, and then he'll leave. He gently taps her hand away and keeps walking toward Kim Min-joon. He stops right in front of him, towering over him, and his expression shifts from cheerful to serious. He looks down at Min-joon and asks if he is Kim Min-joon. Both gangs enter the park. Chamari tells everyone to hurry up and get in since they don't have much time. She grabs Kim Min-joon's arm and walks with him. Kim Gwang-shik and Han-young also rush in, telling the girls they've planned the most time-saving route. The girls are impressed and thank them. Everyone heads inside except for Set-byul and Lee Sung-ho, who stay behind and glance at each other. Set-byul says she's not really into places like this. Lee Sung-ho nods and says he prefers spending his weekends just working out alone. Set-byul smiles and says she figured he'd be that type too, then asks how heavy he can squat. The two of them start walking into the park together. Inside, the group goes on rides, buys souvenirs, and grabs cotton candy. After a while, Lee Sung-ho and Set-byul end up in an arm wrestling match. Later, Kim Gwang-shik tries his luck at a shooting game but only wins a consolation prize. Han-young, thinking he can outdo him, tells everyone to watch how the pros handle it. He plays the same game and ends up with the same prize. The girls in the background burst out laughing while Kim Gwang-shik reminds him not to forget their bet, that the loser has to pay. Han-young complains that something must be wrong with the gun. Meanwhile, Kim Min-joon walks over and notices that the second prize for the same game is a Dungeon Power Fighter First Anniversary Limited Luminuna keyring. He grabs the rifle, fully determined to win the prize no matter what. With sharp focus, he hits all the targets in quick succession. The store owner tells him there's still one shot left in the gun, but Kim Min-joon replies that he doesn't need it. His goal was to win the second prize from the start. Emerald and Ginger talk among themselves, with Emerald pointing out how cleanly he hit every target, while Ginger wonders why he didn't bother with the last one. The store owner hands him the Luminuna keyring. The girls look on, confused about what the prize even is. Meanwhile, Kim Min-joon is visibly thrilled, saying it was totally worth coming here. Han-young and Kim Gwang-shik laugh in their usual weird way, while Cha-marie simply smiles, happy to see him enjoying himself. The rest of the team moves ahead, but Kim Min-joon lingers behind, staring at his prize. Just then, Yoon-seo calls out to him and asks what he talked about with her father. In a flashback, Kim Min-joon is seen standing in the parking lot with her father, Sun Tae-ho. Sun Tae-ho apologizes for pulling him away even though he's technically on vacation. Kim Min-joon says it's no problem and asks what he wanted to discuss. Sun Tae-ho looks at him seriously and places a hand on his shoulder, tightening his grip. but Kim Min-jun stays calm and doesn't flinch. After a moment, Son Tae-ho lets go and says it seems Kim Min-jun is well trained. He then reaches into his car and, mentioning that his daughter owes Min-jun, pulls out an item from a dungeon. He explains that the item is typically meant for general rank hunters, but he's going to hand it over to Min-jun anyway. He adds that the military's evaluation system isn't always 100% accurate, and the item should boost his stats in random proportions. He gives him a bracelet. Kim Min-jun grins on the inside, thinking he just hit the jackpot, but keeps a straight face on the outside and thanks Son Tae-ho. Son Tae-ho tells him he's only giving it to him under the condition that he keeps up with his training. Son Tae-ho tells him not to mention this to anyone, then adds that if Kim Min-jun ever visits Daejeon, he should give him a call so he can treat him to a meal. Finally, with a serious look, he warns him that if he tries anything funny with his daughter, he'll kill him. Kim Min-jun calmly replies that it won't happen, slipping the bracelet into his pocket. Back in the present, Kim Min-jun tells Yoon-seo that he didn't talk much with her father. He just said to give him a call if he ever visits Daejeon so they can grab a meal. Yoon-seo asks why her father would invite him for a meal, and Min-jun says it might be because he saved her once, so maybe he wants to repay him. Yoon-seo remembers clinging to him back when he rescued her and blushes slightly. She apologizes that he had to deal with her father, but Kim Min-jun flashes the card Son Tae-ho gave him and says he's going to make sure it's a really expensive meal. Just then, the rest of the gang shows up. Kim Gwang-sik turns to Cha Marie and asks why she suggested they all hang out. She says it's because she wanted to repay Kim Min-jun for getting revenge on Choi Sung-woo after he crushed her team during trench combat. Saeyeol joins in, agreeing with her and telling the guys that lunch is on them today so they can order whatever they want. The boys stare in disappointment, realizing that this whole outing was planned just for Kim Min-jun, and even the so-called revenge he took wasn't for them. It was all for Lumi Nuna. Meanwhile, back in Daejeon, a group of soldiers stands outside a dungeon gate as a crow with glowing purple eyes perches nearby. The 107th Division's 3rd Battalion commander, Colonel Lee Sang-jin, looks down at his tablet and sees a report showing 100 kilograms of mana stone inside the cave-type dungeon. He smirks, his face full of greed, while the crow watches silently from the pole behind him. Meanwhile, both platoons wrap up for the day and say their goodbyes outside Thunderland. Afterward, the boys head toward the bus station to return to base. Kim Min-jun gets called out by Lee Bong-gu, who says there's a problem. Kim Min-jun warns him that if he's about to ask for food again, he's going to kill him, but Lee Bong-gu quickly says it's about a dungeon. It turns out the crow that was spotted near the dungeon in Daejeon was actually Lee Bong-gu. He tells Kim Min-jun that the dungeon looks suspicious. Kim Min-jun reminds him that he said the dungeon was still under investigation and now he's on vacation in Daejeon planning to rest. Lee Bong-gu explains that while it's true the dungeon was restricted and guarded before, that's no longer the case. He says the area has suddenly gotten a lot busier. Kim Min-jun tells him to keep sending updates until he arrives. The next day at noon, Kim Min-jun shows up in Daejeon near the dungeon and notices the soldiers carrying loads of mana stones. He pulls out his hunter card and wonders if showing it would get him a tour of the dungeon. Right then, Lee Bong-gu appears, now in the form of a pigeon. He tells Kim Min-jun that he changed into this form to stay on watch until Min-jun arrived. Kim Min-jun asks if he really heard right about there being 100 kilograms of mana stones inside that dungeon. Lee Bong-gu confirms that's exactly what he heard. He says he's not sure exactly how much that is, but it definitely seems like a lot. Kim Min-jun tells him it's about 100 times more than what he could ever find in Isgard, even if he got lucky. He explains that this is an enormous amount of energy, and Earth is already working on ways to weaponize it. Suddenly, a wave of otherworldly energy bursts out from the dungeon, and Kim Min-jun asks Lee Bong-gu if it's the same energy he sensed before. Lee Bong-gu confirms that it is, but says he still can't quite figure out what this aura is. He doesn't sense any monsters, but the energy feels deeply ominous. Kim Min-jun says it makes sense that Bong-gu can't recognize it. After all, he's only seen this type of energy once in his life. Without wasting time, Kim Min-jun rushes toward the dungeon. Out of nowhere, large tentacles begin pouring out from it. The commander immediately orders his platoon to stand back, abandon the mana stones, and fall back. One of the soldiers shouts that there are still platoon members inside, but the commander tells him to follow orders and stay put. Kim Min-jun watches and says this energy confirms it, this is a fake dungeon. One of the soldiers stops him, asking who he is and warning him to stay back since the situation is dangerous. Kim Min-jun calmly walks past and tells him he is Sergeant Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He says he's going to open the dungeon from the inside and tells the soldier to report everything to the 104th Division. With that, Kim Min-jun jumps into the dungeon just as the tentacles close the entrance behind him. The commander stares at the dungeon gate, now completely sealed off by the tentacles, and thinks to himself that they're in serious trouble. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Min-jun finds a group of soldiers from the transportation team: Private Lee Soo-hwan, Private Jong Jong-dae, Private First Class Kim Sung-won, Private First Class Choi Tae-hyun, and Private First Class Lim Dae-song. Kim Min-jun asks if anyone else is with them. Lim Dae-song replies that there's no one else and asks who Kim Min-jun is. He introduces himself to the squad and tells them the situation doesn't look good, so he'll explain more later. He then asks them to check their equipment and make sure no one's injured. Looking over what they've brought, Kim Min-joon asks if that's all the gear they have with them. Kim Seong-won explains that they're just the transportation team, so that's all they've got, and mentions that the inspection team already left. Kim Min-joon quietly wonders who in their right mind would send the transportation team in alone, and he starts to suspect something shady is going on. He tells the squad to gather their gear and explains what's really happening. He says they're inside a fake dungeon, a rare and dangerous phenomenon. To put it simply, they're inside a massive monster that lures people in and swallows them whole, and this time, the bait was mana stones. He tells them not to panic and assures them that he's taking full responsibility for getting them out of this mess. The squad asks Kim Min-joon if he really knows how to get them out of there. He tells them that as long as they follow his orders properly, he'll make sure they all get out safely. He instructs them to kill any monsters they encounter and keep moving toward the center of the dungeon. Just then, goo-like monsters start to appear behind the squad. Kim Min-joon steps in front and tells them to stay behind him. He takes out each monster with a single punch, clearing the path effortlessly. Watching in awe, Lim De-song turns to his squad and says that Kim Min-joon is exactly the guy everyone in the hunter community talks about, the one who became a sergeant in record time, the invincible monster of the hunter corps. Outside the dungeon, Sun Tae-ho arrives and grabs Lee Sang-jin by the collar of his uniform, furious that he sent the transportation team in alone. He demands to know what Lee Sang-jin has been doing. Lee Sang-jin nervously explains that he was just trying to retrieve mana stones from the dungeon. Sun Tae-ho yells at him, asking if he was ever ordered to do that. He reminds him that the directive was to investigate the dungeon, so how dare he deploy soldiers without a raid team, especially into a fake dungeon. Lee Sang-jin, clearly shaken, stammers that after 2 weeks of investigation, it was confirmed the dungeon was empty, which is why he decided to send the team. Sun Tae-ho, trembling with anger, snaps that 2 weeks isn't nearly enough, and that Lee Sang-jin sent soldiers without permission. He accuses him of doing it just to boost his own record. He warns that no matter how this turns out, Lee Sang-jin better be ready to take that uniform off. Letting go of his collar, he adds that if there's even a single casualty, he'll personally make sure he ends up in prison, and tells him to start praying that everyone comes out alive. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Min-joon is still tearing through the goo monsters with ease. He turns to the squad, annoyed, and demands to know why they're getting involved when he clearly told them he'd handle the monsters himself. One of the squad members says they just want to help him too. Kim Min-joon sighs and asks if they remember his order, to push through these parasites and reach the center. He explains that these monsters are created by the fake dungeon to absorb any prey that walks inside. Most importantly, once they reach the heart, which is at the center, the monsters will start swarming like crazy. He tells the squad they need to save their stamina for that moment, because if they get hurt now, it'll be a serious problem once they reach the core. The squad nods, fully convinced by his reasoning and ready to follow his orders. But Kim Min-joon has a different reason in mind. He thinks to himself that it's not about protecting the squad, it's because he's racking up a ton of experience points from this dungeon. A wicked grin forms in his mind as he laughs to himself and tells himself he's going to keep all those points for himself. With that greedy look still on his face, he orders the squad to keep moving forward and leads the way. After walking for a while, they finally reach the center where the dungeon core is located. Kim Min-joon looks back and sees the squad exhausted and out of breath. He thinks to himself that fake dungeons drain stamina if your stats are low, and if he'd made them fight earlier, most of them probably wouldn't have made it this far. He points toward the core and tells them that they need to destroy it in order to escape. As the swarm of goo monsters begins to stir, Kim Min-joon turns to the squad and says it's their time to shine. He tells them not to get hurt or killed and to play defensively for their own safety. The soldiers quickly fall into a defensive formation, ready to hold the line. Kim Min-joon charges toward the enemies, thinking to himself that he needs to hold back on using his abilities since there are other people around. Even so, he tears through the monsters one by one with ease. The creatures hesitate, clearly terrified of facing him, but Kim Min-joon doesn't stop. Laughing menacingly, he tells the monsters to hand over all those juicy experience points. It starts to feel like he's more of a monster than the things he's fighting. Suddenly, the dungeon core begins to glow and releases a cloud of poison. Kim Min-joon quickly tells his squad to stay back. He'll be fine thanks to his poison immunity, but the others might not survive depending on the type of poison. He braces himself to use his abilities, but just then, something in his pocket starts to glow. It's the item Sun Tae-ho gave him. The bracelet reacts to the demonic energy in the air, and its hidden powers awaken. Kim Min-joon mutters that he was saving this item for later, once he reached a point where it would be hard to increase his stats. His status window appears, revealing that the bracelet allows the user to cast any spell they know of, even those they don't possess, but it will disappear once used. Kim Min-joon grins, realizing just how lucky he is to have this in a moment like this. Without hesitation, he activates the skill of the Dark Knight he once faced. He summons a demonic sword that tears through space, blasting nearby enemies into a dimensional rift. With one powerful swing, the sword opens another rift, sucking in all the surrounding monsters and landing a heavy blow on the dungeon core. As the battlefield quiets for a moment, Lee Bong-gu rushes over and tells Kim Min-jun they have a problem. The soldiers outside have planted a mana bomb at the dungeon gate. Kim Min-jun tells him not to panic, assuring him they're heading out soon, just as he smashes the last remaining pieces of the core. Outside the dungeon, the bomb is successfully installed. A soldier hands the trigger to Division Commander Sun Tae-ho. He holds it, thinking it would be great if they could use it to force the gate open, but the dungeon's reaction is too unpredictable to ignore. Just then, he's informed that Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division has gone inside. Another soldier confirms it, saying it's been verified that Kim Min-jun is in the dungeon along with their personnel. Sun Tae-ho yells, asking why he went inside when this isn't even his area of duty. The soldier explains that, according to witnesses, Kim Min-jun charged in after stating his affiliation. Sun Tae-ho asks if contact has been made with the 104th Division, and the soldier replies that their commander is already on the way. Another soldier informs Sun Tae-ho that all troops have been evacuated to a safe location. Sun Tae-ho thinks to himself that it's already been 4 hours since they went in, and they don't even have the right equipment. He wants to believe in Kim Min-jun, but he knows he can't wait much longer. Just as he's about to press the button, the dungeon gate starts to crack. Sun Tae-ho rushes over and orders his men to alert the medics and get convoys ready for any survivors. He also tells them to bring all available officers to the gate fully armed. Without hesitation, Sun Tae-ho grabs a tentacle from the gate and begins tearing it away. The medics arrive, and he tells them to stand by while he keeps ripping through the dungeon's defenses. Finally, the gate opens and the soldiers come out safely. Sun Tae-ho breathes a sigh of relief, happy to see them all return in one piece. He asks the soldiers about their condition, and they respond that they successfully cleared the dungeon. Kim Min-jun steps out of the gate with the last 2 soldiers and salutes Commander Sun Tae-ho, who smiles and returns the salute. That same evening, at the 107th Division's headquarters, Kim Min-jun and Sun Tae-ho sit together for a conversation. Kim Min-jun explains that he was on vacation when he came to Daejeon. Sun Tae-ho asks why he was in Daejeon in the first place. Kim Min-jun tells him he was there to meet with him, since Sun Tae-ho had offered to treat him to a meal. Sun Tae-ho raises an eyebrow and says, "So it just happened that while coming to meet him, Kim Min-jun passed by the dungeon, and when the incident broke out, he jumped right in." With a confident and cheerful smile, Kim Min-jun admits that's exactly what happened. He adds that when he saw the anomaly, his body just moved on its own before he even had time to think. Sun Tae-ho chuckles and says the more he looks at Kim Min-jun, the more eccentric he seems. He praises him, saying that clearing a fake dungeon solo is a serious accomplishment, and he truly appreciates his effort. But he also warns him that he's starting to stand out too much. He's climbing ranks faster than usual, and after what happened today, the Hunter Corps headquarters is bound to start watching him. He tells Kim Min-jun that if any of that causes problems, he shouldn't hesitate to come to him. Kim Min-jun thanks him and says he'll definitely reach out if anything comes up. Sun Tae-ho says that he won't be able to treat him to a meal just yet, since he's buried in work, but if Kim Min-jun has anything else he wants to ask personally, he's welcome to. He says that if it's within his capabilities, he'll do it for him. Without missing a beat, Kim Min-jun immediately asks for a promotion, his eyes sparkling with hope. Sun Tae-ho quickly shuts it down, saying that's not something within his authority. Kim Min-jun pouts a little, but then his eyes drift to a crystal on Sun Tae-ho's desk. He senses a faint yet refined demonic energy radiating from it. Sun Tae-ho catches him eyeing it and asks if he wants it. Kim Min-jun's eyes light up again, and he says it's his first time seeing that kind of stone, but he'd love to add it to his collection. Sun Tae-ho tells him that his house was recently burglarized and that this is the only one left. He picks it up and hands it to Kim Min-jun, mentioning that although it hasn't been identified yet, it's been deemed safe for humans, so he can keep it. Sun Tae-ho watches him and thinks to himself that, just like with Yunseo, he keeps getting pulled into things involving Kim Min-jun, and truthfully, he doesn't mind it. Then, with a serious look, he asks Kim Min-jun what kind of relationship he has with his daughter. Kim Min-jun casually responds that they're just fellow hunters. Nothing more, nothing less. That answer seems to put Sun Tae-ho at ease, and he smiles, saying he's already taken up too much of Kim Min-jun's vacation time and tells him he can go. On his way out, Sun Tae-ho asks him to let his commander know to come in. Kim Min-jun nods respectfully and leaves. Outside, Lee Bong-gu is chomping loudly on a grilled carp, shouting about how delicious it is. Kim Min-jun tells him to shut up and eat properly, or he's going to wake up the whole neighborhood. Then, without hesitation, Kim Min-jun crushes the crystal in his hand. Demonic energy bursts from it and flows into him, pushing his demonic energy level to its threshold and unlocking a new ability called Demonic Energy Whip. Kim Min-jun grins and says this completely changes the game. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in Gyeonggi Province at Hunter Corps headquarters, Lieutenant General Kim Chang-mo is shouting at Sun Tae-ho for his incompetence. He tells him that the 107th Division is about to be audited, so he better be prepared. He adds that Sun Tae-ho should consider himself lucky that it's ending with just this, because he could have easily stripped him of his uniform. He orders him to send Lee Sang-jin to HQ first thing tomorrow. Just then, the door swings open and another high-ranking officer walks in. Lieutenant General Kim Changmo immediately stands and salutes. The officer tells him not to push his subordinates too hard, mentioning that he could hear him yelling from outside. Kim Changmo quickly apologizes and says he'll take care of it right away. The officer takes a seat and says he's received the report, then asks if it was Kim Min-jun again. The officer is none other than the Hunter Corps commander himself, General Gu Hakchiel. Meanwhile, the commander rushes back to his barracks in his car. He gets out and heads straight into the commander's office, urgently looking around. Kim Min-chul salutes him. The commander asks where they are and if it's what he thinks it is. He confirms with Kim Min-chul whether he is the target, and Kim Min-chul tells him it's correct. The commander sits down and says those bastards clearly timed it to strike when he was away. Just an hour ago, 2 members from the Special Task Force arrived, First Sergeant Yu Tae-wan and Sergeant First Class Jang Min-soo. Kim Min-chul explains that he understands what they're saying, but they showed up early in the morning and are demanding to meet one of their soldiers, who just returned from vacation. Yu Tae-wan interrupts him and asks if he realizes under whose orders they've come. He politely requests Kim Min-chul to cooperate this once. Kim Min-chul tells them that both the battalion and company commanders are absent, so this doesn't seem like the right way to go about it. Yu Tae-wan asks if he needs an official notice, and says they can arrange that immediately if required. He assures him that they'll leave quietly after a brief meeting and asks him to bring Kim Min-jun. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun arrives and notices the insignias on the officers, realizing they belong to the special unit that works directly under Hunter Corps headquarters. Yu Tae-wan introduces himself and shakes his hand, saying it was incredible how Kim Min-jun rescued so many hunters by jumping into that fake dungeon. He adds that the Hunter Special Task Force needs capable people like him. Kim Min-jun asks if this is a scouting offer. Yu Tae-wan explains that they are deployed in special situations like high-risk dungeon raids, VIP protection, overseas missions, and more. He keeps talking about all the perks and benefits of being a Special Task Force hunter, but Kim Min-jun is lost in his own thoughts, thinking that none of it matters unless they offer a big promotion. Then he's in. Yu Tae-wan says they also deal with crimes committed by civilian hunters who aren't affiliated with the military, so strong combat skills are crucial. He tells Kim Min-jun that his outstanding performance hasn't gone unnoticed by headquarters, which is why he's here to offer him something he deserves, including a special promotion. Kim Min-jun gets excited hearing the words special promotion. Yu Tae-wan explains that their unit doesn't accept regular soldiers, so if Kim Min-jun joins the Hunter Special Task Force, headquarters will immediately promote him to Staff Sergeant. Jang Min-soo adds that the task force offers more chances for advancement than other corps since they're deployed to places where achievements stack fast. Kim Min-jun thinks there's no reason to turn this down. Just then, Yu Tae-wan's device starts buzzing. He takes it out and places it on the table. Kim Min-jun asks if that's a phone, and Jang Min-soo tells him it's a special device issued to the task force. It's not a smartphone but a secure communication tool, since most of what they handle is confidential. Kim Min-jun suddenly tenses up and asks if he'll be allowed to use the internet and computers as much as he wants. Yu Tae-wan tells him that security is top priority in the Special Task Force, so personal electronics and internet access are strictly prohibited in the barracks, and even discouraged during vacations. Jang Min-soo says it's a small price to pay for serving the country at that level and receiving such exceptional treatment. Kim Min-jun is heartbroken to hear this. However, Kim Min-chul starts to smile mischievously. Yu Tae-wan offers Kim Min-jun a card and says they don't extend this offer to just anyone, so he should think it over. But Kim Min-jun rejects it and says he'll be staying with them. Both officers are shocked by his response. Yu Tae-wan asks why he's turning it down, and Kim Min-jun tells them that if he joins the Special Task Force, he won't be able to play Dungeon Power Fighter. Jang Min-soo is furious and yells at him, asking if he's really throwing away such an opportunity over a game. He tells Kim Min-jun that the generals held a meeting just for this, and now he's rejecting it because of Dungeon Power Fighter. He questions whether Kim Min-jun is trying to be funny, but Kim Min-jun calmly responds that he isn't joking, and the game is an essential source of energy for him. Yu Tae-wan nods and says he understands his reasoning, then says they'll be heading out. Kim Min-chul quickly gets up and opens the door to help them leave faster. Just as they step outside, Jang Min-soo turns back and says he's sure Kim Min-jun's accomplishments are exaggerated, and that he's just making excuses because he's scared he wouldn't survive in the special forces. He adds that without lucky breaks like this, someone like him would never pass the entrance test. That's when Kim Min-jun finally snaps and asks how they can be so sure he wouldn't pass. Jang Min-soo walks back, stands face to face with him, and asks if he wants him to prove it. Kim Min-chul tells Kim Min-jun to stop and asks Jang Min-soo what he's trying to pull. Yu Tae-wan puts a hand on Kim Min-chul's shoulder and asks if they can use the training center for a while. Soon after, Kim Min-jun and Jang Min-soo face off in the training room. Jang Min-soo says the entrance test is a freestyle duel with a senior Special Forces member and offers Kim Min-jun a chance to back out if he's not ready. However, Kim Min-jun tells him that he has no intention of joining the Special Forces, but if he wins, then Jang Min-soo will have to apologize to him, politely. Jang Min-soo is pissed and shouts how dare he step up with that joke of a weapon and talk like that. He says he's going to fix Kim Min-jun's attitude. Yu Tae-wan steps in to announce that the fight will be 3 rounds, each lasting 3 minutes, and starts the match. As soon as it begins, Jang Min-soo charges in, moving swiftly toward Kim Min-jun with an attack, but Kim Min-jun dodges it. Jang Min-soo immediately follows up with a second strike that connects and sends Kim Min-jun flying into the wall, but instead of showing pain, Kim Min-jun just smirks. In a flashback, Kim Min-chul asks Kim Min-jun what he's planning to do, and Min-jun casually replies that he plans to win, of course. He then asks if something bad might happen if he actually does win. Kim Min-chul says it's possible, since that squad is known for having a high ego, and he's worried they might do something reckless if their pride gets hurt. Kim Min-jun smirks and says if that's the case, he'll just let him land one hit. Back in the present, Jang Min-soo walks away from Kim Min-jun, who's lying on the ground. Yoo Tae-won says the spar is over and tells Kim Min-chul to take him to the medics. Kim Min-chul keeps a poker face and stays silent. Yoo Tae-won approaches Kim Min-jun and tells him he should still be proud for managing to dodge the first ultimate attack, but from the Hunter Special Task Force's perspective, he's still not strong enough. Just before Yoo Tae-won can finish, Kim Min-jun gets up, smiling as he brushes off his uniform. Both Yoo Tae-won and Jang Min-soo are stunned to see him still standing. Jang Min-soo wonders how he's even on his feet, since the attack landed exactly where it was supposed to. Yoo Tae-won asks Kim Min-jun if he really wants to continue, warning that pushing himself too hard could cause injuries for both of them. Kim Min-jun shrugs it off and says he wants to go again. Jang Min-soo scoffs that he's being arrogant and swears to make him regret getting back up. Kim Min-jun wraps his whip in demonic energy and gets ready to strike. Jang Min-soo lunges in and unleashes a flurry of sword attacks, but Kim Min-jun blocks every single one. Then, in a swift move, he catches the sword with his whip and tosses it aside, leaving Jang Min-soo completely unarmed. Afterwards, Kim Min-jun strikes Jang Min-soo with a few lashes from his whip. Jang Min-soo tries to stay composed and compliments Kim Min-jun, saying he's skilled with that whip, but claims the attacks won't do much damage to him. Just then, the pain from the lashes starts to kick in, and he screams like a little girl. Yoo Tae-won is stunned to see a big, muscular guy like Jang Min-soo on his knees from those hits. Kim Min-jun pulls the whip back to strike again, and Jang Min-soo, now panicking, pleads for him to stop, but Kim Min-jun doesn't listen and lands a direct hit on his chest. The pain nearly knocks Jang Min-soo out. Kim Min-jun thinks to himself that the attack was high level, and while the Special Task Force is definitely elite, it seems like this is Jang Min-soo's first time getting hit by a whip infused with demonic energy. He notes that even thick-skinned orc warriors would drop after a single strike from that thing. He raises the whip again and tells Jang Min-soo he should stop strutting around like he's all that just because he's decent in combat. Yoo Tae-won asks Kim Min-jun to stop, but with an evil grin, Min-jun cracks the whip again, this time landing it on the ground between Jang Min-soo's legs. Just imagining the impact causes Jang Min-soo to faint. Yoo Tae-won rushes over to catch him, baffled that the same guy who didn't flinch while getting beat up by a horde of orcs is now unconscious from fear alone. He wonders if a training whip could really do that much damage. Turning to Kim Min-jun, he says that when a subordinate messes up, it's on the higher-up. He offers a sincere apology in Jang Min-soo's place. Kim Min-jun admits he acted beyond his rank and apologizes in return. Yoo Tae-won hands him a card and tells him to reach out if he ever changes his mind. Kim Min-chul mocks them and asks if they'd like to get treated by their medics. Yoo Tae-won declines and says they need to leave soon. Back in the present, Lee Junbyum laughs and asks where Kim Min-jun is. Kim Min-chul tells him that he's off training by himself right now. Lee Junbyum says he'll report directly to Division Commander Seo-kyung that Sergeant Kim Min-jun has turned down the Special Task Force's offer. He adds that while Kim Min-jun rejected it today, he's sure they'll want him even more now. There's no way they'll give up that easily. Kim Min-chul replies that in that case, they should come up with something to keep Kim Min-jun right where he is. Colonel Lee Junbyum smiles and says Division Commander Seo-kyung already predicted this might happen, so there's nothing to worry about. Now, all they have to do is wait and see what kind of offer the commander has prepared for Kim Min-jun. The next day, Division Commander Seo-kyung bursts into laughter after hearing from Colonel Lee Junbyum that Kim Min-jun rejected the Special Task Force's offer. He says those arrogant bastards must be fuming right now. He adds that no matter what kind of privileges they offer, if Kim Min-jun decides to join them, no one can stop him. That's why he had been cautious about the situation, but now it has resolved itself. The commander agrees and says it's time for them to step up. Seo-kyung nods and says it's the perfect moment to show proper appreciation to Kim Min-jun. He makes a call and asks if the thing he mentioned is ready, then smirks confidently and tells them to bring all the related files over immediately. Meanwhile, back at the barracks, Lee Sung-ho announces to the squad that starting today, the commander of the 2nd Platoon's 2nd Squad will be Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Han-young asks if Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is getting promoted. He shakes his head and says he's planning to try out for the staff sergeant rank since he has enough points for a promotion, which is why he's handing over his position to Kim Min-jun. He asks if anyone has any objections to this decision. The squad responds that they're fine with it and agree that Kim Min-jun is the only one who could fill Sung-ho's shoes. Lee Dongjin then says he has a question for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. He asks if the rumors are true. Was it really Kim Min-jun who cleared a fake dungeon all by himself? He adds that he was on vacation that day too. The rest of the squad joins in and says the entire hunter community is buzzing about what happened. Kim Min-joon casually confirms that it was him. He just happened to be in Daejeon right when the anomaly occurred and got swept into it. The whole squad is stunned that their sergeant is that powerful. Kim Kwang-sik asks if that's why he's being appointed as a captain and wonders if he received any rewards on top of it. Kim Min-joon admits that he did get a few perks for clearing that dungeon. The squad gets all fired up, curious about what those perks might be. A few days later, at the Goblin Colony dungeon, some soldiers are fighting goblins while Han-young and Eyebrows talk about Kim Min-joon. Eyebrows asks if it's really true that Kim Min-joon received an offer from the Hunter Special Forces so quickly and then rejected it. Han-young confirms it and adds that he even beat up a first-class sergeant in a sparring match. Eyebrows finds it hard to believe and says that people outside the military probably wouldn't buy into any of it. He asks if it's also true that the division commander appointed Kim Min-joon as their squad commander and plans to promote him to staff sergeant within a year once he earns enough points. Han-young nods and says that even Sergeant Lee Sung-ho supported the decision when he heard the news. Just then, their conversation is cut off when an orc suddenly charges out of the woods, roaring. But both soldiers keep straight faces, completely unfazed by the monster's appearance. The orc swings his club to attack them, but out of nowhere, a glowing whip lashes across the air and smacks the orc right in the eyes. The monster drops his weapon and screeches in pain, holding his face as the whip retracts. The soldiers stare at the wounded beast, unfazed, as it screams in agony. Kim Min-joon arrives at the battle, and it turns out he's the one who struck the monster with his newly acquired whip. Eyebrows comments that it's personal equipment given to Sergeant Kim Min-joon by the division commander. Han-young adds that even the platoon commander doesn't have personal gear yet, so Kim Min-joon is clearly being treated differently. Meanwhile, Kim Min-joon continues to whip goblins down like a ruthless master. Eyebrows asks why it had to be a whip, and Han-young explains that the division commander let him choose any weapon he wanted, and Kim Min-joon picked the whip. Eyebrows says it makes sense now why he'd turn down the Hunter Special Task Force when he's being given this kind of treatment. Han-young agrees and adds that it's extremely rare for a sergeant to receive personal equipment. The division commander had to sign more than 10 documents just to make it happen. While all this is going on, Kim Min-joon is deep in thought, realizing that this weapon is way better than he expected. Thanks to the Mana Stone, he doesn't even need to use his own demonic energy to make it powerful. He thinks that if this little guy stays with him, he'll climb the ranks way faster than a year. The next Saturday at a Chuncheon restaurant, Kim Min-joon sits at the table, ready for dinner. Yoon-seo is with him and asks if they should start eating. Kim Min-joon looks at her and asks why she's even asking him that, and more importantly, why she's having dinner with him in the first place. The old lady running the kitchen comes over and tells Yoon-seo the food is ready. Yoon-seo smiles, thanks the chef, and starts eating. She looks at Kim Min-joon and asks if he's not going to eat. She tells him not to worry, she's paying so he can eat as much as he wants. Kim Min-joon tells her that's not the issue. He asks how she knew he'd be out today, coming to Chuncheon and to this exact restaurant. Suddenly a thought hits him. He asks Yoon-seo if it was Kim Kwang-sik who told her his plans. She glances around nervously and says it's all just a coincidence. Kim Min-joon doesn't buy it, and his expression darkens like a villain in a drama. She quickly apologizes and admits that it was Kwang-sik, but begs him not to be mad at him since she's the one who asked. Kim Min-joon, clearly pissed, says it's up to him to decide how mad to get and mutters that this is all pretty strange. Yoon-seo, confused, asks what he means. He suddenly asks her if she likes him. She's completely caught off guard, blushes hard, and tells him that's nonsense, asking why he's suddenly being so casual with her. Kim Min-joon grits his teeth, crosses his arms, and says she can talk casually too since they're close in age. She says that might be true, but insists she doesn't like him or anything, and tells him not to get the wrong idea. He asks why she's eating dinner with him then, and adds that he's pretty sure she took a vacation today because she heard from Kwang-sik that he was going out. She admits it's true but says there's another reason she's here. She brings up the previous incidents, the enclosed dungeon at the training center, the Red Boar Gate at the Watchin Public Welfare Office, and the recent fake dungeon. She says that wherever he goes, something always happens, so she was curious if anything would happen this time too. Then she snaps back to reality, realizing how crazy it sounds, and gets super embarrassed that she actually said all that out loud. Kim Min-joon laughs nervously and says it's not like he's a walking disaster. Deep down though, he's anxious, wondering if she's starting to figure out the truth about him. Kim Min-joon notices her badge and realizes she's been promoted to corporal. She says she passed the promotion exam last week. He congratulates her and says she did it really fast, adding that he expected nothing less from her. She asks if he's making fun of her since he's already a sergeant, and then questions why he keeps talking to her so casually. He reminds her that he already told her she could speak casually with him too. She says fine, she'll do just that then. Meanwhile, Kim Min-joon starts getting visions of a dungeon appearing nearby. He's annoyed that it has to happen now, especially with Yoon-seo around since she's pretty sharp. In his head, he talks to himself, saying he only took this vacation because his best employee tipped him off about a gate popping up soon. He excuses himself, saying he needs to use the bathroom, and heads out to the park where the gate is expected to appear. He looks around and spots his best employee waiting nearby. He gives him props for showing up right on cue after being assigned to work separately from Lee Bong-gu. They both throw each other a thumbs up, and Kim Min-jun hands him a ball of demonic energy. He wonders where Lee Bong-gu is, since he hasn't heard from him in a while. The gate starts to form, and Kim Min-jun watches it carefully. He's relieved that there aren't many people around thanks to the cold winter, but he still questions why the gate had to show up in a residential area with so many people living nearby. He tells himself that he needs to take care of this quickly, for the people's safety and for the sake of his promotion. Just as he's heading toward the gate, a monster begins to emerge. His phone buzzes with an emergency notification from the military about the dungeon appearance. Kim Min-jun thinks that if something comes out of there that he can't handle, he'll just have to stall it until the military arrives. He braces himself and gets ready for battle. A hanker emerges from the gate, but something about it feels off. Kim Min-jun notes that it seems to be alone for now, and wonders how much demonic energy it has already absorbed. He eyes its blade arms and comments that they look dangerous, but they're useless if they can't reach him. He leaps backward to avoid the initial strike and gets ready to activate his demonic arrows. Before he can launch his ability, the hanker suddenly throws one of its blade arms at him like a projectile. To his surprise, the blade is attached to a chain. Kim Min-jun grabs the chain midair and mocks the creature, asking what kind of petty trick this is. But the hanker yanks the chain back, flinging Kim Min-jun high into the air. As he's airborne, the monster hurls its other blade, and Min-jun barely dodges it before countering with a solid punch to its face, knocking it to the ground. He looks back, thinking it's over, but the hanker gets up again with its jaw broken and ready to fight. Just then, someone calls out to him. It's Yunseo, running toward him with a road sign in her hands. He's stunned to see her there. The hanker throws its blade in her direction, but Kim Min-jun grabs the chain and redirects the attack. He demands to know what she's doing there. She fires back, angry that he left her alone in the middle of dinner, and even more furious that he's fighting without a weapon. She says she saw the emergency alert and came straight away. She throws the road sign to him, and Kim Min-jun catches it, channeling his demonic energy into it. With a powerful swing, he slams the sign into the hanker's head, killing it on the spot. As dust fills the air, he uses the moment to absorb the hanker's demonic energy. When the dust settles, Kim Min-jun walks over to Yunseo, and she's stunned that he took down a high-threat monster all on his own. Kim Min-jun tells her that a certain someone helped him, though he thinks to himself that the fight would have been even easier if she hadn't shown up. Meanwhile, Yunseo kneels down to inspect the hanker's body and notes that it's an irregular monster, pointing out the chains and blades attached to its arms. She stands up and says they need to have a serious talk, but that conversation will have to wait as 5 more hankers emerge from the gate. She quickly tells Kim Min-jun they need to regroup with reinforcements and plan an attack. He agrees and suggests she leave to bring the backup and then return to join him. Yunseo snaps at him, shouting that if he's really planning to fight all those monsters alone, he must be out of his mind. As the hankers let out a deafening roar, Kim Min-jun smiles confidently and says it's time to go. Charging toward the monsters, he tells himself it's time to earn that staff sergeant promotion. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, a cloaked figure steps out of the trees. She mutters a few words, and a secret underground passage opens up beside a large boulder. The figure descends into a massive stone hall, removes her hood, revealing herself to be a woman, and stands before a carving of Lumi Nuna. She quietly says for Lord Minold to wait, because she's coming for him.